Hi, friends. My name is host Eric. I'm the host of Talking Festival, and I've decided to obey Richard Simmons and like myself. I realized after watching this short film yesterday that really my difficulties in life can be summed up as failure to obey Richard Simmons. And this morning, earlier when I was about to do my normal thing, which is to say, I hate myself. Because I had thought of something that made me have the shame shivers or whatever. I said, no, Eric. You know what you do instead? You like yourself.
Can I apologize for being grumpy before? I'm sorry.
It's fine, darling. You didn't know like you did anything. You were just obviously not feeling it,
Yeah,
And
thanks for seeing it that way.
I'm sure. You think the PZAC helped?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. So before we get into this particular topic here, it isn't Eric. Happy Friday to you as well. That's the shirt you're gonna print. Maybe I will. It takes a little bit of doing to get things screen printed like this. But it's not outside the realm of possibility. Piao, Chris Chapman. Hi, KE. Carlos Paiva. Acacia. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Um, I appreciate your quick arrival today because we've got important stuff to do. I don't know what any of it is yet, but it's important. And once again, I forgot to monetize this live stream. I'm constantly doing that. That's fine. I'm not so super, one of them shits. This is a pretty cool one. It's a baseball shirt. It's like the capris of shirts. It only goes down halfway, kind of, but it's more than the shorts. I am wearing shorts on the bottom today. I've elected to not go with my normal modesty pants. Ruben Art, what are you thinking about the title? Tell me. What do you think? Too wordy. Okay. You shouldn't have used the word receptive. That's what I'm going to guess. Slightly confusing title. Top 3 signs here in Introvert. Number 1, receptive 2. Number 2, question mark, exclamation point. That's good TE, Rachel. There's FE Polar and TE Polar for you in a nutshell. Again, I misunderstand everything as something else. Every TE is something else. He's saying, let me try to reword it so it's not, so that it becomes useful, right? Like, he's trying to concretize it in some sense, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, I was thinking about calling you earlier, Ruben, and maybe see if we could schedule a video conference. Do you do like? I may end up like hiring you, for example, to do ads for me or something like that. But um, do you do other kinds of stuff in that same general area of work, like optimize things for yeah? Anyway, we could talk about it later. I didn't mean to bring it up right now. It just kind of came to mind. I was gonna put like top 3 things people care about. Number 1, money. Number 2, question mark exclamation point. I thought, well, it's too obvious what the top 3 things people think about are or care about are. It's gonna be like love, money, and power, or family, country, and religion, or it's gonna be something like that, right? But maybe maybe it's not too obvious. Sex, drugs, and money. 3 butts. I don't know. I mean, that the thing that you're talking about before it cuts it up and adds an ellipsis. It depends what platform you're on. I think in part, and where on the platform you are. I mean, which device and stuff you're on, and where on the platform you are. So, like, depending on where you're looking at a video, it'll tell you different amounts of the title. I do have 3 butts. It's true. Um, instead of having 2 butt cheeks with a split in the middle and a butthole down there, it's actually like 3 slices of pie around my butthole that fit together into one circle. Well, the thing about that, Ruben, is I generally try to make my titles as short as I can because that's the best you can do. It's like if you're trying to, you're not gonna. It's not even. I don't even know how I would go about doing this. Like checking what the title looks like on different devices before I go live. Introverts are very receptive to the presence of other introverts, I think, in my experience at least. Twat up. My twat is staying down, New Groove, okay? I don't believe in showing people my twat, okay? My twat is a very precious and private thing. Do you know that last year I won Twat of the Year award? It's true. 2023 I was Twat of the Year. But even during the judging, I was very, very hesitant to show my twat to the judges. What, did people not like the word twat or something? It's a terrible word, isn't it? Okay, fine, Ruben. Typology curiosity thing. Like, did you know that INFPs like to suck? ... Like to taste. INFPs like to taste? ... Question mark exclamation point. What do INFPs like to taste? They like to taste apathy. They like to just shovel the apathy right down their throat. I love the rich, creamy taste of apathy. Loose lips sink ships. That's why I have 3 butt cheeks, to keep my butt lips quiet. Otherwise, it'd be whistling Dixie all the time. You know, my butt lips do know how to whistle other songs besides Dixie, but subscribe. Did you just subscribe to the channel, Krishapa? It's funny. Well, so many people already. See, maybe my title was good. Loose Lips McGee. All INFPs cannot resist these 3 tastes: sweet, sour, and umami. So, I got a little stuff done today before I started doing any streaming, which is kind of cool. I watched some cartoons, but besides doing that, I made a list of the top 20 anime in 2020s. I think I'll make a video about it. I even screenshot, like, what's it called? It's like there's a screenshot tool that you just cut off a piece of the screen that you want to snapshot. I forget what it's called. Snipping tool. That's what it's called. Use the snipping tool to get the pictures for each of the animes that I made up, put on the list, and I'm planning on making a little video explaining the top. I agree with Rachel. I think all is more concise. But I prefer, rather than cannot resist these 3 tastes, like INFPs, all INFPs love the taste of, yeah, I like that one better because it's suggestive more than the 3 tastes, which is not very suggestive. Yeah, you guys could. Something to help with SE maybe, but really it'd be fun. It'd be fun to talk to animals maybe. Well, you can talk to animals now, Acacia. They just don't understand you and won't talk back. It's your expectations that are the problems, not the animals. Top 3 things INTPs want. Number 3, to define the top 2. That's what I should have said. What he said is top 3 things INTPs want. Number 1, to define top. Number 2, but am I really an INTP? Number 3, we didn't reach number 3 because we didn't finish number 2. I like the way you did it there, Carlos. I also like the way I did it. Top 3 things INTPs want. Number 3, to define 1 and 2. Well, yeah. Well, when in doubt, we obviously need to ask Cone Man, especially if it had anything to do with INFJs. All right. So now it's time for Health Tube Senior. Pretty excited about that. And then I think what I'm going to do, even though nobody asked for it, is I'm going to read out loud to you my top 20, starting at number 20, anime of 2020s. That's 2020, 21, 22, and 23, and 24. Trouble meows at me a lot for indeterminate reasons sometimes. Like,
he does.
Like,
He really
what
does.
the hell are you even meowing at me for? He just wants me to look at him, you know?
I know, but he doesn't do that with me. I try to meow at him.
That's because he thinks we're all in agreement with his treaty that he had us all sign, where you and Capillo get to have the upstairs, and he and I have the downstairs, and he gets to prevent Capillo from entering his space at all. which is ridiculous. No, there is no kinky hentai. Well, there might be one or two mature ones on there that maybe show boobs or something, but I don't, not that I recall. I don't typically. I don't like to mix things like that. I don't want to mix sex with my cartoons. I don't know. It's like I'm not watching this cartoon for boobs, dumb fan service shit. I'm watching it for swords and dragons and magic spells and stuff. So it's like it doesn't bother me at all. Like, in the sense that if it's not too, if it's just a little bit of fan service, then it's not going to interfere with my ability to enjoy a show. But if it's too much like centered on that shit, then it's not any good. Spoon Man, not Cone Man. Who's Spoon Man? Cone Man was in rare form yesterday, I must say. Rare form.
Well, he definitely thought that you were coming around to him being an INFJ.
You think he didn't get the
Sarcasm?
Yeah.
Nope. Not at all.
You don't think he got the sarcasm?
Not at one point, no. At the beginning when you were like, when you first were like making the joke about him being an INFJ, he was like, yes, I am an INFJ. You see, like stuff like that.
I think he must have been at least somewhat aware of that as fucking around, right?
I mean, maybe he caught on after a little bit once it continued, but in the beginning, he definitely thought that he changed your mind.
I definitely have played Airsoft. Yes, I have played Airsoft before. It was I enjoyed it quite a bit, actually. I went with my neighbor / my daughter's former uncle by marriage. I mean, I think she still thinks of him as her uncle, but anyway, and we went out to the mountains around LA, and it was fun. I lay in wait behind some bushes and popped up and shot somebody with my airsoft gun. 9. I don't like living with other humans. I need my alone time at the end of the day. It's good to know, KE. So you should probably not get married. I've never tried pickleball, but I am aware that it has exploded onto the scene in the last few years. Fork boy. That's what they called me in school when I would eat lunch. Because no matter what we were having, even if it was water, I'd use a fork to eat it. Yeah, there's snow on the mountains around here too. It's very pretty. But I know LA's gorgeous this time of year, with the mountains all snowy after storms and shit like that. Well, yeah, Carlos Paiva makes a good point. It's quite possible, KE, you're self-preserving variant of your whatever Enneagram type you are.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then those sexual variants, they only link to your relationship. It's kind of important to remember that. So it's like, when you say you're a social variant, it means you think that when you're in a couple, the couple needs to be integrated a lot into the larger group. The reason you're in a couple is because both of you are looking forward to going out together to a larger group or something and functioning in that group in that capacity.
So maybe Baby No Money has 2 in his tri-type. Because he's so inclusive of other people. Like, he collaborates on almost every song.
That's true. Yeah, he might. Derek Bruce, do I remember when you were crazy? What is Spider-Man's personality type? I mean, as sort of, I mean, maybe ISFJ.
Yeah.
He might be a rare ISFJ superhero.
Yeah, I think he is. Because he's like, oh, gee golly.
Yeah, and he's all about his family
Mm-hmm.
and his gal, baby spork.
And people underestimate him. I feel like people underestimate.
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Because his powers aren't that great, you know. You can shoot webs. You can climb up things. I mean, I can climb up things. I can't shoot webs, but I could swing on ropes. So Spider-Man's powers just aren't really that great. Um,
Yeah, Keisha, he is like that.
Thanks, Rubenar. Thanks. I'm not sure how long I'm going to stay on this try kick, you know. I'm on a bit of a try kick right now. I should show him up. I show up Spider-Man. Yeah, I know. I should.
You would be able to.
If I were living in the same city as Spider-Man, I'd just swing in on a rope and grab the person who needs saving right as Spider-Man's showing up and just be like,
He lives in Queens, New York, so I can show you some Spidey spots.
okay, yeah, well, in fact, maybe, Rachel, we can do a setup for Spider-Man where we'll pretend like you're in danger. That'll make it safer for me to swing in and save you.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
no actual danger, you know. But Spider-Man won't know that. And then he'll be so ashamed of himself. Aw, Eric beat me to the punch. It's really about using active, specific sensory language, also as concise as possible, and raise a question in the reader's mind. Thanks, Fred Goldust. I've got a lot of $1,000,000 ideas. Uh, there are a couple of anime I want to make. Like I don't know if I really want to do all the work, but like if I could pitch it to something like Netflix or something and they'd approve it and give me money, then of course I'd do the thing. But like Isekai OP Police is a great concept where you've got a central bureau to police the characters in the various isekais who get too OP to make them, you know, actually have to take some chances, face some risks, and not be so much overwhelmingly more powerful than the other people in the world, you know. But of course, the key to the isekai OP police as a storyline is that obviously somebody on the OP police force will start getting too OP. Maybe it's like their boss has a sort of secret plan to, once she's made sure that nobody else is OP, then she's going to be super OP and take over everything, all the Sky worlds. And then the main character who, you know, dies is reincarnated onto the Isekai OP police force. He's you know, your textbook 16-year-old Japanese person who he dies because he of Truck Kun. You know, he jumps out in front of Truck Kun to save a child, as typically happens, and he's run over. Now, I'm not talking about Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm explaining my great idea for an anime that I want either Crunchyroll or Netflix to pay me, and then I'll write it and they can produce it.
Do they ever make animes out of like do they ever make animes that aren't originally mangas?
No, that's why this will never happen, right? Because I don't know how to draw any pictures. But is the woman with your crazy vinegar kidnapped? I don't know what even you're trying to say there.
Yeah, Keisha.
The vinegar kidnappings. There's been a rash of them around where whoever's got vinegar, the most vinegar, is the most likely to get kidnapped. I could use so Carlos Paeva and Tino Vecino say the same thing. That I should use AI to animate it. Hi, Sina. Good day to you. You're working on something similar right now? Cool. Well, I mean, the thing is, I've got a lot of ideas for projects. I'm probably not going to prioritize that one. But I've got a million ideas. This is the biggest problem in the world for me, really, is I've got too many great ideas of things that I could do and too little ability to do any of those things greatly.
Hi, Sadwan Faiz Mohammed.
Hi, Germany. So here's my imitation of Saban Faiz Mohammed from Germany. Yeah, I'm feeling like I just don't care that much today. Let's just go to the beer garden and have some bratwurst. That's what he sounds like.
You're 100% German, aren't you?
I'm 100% American.
Well, yes.
Yeah, I'm from German stock, as they say.
Oh, German stock?
Yeah.
So am I from like Italy?
You're from mixed stock.
I am from mixed stock.
Yeah. Even though I am from straight German stock, though, I was born fluidly transracial. Do I smoke a bong? Well, you're not very wrong. I do smoke a bong when I need to get high. Woo, woo, woo. Look at I. Neuro, I had the same thought. What was your same thought? Well, Visnio, that's good advice. You say, I feel you. Lots of people feel the same way. Start where you're at and make small incremental changes that lead you to your goal. That's good to know. But the thing is, I have so many different things that I've already completed too, right? One of the issues I have with talking with famous people is it's got so much stuff up on it, right? And it doesn't have any clear identity or theme except just Eric's spew hole. Eric's spew hole is you identify as Jewish, which means you're immune to criticism. Oh, good. I'm glad.
So,
except today, I'm also Jewish and I'm more Orthodox than you.
I feel like some of your transracial has like kind of rubbed off on me. I don't know if you're born with it or.
No, I noticed the other day you were very Polynesian.
Oh, that was Polynesian. See, like I feel like I'm transstacial, like different parts of the United States.
Oh, sometimes you're in Virginia, sometimes you're in Tennessee.
Yeah, like.
Oh, wow. That is odd. So that's where you were last night, Tennessee.
I was doing some.
Sometimes Rachel just lies there like this, frozen, apparently absent from her body. I guess she's just astrally traveling to Tennessee. You're hedge riding, yeah, which is a hedge witch thing, you know. Lamau, a teleporter. No, she just does it astrally. Anyhow, so being a Jewish, black, lesbian, disabled veteran with old as well. Being an old, black, lesbian, disabled veteran who's Jewish means Tina Bassino, you're not even close. You're not even close to immune to criticism because I'm that many levels of identity superior to you. Yeah. Speaking of lesbians, I really enjoyed this cartoon that I didn't finish until today, even though it was like from last season, but I somehow it fell through the cracks and I had a few episodes of it left. It's called I'm in Love with the Villainess. And it is really it just sounds like it's gonna be bad, right? It's a lesbian love story in which the main character has been isekai'd into an otami game world, and it's the otami game that she used to play in Japan. And she played it when she played it, even though the Claire character was supposed to get with one of the princes, she played it because she thought the Claire character was so attractive. And it's it's super progressive for Japanese stuff, you know. It's it's very openly lesbian. The world that she travels to is very like lesbian tolerant or gay tolerant or whatever. Um, but it's not normalized exactly. It's still sort of like hetero stuff is still normal, and so but it's everyone's nice about it. Anyway, and she's like this kind of submissive lesbian who likes the fact that the Claire character that is the villainess is like so haughty and stuff. It turns out to be kind of just this beautiful love story ultimately with plenty of isekai stuff. Not the sort of thing I would watch if I had it described to me. I'd say, I want to watch that. You seem like a real gem. You sure seem like a real gem coming in here. Yes, that's my wife. She's
Yeah, it is.
she's 39 years old.
Yes. And you're
And I'm 52. So there you have it.
He's Gen X.
Hmm. And that means that I am cooler than you.
It does.
One way you know that I'm cooler than you is that I was among the first 1,000 people in the entire world to see the new Johnny video, hear his new song. Rachel and I were among the first 1,000 people to do that. Even though that's very still emerging, edge of the curve thing to like, you know. And same with the new Baby No Money song. It just came out like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And so we're already bumping it on our playlist, and Rachel can't even find it on Spotify yet.
Yeah, no. You know who pops up on my YouTube that like I don't understand why? Because I never like looked him up or anything.
What is
Young
that?
Gravy. It's like I don't want his stuff.
It's because the YouTube got him and Baby No Money like linked, you know. They think, okay, a lot of people who like Baby No Money also like Young Gravy because they do a lot of stuff together or whatever.
Mm-hmm. In fact, I read on Instagram that Baby No Money is throwing like a charity festival.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in Vancouver, and
for what charity?
I don't know actually.
Weed for kids.
Who knows
Come on out.
cooking?
Come on out today for Weed for Kids. We want to make sure that all the poor kids in town have plenty of weed this month. You identify as an alien? Cool. Do you identify as an illegal alien? Because, you know, obviously, legal is not as cool as illegal. Even Eric can't be as diverse as that. Okay, well, maybe I'm not an alien, but my multiple diversities outweigh your single diversity. Because remember, I'm disabled. I'm LGBTQ plus AZTPP. I'm old, so ageism comes into play. I'm black, so racism comes into play. I'm female, so sexism comes into play. And what else is wrong with me? Oh, I've got PTSD from serving in the war. I'm a veteran as well. 6. I mean, the thing is, when I shift statuses to veteran with war service who's PTSD, that doesn't mean that I ever actually served or went to war. It just means that I get to claim those victim statuses.
Yeah, you do get to claim.
I just claim the victim statuses, yeah. I'm not trying to steal any glory, right? You know, I'm trying to claim the glory of actual veterans. I just can't trying to claim the victimhood of them. And that's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, well, Carlos Paiva, there's no such thing as pansexuals.
I am an alien, though.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay. Which planet did you come from?
Uranus.
Uranus, huh?
Yeah.
Cool. I hear it's pretty blue around there.
Yeah, and things go backwards.
Things go backwards, huh? That means like when you walk to the fridge at Uranus, you have to walk backwards like this.
Yeah, like, or you're always against it.
It's like trying to walk up a down escalator. Manu Joan, doesn't that include a hammer? Thank you, Carlos Paiva. I don't know what he did to deserve it, but I appreciate it anyway. Just his name alone is sufficient to make me go, okay.
Where are you from, Acacia?
What planet is Acacia from? I think she's from planet Acacia. In the Acacia Nebula.
The Acacia Nebula. How cool.
Yeah. That's the only real way to explain Acacia.
Yeah, that's how she got her name.
She's from her own planet and her own nebula.
Yeah, that's how she named herself, because, like, she was like, oh, I'm from Acacia.
I'm pretty sure the planets and the nebula named themselves after her.
Oh!
That's the power of INFP subjectivity.
Wow.
Yeah. It's Acacia's planet because she's gonna need a little more time before she's ready. And the planet is just going to have to chill the fuck out until she is. Okay? Yes. Acacia, did tell you that I wanted to go to Taco Bell. However, I am not ready to go to Taco Bell yet. But Acacia, you said you wanted to go 3 hours ago. Be that as it may, I, Acacia, am not yet ready to go. And I won't be for an indeterminate amount of time. But do you think it'll be sometime today? Given that Taco Bell's open for 24 hours, probably. My imitation of Acacia on Acacia Planet in the Acacia Nebula.
I just think of like Tina Belcher from Bob's Burgers and Acacia and Tina. How like they're so similar.
Yeah. Makes me think of that horse episode where she wanted so much to ride a horse and she had this sort of vision of horses in her head, and it's like, somehow that's just the tip of the iceberg, that almost all of her days filled with her head with, little imaginings and stuff.
It totally is.
I can't read it. I can't read anything, Rachel.
Tino Bacino says the girlies are looking good. 2 weeks from harvest. I'm so excited.
Oh, cool.
What does that mean?
It means she's got some wheat plants.
Oh, that's what my guess would have been.
That's why they're girls.
Oh.
Because only female wheat plants make wheat.
That's right. Acacia says, LOL is my reasoning. LOL, that is my reasoning a lot. I know all the 24-hour places around me. Who, me? Do I use coconut oil on my hair? Andrew John, are you asking me?
No, Manny John, we want to know if you use coconut oil on your hair and if that's why you smell so much like coconuts.
Hello, Matthew. When is whose birthday? No, I don't use coconut oil on my hair. My birthday is January 16th, 1985. Eric's is April 27th, 1971. Ansand. Oh my gosh.
Have you ever tried putting ants and sand in your hair, Rachel?
No, but I really should because Tiffany knows where it's at.
Mm-hmm. The thing about ants and sand is, of course, you can pour them.
Oh.
That's what makes them both drinks and hair products.
Oh. Because of the pouring.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew John says, nice, it explains why you are both together. I look at all that stuff, numerology, astrology, Chinese astrology, like all different vectors to like see how compatible Eric and I are.
But what really explains why we're together is love.
It is.
The love of our hearts.
Mm-hmm. I'm a good witch. The one and only Nicole. I'm a very good witch.
Therefore, you're not the witch of the West. She was wicked.
Yeah, she was.
When you say a good witch, I picture Glenda. Is that her name?
Oh, yeah, that is. Mm-hmm. Glenda the Good Witch.
It immediately makes me picture Glenda.
Oh. When I think of witches, I think of Kiki's Delivery Service.
Well, yeah, when I think of witches, I don't think of Wizard of Oz. It was just the expression good witch.
Good witch, yeah, it is.
If you
It's
said wicked
synonymous.
witch, I would have thought Wizard of Oz too, I think.
Yeah. Manu John, you says you are very to the inches of inches. You want to know everything of everything. He's running after perfection, and you do like that about him. Are you reading our Sinistry, Manu John?
That must be what it is, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't think he's just making observations about us. It could be. If I said those things, I would just be making observations.
Yeah. You can repeat these observations.
I think he means very aware of the details.
Which
When he says
astrology are you using? Western or Vedic?
when he says you are very aware to the inches of inches, I think he means you're very aware of the specifics and details.
Yeah.
And it is true that Rachel wants to know everything of everything.
Yeah.
That is very true.
Yeah, I do.
I don't know if she's that detail focused like the first thing suggests.
No. Detail focus.
I think that one's wrong.
No.
And it says, he is running after perfection. Am I really running? Yeah, sort of. And if you call sort of vague meandering running after, then yeah. I'm vaguely meandering in the general direction of perfection, ideally. I think Rachel appreciates my aesthetic rigor, I think she appreciates the fact that I'm not expecting her to like anything bad.
No, you do trust my taste. I appreciate that because
let's see what else he says here. She doesn't want anything unknown to hit her suddenly. True, but that's probably true for everybody. And she wants heavy clarity in all caps, and she's getting a lot from here. That is so true.
It is true.
That is super true.
Anytime there's like something that I have a question about, if I read something or whatever, I go to Eric for clarity. That's very true. I should try to learn my southern accent.
A southern accent.
A southern accent.
Well, get you on out there back there in the barn. We'll talk about it some more.
I don't want to talk about it some more. I said I'm going to put myself right here.
Well, you ain't the one who got to take care of the cows and the pigs. Now, woman. These southerners are farmers, I guess. She's a bit old-fashioned, but still it's all good. I like her being a bit old-fashioned. I like that a lot. It's not still all good. It's excellent.
I'm glad you think that.
I would hate for her to be too much of a, postmodern feminist or whatever. Start like that horrible ENFP woman that took out on one date and we started fighting before the waiter even came to the table. And she started critiquing capitalism as we're sitting down. And I was just like, oh my God, the hypocrisy. See you later, Tino? I guess it must be Tino. Tino Bisnio?
Bisnio, yeah.
I wish it were Tino Bonino. That'd be a good name. Yeah, I've got that frequent urge to urinate thing. Obviously, I'm not in any way, shape, or form your normal candidate for diabetes or insulin rejection, but resistance or whatever. But I probably have something like insulin resistance because it's so textbook, me having to get up in the night to pee a lot, but not during the day necessarily.
That's insulin resistant?
I mean, I don't know what it is exactly with me. It's not like I've got diabetes per se, because I sort of tested to see if it made much of a difference if I cut sugar out of my diet entirely for a couple of days. It didn't seem to make any difference. So I'm not really sure. But given the fact that it's such a textbook symptom of that, but I've had this for a while now, and I think it may link back to shortly after I quit drinking, when I in part replaced drinking with just shit tons of sugar, just candy cake,
Yeah,
just like constantly eating sugar.
that's a big part of it. That happens a lot.
I think I damaged my body doing that probably. Or it could have been the alcohol didn't help either. The alcohol kind of some alcohol anyway has a fair amount of sugar in it.
Yeah, it's very high in calories.
Yeah, well, alcohol itself has whatever calories per whatever it has, but a lot of alcoholic drinks you and it have sugar in them too. Like wine has got sugar in it.
Yeah.
You know, beer's not too sugary. Even things that don't taste very sweet though, a lot of times have some sugar in it. If you're drinking a lot, then you are sitting at the destination, but she is moving on the path to your destination. I mean, that's kind of true, Manny John. Again, right? It's like I'm more comfortable with like owning the life than Rachel is. She's still cautious, careful. I couldn't provide any more reassurance, even possibly. But
I'm sorry.
don't apologize, Rachel. It's not something bad. It's just he's making an observation that's true. You know, it you're settling into a new life that I've made more sort of frame changes in accordance with the changes that have happened to us, you know. And you're still, you have more to recover from than me, you know. And that's great. I'm happy that we can be here together in this very safe and nurturing environment in life so that you can just take your time and live. And you grow as you grow and into whatever, you know.
Thank you.
Of course,
Thank you for
darling.
giving me time.
Well, yeah.
Oh, like really though, like
Of course, darling.
some people, you know,
Yeah, I
they
know.
won't change for you.
Yeah, I know. That I think is one thing we can say is universally bad in a relationship. Trying to change the other person. Seeing them as a project for you. Okay, well, you know, he's not perfect right now, but with a little white elbow grease, he's gonna become the man I want him to be. No, that's not a good idea. Vice versa, same thing. In every way, well, that's not true, Mary John. It's not true that in every way I am ahead of her. One of the reasons this environment is safe and nurturing is that I acknowledge and respect her strengths as a receiver, which are different than mine as a creator. And the thing is, like, I don't expect really anything from Rachel in terms of, say, utility, productivity stuff because I just want her to be happy. I don't want her to be useful to me in this way or that way. Obviously, it's a team endeavor, and we're good teammates. So she pulls her weight, does the sort of tasks that we each naturally took on certain tasks without really ever discussing it. She does the dishes, the laundry. I take out the trash. We kind of split the cooking. I do a little more cooking than she does. I do the vacuuming. She and I together typically will pay bills. We look at them together, but she's got the checkbook, so for bills that require a check, she pays those. And then one thing I sometimes ask her to do, not usually, but sometimes, is sit and help me with typing sessions. If I'm really not feeling it, then I'll be like, all right, can you help me with this one? She's probably not feeling it either and kind of rolls her eyes, but says, okay. Anyhow, so the thing is, there's not really any of the power dynamic that's suggested by that, you know. Each of us, I think, understands that we are fully empowered to check the other just by expressing dissatisfaction, you know. I'm less empowered than she is. Um, in that regard, probably. So it's much more likely that Rachel's dissatisfaction is going to check me than my dissatisfaction is going to check her, probably because I'm more unsatisfying. I mean, she's an INFJ, so she's trying to be perfect all the time. Obviously, she's gonna be more perfect than me, and from in terms of like FE, kind of how the other person feels in terms like she. I don't know if you remember if you were here or whatever, but earlier in the stream she was saying how she was sorry because she was grumpy earlier. Earlier we went to the store. She didn't get any sleep last night. She hadn't taken her Prozac yet, and I could tell she was just like she had that like I'm not feeling it right now. It could be anything. Yeah. You could fill in it with X and say X equals all the universe. So I made me immediately go. Uh, well, I suggested something. That's what happens. I suggested like, okay, well, if you added up this morning, which I guess you did, then maybe we could work on this second night that I'd like to perform on Tuesday and Wednesday. And she got this look on her face, just like, no, I'm not doing things today. But then, of course, that's not the word she says. Other people wouldn't have interpreted this look this way. It's because my calibers have all been adjusted according to Rachel's subtle range of expression. So is sort of a slight clouding of the face and wrinkled forehead to me looks like is the equivalent of like Stalin dressing down a subordinate. But anyway, I could see she was very much not feeling it. So we came back here and I was sort of expecting and was going to encourage if she wanted to for her to go isolate, do her thing. When Rachel's somebody who she wants to hang out with me plenty of the time, or she wants to hang out alone, but less commonly she wants to hang out with a group. Sometimes, like she went to the Discord server, I guess earlier, like as she had with the previous one, and hung out there some and stuff. But it's not the most common of her inclinations, right? It goes 213 instead of some other order of those numbers. If 1 equals alone, 2 equals with your partner, and 3 equals a group. 2 and 1 are probably about equal. Once I fall asleep, I think she has multiple hours when she has to herself before she falls asleep, and then after I get up, I've got multiple hours before she gets up to myself where I can like watch cartoons and stuff. So probably half and half. Anyway, I don't know where I was going with all this stuff. I'm just a stream of consciousness kind of musing, explicating the ways and the means of things. I don't have my glasses with me, so I can't read anything on the phone right now. When I get back inside, I'll read everyone's chats. But at the moment, I'm handicapped by my disability. So ageists and ableists out there, I'm subject to your ontological assault. I don't appreciate it. Yeah, I'm old. And that means I have to use glasses to read my phone. I'm sorry. I don't like it. I wish I either had to wear glasses all the time or not at all. Having to wear glasses some of the time is horrible, because what are you going to lose? It starts with G and ends with lasses. That's right, you're going to lose your glasses. First name G, last name lasses. Total name glasses. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that, Jace Page. May he rest in peace. All right, let's see what's been going on in the old chatteroo here. Your hands down are a great team together. Thanks, Manu John. I like your mysticism because it tells Rachel what Rachel likes to hear.
Yeah.
Is your dad an ISTJ first last? It is ssuartscire. Hi, Hero Lamb. How are you? I see you've dipped your hand into pink paint. Unless you're naturally that color. I've never seen anybody naturally that color. He is an ISTP, but he dabbles in stealing money when it comes to his accounting side job. That's a good second job. A great team together can push the limits farther and farther. And I'm tired of limits, so I'm going to push them. You know what else I'm tired of? Water. So I'm going to push it here on the stream at some point. I'm going to go up to the street and push the water.
It's supposed to rain, right?
Let's see. Expect light rain on Monday. That's fine. I can push it today. Hi, Cone Man. Yeah. Well, fatigue is well solved by bed. First, last. Maybe he is saving up for some extra special saw. Sawbucks is where I'm trying to go with that joke, but I can't get there. Okay, well, I don't know what's going on there, but it's fine. Terry Cheeves says you both truly love and respect one another. That is true, Terry Cheeves, and it's the most important thing of all. Although it's really two things, not just one thing. So I should say, and those are the most important things of all.
So in numerology, you're having a 1 day. It says, start new things today. Today is a day of new beginnings, leadership, and independence. Focus on yourself and future directions. Be open to new ideas and meeting new people. If you had an idea in the days prior to this day, then today is the day to put them into action. Trust your own intuitions and judgment over the advice of others. Today is a master day. You are in charge of your life and its affairs, and today is yours to use.
It's my day, everybody. It's my day. Thanks, Rachel.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you giving me the day.
You're welcome.
It does feel like that to me. I did start a new thing today. Started and finished, more or less. Well, I didn't finish it. Because the whole thing is the video, not just the list and the pictures. Nietzsche was a Nietzschean? You mean Nietzsche? Oh, yeah, Nietzsche was a mad genius. People just don't get him because he had a 250 IQ. I mean, I don't care what his IQ was. He was definitely not a genius. Nietzsche would be more interesting if he were alive today. That's true. I'm tired, can't be on long. It's late here. 7 hours ahead of Eric, says Cone Man. They once were a nickname for a $10 bill. Oh, Starbucks. With your INFJ power is needed to give the stream any strength. You're the only true INFJ that understands what it means to be one. Okay, so Rachel suggests that perhaps Cone Man didn't fully get this sarcasm yesterday. I'm not sure if that's correct or not. I thought Ruben's advice to Eric in the beginning was FE when it was TE. I used TE to use my FE and made eye contact with the cashier at Blue Jack to show respect. Currently writing a 14339 verse poem on how sleepy I am. Like, I need to go to bed soon-ish. Maybe now. But I'll just write the last line of this poem. Poem we can pretend is one word. There you go. Is it just syllables? Or is it metered in somewhere? I appreciate you presenting what you're doing so I could take it as a challenge to attempt it myself. Tomorrow is Saturday, maybe sleep. Yes, I think rain, yes. Hey, how are you feeling today, says Rebecca Towns. I'm feeling fine. How did your surgery go? Obviously, you lived through it. I don't have a channel, says Jace Page. Lemon, I'll answer your email tomorrow, says Cone Man. At the foot surgery yesterday morning. Oh. I don't know. I mean, some people believe shit like that, you know? I totally got over. Okay. Okay, good.
He's playing with it.
He was just playing with it. Every single apologetics over the internet basically just sums it up as that, where they try to explain them, and you're like, yeah, I know. I'm sleepy, went to bed, this is creepy, has no legs. Broke your foot in a car accident. Wow. Sorry to hear that. You broke both your foot, and hopefully not your car, maybe it was somebody else's car. That'd be easier for you if it was just a friend's car who was driving around with you. And the best is explaining how he wasn't a nihilist because of his life affirmation or love of fate. Nah, he was still a nihilist if you know what nihilism means. True that. By the way, I was in here yesterday. Nobody will care, but I think it wasn't cool. I engaged in negativity and I dislike it. I insulted Kay. She won't remember, and I don't like her, but it's not a better part of me. I remember. I'm sure she does too. Although I hadn't thought about it at all until you just mentioned it. But I don't Uh, I I don't disagree that it wasn't the best Hero Lamb, but don't be too hard on yourself. Uh, KE has the benefit of being FI polar, you know. I made a YouTube apology once. I was bawling my eyes out and telling people that my wife divorced me. They forgave me eventually, Karma's Pimp. Are you telling Karma's Pimp to forgive Nietzsche? Philosophy is pointless. It all leads to the same place. Where's that? Hey man, what's up? How's it going? What is up? Lots of stuff. How's it going? Fine. Apology is in defense. Hopefully you got lots of followers that day I talked to you. I don't remember talking to you, Travis Arnold, but I hope I did as well. Thank you for hoping on my behalf. I didn't accept apology on your behalf. I told him he shouldn't beat himself too much because KE's FI polar, but I didn't finish the thought. And she was definitely being plenty prickly herself. That's not me accepting an apology on your behalf, for fuck's sake. Did I say, I hereby accept your apology on KE's behalf? No, I did not. I'm commenting on what I think is the correct interpretation of things. It was done here in front of everybody, so it's certainly my prerogative to comment upon. And I don't appreciate you misrepresenting that as me accepting an apology on your behalf. I said you were prickly. I didn't say you insulted him. So stop trying to misrepresent what I'm saying. Okay, lady? You better stop that stuff. Okay. Well, I can't really cite an example of you being prickly. So, I guess I lose the point. Oh, well. It's too late to apologize. Yeah, it's too late.
What you say?
Oh, that you only meant well. Well, of course you did. Ooh, what you say?
That
It's all for the best. Of course it is. You'll both win your very own Hero Lamb apology someday. I don't think I'm going to win a Hero Lamb apology because I think Hero Lamb, generally speaking, likes me. Whereas I think, generally speaking, he doesn't like Kay. And I think that because he's explicitly said it.
Yay, Luminix! That's so great. What do you have planned for the weekend?
Apparently, she has woot woot planned. Woot woot is a Portland term. It means holding a luau in your backyard. So, Lou went and got a whole pig from the store. And she's going to start digging a pit soon. What was I thinking about earlier? How could anyone not like Kay? Well, I don't know. I like Kay, but liking is subjective, you know? So you don't have to justify it. And it isn't necessarily justified. I'm having my birthday party tomorrow night at my favorite monthly dance party. All right. Tonight, I'm staying in to rest up. So, Lou, are you going to be busting out any new dance moves at the party? Do you want me to help you with that? Because I could show you some possible dance moves that you could use.
Ooh, can we see them?
Yeah. What I'm going to show you first is the think about things dance. Okay. The think about things dance. Rachel could probably show it to you even better than I could.
Yeah, but you're good at it too.
Is it like this? Or like,
Baby,
like this?
I just need to know.
I think, Rachel, can you show them this dance? You're better at this dance than I am a lot.
I need to think about it.
Well, at least
It's like,
let's just see what it's supposed to look like more. Because I'm bad at dancing too.
it's like, baby, I just need to know. What do you think of me? Believe me, I'll always
Be there so you can tell me anything and I'll listen.
Yeah.
Like that.
Something
yeah.
like that. It's something like that.
Yeah. And then another possible dance move you could do at the party is the thug shake, which goes like this.
What about your
Oh, you want to do you could do the Axl Rose turn into Kirsten Dunst.
yeah.
You know, that's like this. Oh. Like that. Okay, that's the Kirsten, the Axl Rose turns into Kirsten Dunst. You could then segue into the thug shake from there, and then just do a little voguing. Okay, it's never a bad time to vogue. The dolphin embassy dance. Like that. I think it's like that. Oh, look, Larry, there's always a top of there. There's always a top of there. Everywhere and every time. Yes, there's a Tiffany. Earlier today, she was telling me that I stink. I think she may actually believe my name is Horrible Selfish Old Man. It's very INFJ of her. Needing confirmation again of what's not really any dispute in my mind. Spinning like a ballerina. I'm sure what Lou meant was, thank you, Eric, for teaching me these important dance moves. Because I did need to freshen up my repertoire of moves. Like this one. Basically, you pretend like you're riding a horse. And the horse is bouncing up and down. So you just stand in one place and do that. But you work the reins. Because obviously, you can't bounce up and down like that while also moving around. You lose your proper horse pace. You don't want to do like the Gangnam style two-legged horse thing. That's obviously fake. This looks like you're actually riding a horse. Okay. So, anywho, Lou, try that one out as well. It's called the horse. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you. And I appreciate your being enough of a connoisseur to recognize that. Sometimes it's like throwing pearls before swine around here. So, anywho, right, I was going to read you my list of top 20 anime of the 2020s. Pretty important list from the world's foremost expert on what's good in the world of anime, namely Eric. Yes, that's right. Yet another area of the world in which Eric is the most correct person. Not only typology, debate, evolution, whatever, but also anime. Wow. That's really impressive, Eric. You're the most right about so many things. Teach us your ways. I will when we go inside. I'll tell you which are the first 20 animes to watch if you haven't watched any of these yet, Obviously, you've watched it already, then go to the next one. Because your life's going to continue to be mid until you see these animes. That's how important they are to your development as a human being. These anime will launch you into space, land you on Mars, bring you back to Earth, and tuck you into bed. That's how exciting it'll be. All in the course of 22 minutes. I watched some really good ones today. But today and tomorrow are the two best days. It's really difficult to say which day is better, today or tomorrow. Today has Free Run, which is fantastic. Tomorrow I've got Apothecary Diaries, which is fantastic. Today's got Unwanted Undead Adventurer. Tomorrow's got Solo Leveling. I think Solo Leveling is a little bit. Well, I mean, it's really a toss-up. They're both fantastic. But Free Run is, wow, what a brilliantly crafted story. I don't really, I'm not, it matters to me somewhat that the animation style looked nice, but I'm not super obsessed with sort of eye nitpicking the look of the thing. Free Run looks gorgeous, but it's got such a brilliantly written story. The characters are so deftly crafted. It's just a masterwork. Apothecary Diaries is an equivalent level of deftness, but the difference is the story is more deftly crafted than Free Run, but the characters are less deftly crafted. But they're still, it's like in both instances, they're still elite on all levels. Hi, doggy. Hi. Oh, yes. Come here. Come see me. Oh, come see me. Hopefully this dog will come over and see me. I forget her name, but it's the neighbor's dog. She's really sweet. Come here. Oh, come to me. Come over here, doggy. Come see me. I love you. Let's go see. I'll go see over there and see if I can find the dog. Oh, I left my mango drink over here. Hi, doggy. Hi, sweetie. Can I pet you? She's over there. Hi. Yes, you're a sweetie. Yes, you are. Oh, look at you, you sweetie pie. Hello. What a sweetie. Thank you for coming to visit. Can I pet you? Oh, what a sweetie. Thank you. Thank you for coming to see me. What a sweetheart you are. Yes, you are a sweet dog. Yes. Anyway, she let me pet her up just for a second. And she said, I'm tired of you petting me. So she's like, just let me do my thing over here, all right? I'm just over here smelling some cat shit. I'm curious about it. I like to smell it. That dog lives with a cat, so even when the cats are outside, it won't bother them at all. It just, when it sees the cat, it just turns around and walks away. She's a great dog. What was that? So I need to eat something. I haven't eaten anything really all day today. Then I will read. That's the neighbor's dog. I forget what her name is, but she's such a good dog that they don't need to. They just let her wander around. She basically just stays in her yard. Every once in a while she'll come over to eat something badly. So that's why adverbs are important. Big difference between the sentence, I need to eat something bad, and I need to eat something badly. What do I want to eat? Well, sometimes I eat something badly. I'm going to eat some instant food first. If you eat enough instant food, then you don't even need to eat slow food. But I could go for a bagel. Rachel, you want a bagel?
Yeah.
We should eat something. Wait. Royal. I should just go get the toaster oven out of the car, huh?
Yeah, why not?
All right, let's go get the toaster oven. We went over to the new house and we brought the toaster oven back over here. We might put it back at that house so that vacationers have a toaster oven. But if we like the toaster oven a lot, we might keep it or get one for ourselves, you know. We're giving toaster oven a trial run, basically. So while we're walking to the toaster oven, I'm going to have a snack to tide me over, as my mother always said. Okay. Now let's get the toaster oven. Okay. So good. Look, it even has a setting for bagel. Okay. I made a short about this yesterday. It's so annoying. Why do they not simply cut the bagels all the way in half? What is up with this? Just cut it all the way in half for me, please. Can I have a partially cut in half bagel, please? Said no one ever. And then YouTube decided that my bagel short was inappropriate for advertisers somehow. How is a short in which I say that all I did was when I showed you the bagel, right? Like, this is the entire short. I'll reenact the short right now. There are enough for 2 bagels. I might have to take this little tray out. Okay, so the short was literally this. It was nothing, it was not even 10 seconds long. It's like, why are bagels all like this? Why don't they just cut it all the way in half for me? That's all the whole short was, or that. And YouTube decided somehow that it was not appropriate for advertisers.
Yeah, that's so strange.
What could their automated thing possibly have picked up that's questionable in that?
Yeah.
There. Okay. So I put it on bagel toast as the temperature, on bagel as the function, and on bagel as the timer. So hopefully it will work. We've got a bagel and we've also got whipped cream cheese. So this is going to be a fine taste sensation of a treat. I feel confident that Rachel and I are both going to enjoy this delicious snack. All right, where did I find my glasses? Cheese is good too. Yangtze? I don't even think I've ever seen that. I don't know if I've heard of it. K.E., you're not appreciating nearly enough how well constructed that narrative is. Whatever other resemblances it bears to whatever else is irrelevant. Hi, Amber. Hi, Annabelle. I hope Amber and Annabelle have an amazing afternoon. because I like alliteration. Right, are you gonna eat any more of these cinnamon rolls? No, me neither. I'm gonna toss them.
Those are so good though.
I know. I want to make them again.
Me too.
This time I really didn't eat enough of them or take advantage enough of them. I wish I had eaten more of them when they were fresh, hot out of the oven. They were just spectacular.
Oh, I know.
Well, I'll deal with that. Oops. I've got cleaning to do. Alright. We'll throw this trash away. That's not doing any good. That's done. Alright, let me wash my hands. Those peppered salamis are too peppery.
Yeah, they are.
I like the idea of peppered salami, so I was like, oh, that's good. We'll get, instead of just regular salami, we'll get peppered salami. It's actually extremely spicy.
It is. It takes away from the salami taste.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to get some cream cheese. And I'm going to teach you in my patient, loving way how to put cream cheese onto a bagel.
Do I not do it well?
No, darling. It's a joke about how whatever it is I'm doing, it's more fun for me to do it if I pretend like I'm teaching other people how to do it.
That's true.
Okay, so since you guys do not know how to do this, obviously, I'm going to teach you. What we're going to do here, first, you've made the right decision and you've gotten the whipped cream cheese from the store. Don't get the hard to spread kind. If you're having trouble spreading your cream cheese, check what kind of cream cheese you have. You're going to look here. We've got some cream cheese on a knife. We've got half a bagel. We're just going to smoosh it around, okay? Schmooze it. What you want to do is get every part of the bagel covered with some of the cream cheese. But you don't want too much cream cheese. So a nice thin layer of cream cheese on every part of the bagel produces an optimal bagel and cream cheese experience, okay? I'm going to put just a touch more right there to fill in that spot. Okay, now that's a cream cheese bagel. Carefully executed cream cheese bagel. And you know, one of these tubs of cream cheese is about the right amount for one bag of bagels. We'll have a little bit left over. So this, I put too much probably on this one, but I probably put a little too little on that one. So I may take some of this excess here. We'll just put it with our pudding fingers on this one. Make it a little thicker. Okay, there we go. Now, we've got 2 more halves to go, and about this much cream cheese left in the tub. Should be just about right. We're just gonna scrape it from the sides with our scraping knife. Put that on there. And now, smoosh, spread, schmooze, push, put, pull, spread, smoosh, and put that there, and do a little bit over here, put that over there. Leave that as is for now. We don't have a whole lot left in the tub. I want to make sure the other one has a full coating as well. And we're just going to use the same knife that we used to schmooze before. Schmooze around the cream cheese in a most spread-like fashion. I'm just going to push, put, pull, and schmooze. Put, push, pull, and schmooze. Just like that. This one has more than the other one does on, so put a little extra over here on this one. It's good. And we have a little bit left in the tub, so might as well just use the rest of this. I don't think we're really at huge risk for over cream cheesing. So, especially we've got a little leeway here on this one before it gets over cream cheese. I think we're fine. And that's good enough. You know, a little scrape or two down here I could get out, but it's difficult to get out with this knife. I need to get a spoon probably. Okay, so that's it for the cream cheese. It's empty enough. We're going to put the lid back on it, and we're going to go put it in the trash can. Perfect amount of cream cheese for 1 bag of bagels. If you put on this amount of cream cheese every time. So, keep that in mind. It's good to eat. Plan ahead. Be aware that you're going to need either more bagels or more cream cheese if you don't spread the right amount on every time. I'm not quite sure where my beloved glowing angel has gone to, but that's fine. All right. We're going to eat some bagels, and then I'm going to read you my list so that you too can know the 20 best anime of the 2020s. I love 600 pages of AO3 slow burn. I don't know what AO3 slow burn is. Let's eat. Mm-hmm. This is still warm, so I'm gonna put it in for a minute. We've got a minute and a half. Okay. The exciting world of microwaving is yours to view. What do you think? Let's do some explosive YouTube action here. As you can see, that cup the whole time is going around and around. It's like, kind of like motocross combined with snowboarding combined with big wave surfing. Thrills, chills, bills, stills, and mills. We're gonna drink this coffee with our mouth right now. And we'll have bagels to go with it, don't you know? You're welcome, darling. Okay, so as soon as I'm done eating this bagel, I will be reading to everybody. I know everyone's waiting with bated breath for me to read my list of top 20 in order, 20 to 1. We're going to read it backwards, 20 to 1. Very warm. But not undrinkably so. You don't share it with people? You don't share your list of good anime with people? Well, I do understand that women have good reason to be generally less open about themselves than men do. Well, no, I do. Now, I'm very open about myself, but if I was a chick, that would invite all kinds of other shit that it doesn't invite because I'm a dude. I asked you for, I don't know, I don't remember I explicitly did today or not, but I meant to if I didn't. I explicitly asked you for your input on it. It's just like kind of interesting for me to see if I'm still just kind of testing to see how much of a difference the titles really make, I know thumbs make a fairly decent difference sometimes, but it doesn't mean I want to spend time paying attention to that. All right, well, in this case, I thought, well, I want a better thumb than just a picture of my face. It just seems like, well, I guess that's a little better. Maybe I just put my face with it. Then they'll at least know that they're going to get me. You like X because you have daddy issues. Is that why I like X so much? I wonder what X is. Well, if I like it a lot, it might be like weed.
I don't know if I'm gonna take ecstasy at the LCD sound system show.
You do whatever you want,
I'm
first
so
of all.
afraid.
Second of all, I was just speculating that, who knows, maybe we'll be able to get something fun like that there.
Could, yeah. I'm going to bring little stones so that people who are cool nearby, I can be like, hey, here's a little gift for you. I did that at the last show I went to, and I actually got something back. Like someone else had something too, and we swapped. We really gave each other gifts. It was so cute.
Sounds cool. Well, maybe I'll make something out of clay.
Yeah.
You know, I could make little clay cows. You know, some four-legged-ish thing. It could be whatever animal you want, really. It's got 4 legs. You had a big burst one week. We checked the titles that week. No, I don't think it would give us an idea of what titles bring viewers. I suspect that week was the first week that they boosted vertical live streaming or something like that. So it might tell us about. This is a tricky thing with YouTube. You never know what exactly is going on. You just don't, and you can draw limited conclusions from data like that.
Mommy loves you. Yes, I do.
Sometimes you know what's going on. Like,
trouble. Mommy loves you so much. Mommy and Daddy love you. Yes. And Mommy and Daddy love each other. Oh, yes.
like there's certain kinds of things that I could do that I know would hit at a certain amount, and I understand that it's reliable and why it's reliable. Like how I can do shorts on construction vehicles in which I express both sort of admiration of the construction thing and confusion about it. And then people and be like, what's this thing for? And then I'll get a steady like 5,000 views a pop, you know? Because people want to answer that question for me. I understand why. It's like they want to explain to me what the thing is. I get wanting to explain things. And they're likable videos because for people who are into that kind of stuff or whatever, I'm an outsider expressing both appreciation and interest in the thing without stepping on the toes of their expertise at all. So I feel like I fully understand the mechanism of that. Of course, I don't want to make those kind of videos all the time. It's ridiculous. Oh, I'm sure it works, Rubenar. I'm not denying your expertise here. I believe you completely. But I was saying in regards to that week that Winston's mom's talking about, it's unlikely to link to titles, right? If you see a big change in the numbers for a week like that, I'm not. I am saying though that I think that do you agree with me, Ruben, that if you see a big burst of numbers like that for a week for the live streams, that it's unlikely to have anything to do with titles or something like that, because my titles aren't going to change that much. I'm going to change that much. It'd probably be something else. It could be like, say, a week when big drama was going on, like somebody asked, or maybe it was Winston's mom. It might be Marty or some other drama that could explain it. But if it's drama, then that's not informative really about the titles. Even if it's true that titling more in keeping with Ruben's principles would would improve the numbers. And if you can't identify anything specific during that week that seems like it explains it, then it's probably explained by when they first introduced live streaming to the shorts feed, the first week of that, in which they were probably pushing that. They pushed certain things temporarily to give them extra meow so that you get people to do that, and then they balance it out again. That's what I think. I don't know if that's true or not, but frogs eat anything they can. Least fussy eater you know. Do you know a lot of frogs? If so, are you on a first name basis with them? Or do you call them son? Frog son. Making the reader curious will forever generate more attention than alternatives that don't. I agree with you. I like what you're saying. But what we're trying to deal with here in isolation, that sudden meow of numbers, I think that's explained by something temporary and not universal principle. Host Eric accused me of this. That's a great title. 3 shots of vodka and a voila? And voila. Oh. I was thinking you'd misspelled viola, but no, you're spelling voila. 3 shots of vodka and voila. Hero Lamb has set a trap for anybody who wants that yellow square. Would you like to breathe underwater, Elaine? Because if so, I can make it happen. All you need to do is send me $1,500 and I'll give you scuba diving lessons. You just need to also buy all the scuba equipment and come pick me up and take me to the beach and teach me how to do scuba diving. Then I will show you the way. Host Eric finally getting canceled? That's a good title, first blast. So what are the 3 things introverts linked to introversion? Well, receptive to whatever. In other words, receptive, not proactive, is generally the case with introverts because they've either got a knowledge function first or a deliberation function first. So receptive to the world rather than proactive or creative or whatever. What do you think about this, Ruben? Cut off, watch this if you want to see, and just say, why I'll never get typed by host Eric again. You won't believe it.
Oh my God, KE, when I went vegan, I missed cheese so much. Oh my gosh, not being able to eat pizza was so difficult. Vegan cheese is like so gross.
I think before we met, our soul connection, during those times when you weren't eating cheese, I was probably physically sick, like, get a cold or something.
Yeah, probably. Although, yeah.
Well, not half the length, but it is a little shorter. I do try to make titles short, or I don't try at all. It's like, so my take on titles is either I'm going to try, in which case, but even when I don't try at all, I still try to come up with the shortest version of what I'm trying to say.
It was rough, KE. It was so rough. And French fries I couldn't eat too because French fries are usually cooked in the same oil as meat. It was like so difficult. So difficult.
Okay, Ruben, I'm going to back down on this one. I didn't measure it, so, and I don't want to, so I'm just going to concede the point. It is exactly half the length. You're welcome. I keep thinking Brazil, but you have said it's not Brazil to me multiple times, Ke. Ke doesn't live in Brazil. She lives in Guatemala.
I thought it was a healthier lifestyle, and I was like, because I care about animals a lot. So I was like, wow, like I'm eating meat and processed things from animals. I should like kind of change my ways. It didn't last long. It lasted like 5 months, and then I was like, I want to socialize. I need to socialize, so I'm not going to be a difficult vegan. I'm going back to eating regular food. But yeah, it probably would have been easier going from vegetarian to vegan. I went straight to vegan. I don't know. I was trying to be healthy.
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by running on autopilot. So, I think for everybody, there are sort of states of flow in which certain parts of their attention are running on autopilot, while another part is exercised in full bloom, taking up sort of all the attentional space. That would be called a state of flow, and it continues forward, meow, 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 right? If you mean that, then everybody enters states of flow, but it's different as to how that expresses according to their function stack. If you mean running on autopilot on a sensory level, like, for example, you're driving the car, but you're so lost in thought in your head that you have no recollection of ever getting off the freeway and how did I get here? I'm parking all of a sudden. Do you mean that? Then yeah, I would say that correlate that specific kind of thing with SE stuff where you're doing things but so lost in your head that that you aren't paying attention to what you're doing at all. Ruben, I think it's different from you for you. I think that you are paying attention, you're just not retaining because you're SI polar. But for say INTP, it's a little different. Like for I've had this experience too where I'm like driving and so lost in thought that I I don't even realize sort of autopiloted to wherever. Sometimes I don't go to the right place, right? I'm just autopiloting, talking to Rachel. Sometimes even when I'm talking to Rachel and not even lost in my own head, I'll be like, wait, where am I going? And I find I'm going to the wrong place, That kind of autopilot that I'm talking about, that very much links to any one or two. And yeah. So um I think it is important to note that I think in general being lost in thought isn't specific to any type. So I'm speculating a lot about what he means by autopilot, right? I think how you're lost in thought a lot of times if something important's going on, like some shit went down at work and you're driving home, you're going to be very much consumed with thoughts about that, probably no matter who you are, you know? So, in that regard, I don't think there's enough, eh, except for the specific phenomenon I'm talking about, where it's like I'm talking to Rachel or really anying in my head,
Mm-hmm.
then I don't think it's specific to NE to be lost in thought and be on autopilot.
Well, I turn on music in the car. When I drive, the music is usually on and it keeps me out of my head. Because I ignore NE, right? So.
I mean, you're usually on your phone. Like being an NE, right? Is I'm on my phone, but I'm my own phone,
Mm-hmm.
right? Rachel's not her own phone. So she's either paying whatever she's paying attention to, she's paying attention to in full. It's either her
Yep.
phone, me, the music.
Yeah.
But unlike me, who's uh I'm talking, my eyes are also looking around like no, oh look, deers. Oh, anyway, blah 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 blah,
Yeah.
blah, right?
Yeah.
She's not splitting her attention like that.
I can't split my attention. Whenever, like, I've said this before and I'll say it again, like whenever they say that like women are multitaskers, I was always like, I can't multitask for shit, like at all. And I feel bad sometimes, like, I'll be rude and half listen to what Eric's saying because I'll be on my phone at the same time, and like he like right away knows like that I'm not like completely listening, and it's I feel bad after that. I'm like, oh damn, that's really rude of me.
Padawan Rangebender, I meant to read your previous thing. I forgot it, but I'll go back to it now. What I mean is, most of my day, I think in my head continuously and complete most tasks subconsciously. I do it so often that whatever I'm doing is done properly. My response to that is, um, that's only informative somewhat if we know how familiar those tasks are to you. So if they're new tasks and you're able to do that, I don't know what to say about that. If they're very familiar tasks, then that is not inconceivable for any tool. But again, well, I mean, since you're saying it's like all day, every day, what are you in your head doing? Are you saying a lot of words in your head? You sound great, K. KE is great. I need to switch tasks very, very often so they feel new so I don't want to die doing them. Boy, that sounds familiar. Analyzing things, thinking about processes, etc. Okay. So, can you give me an example of like, what the words in your head would be of you thinking about a process? Give me an example of you thinking about a process. Well, KE, I'm afraid I'm going to have to agree with you. You are not very good with compliments. You need to work on that extremely hard. You're better with critique like that. If you're not very good with compliments, I'm assuming you are very good with harsh reality checks. I would say it was more aw shucks than oh shucks.
Yeah, I meant aw shucks. Thanks for correcting me.
Sorry, darling, I can't help it.
No, it's supposed to be aw shucks.
Well, because the thing is, oh shucks is more like I made a big mistake, but I'm not taking it seriously, right? Like, oh shucks, I just knocked over this whole big thing, right? Whereas aw shucks is like bashful.
Yes.
To make sure I stay on track, sometimes I talk myself through the tasks I'm doing because I get distracted. Now I robotically say, thanks, I appreciate it. Buy my $500 compliment accepting program. I have an ill daughter. I'm sorry to hear that, Elaine. Okay, we're back outside. And we're better than ever. And I'm going to come back outside. I'm not just going to stand around and smoke. I'm going to get something else done at the same time so I can be productive. I'm going to use the Rubin School of Task Managing Multitasking. The law of whatever it was called. Can you automate a task? Yeah. In this case, I'm going to automate smoking. And it's going to allow me to multitask. I'm going to leave my coffee here. I'm going to bite the bullet. I'm going to leave the coffee here. I'm going to accept that as an acceptable loss. We're going to get the big pusher, which we need to push things. And then, while I smoke a cigarette, I'm not going to try to get the whole thing done or anything crazy like that. But while I smoke a cigarette, I will push some water. And you know what? It's already limited advertising, so fuck it. Get out of here, y'all. What is the style? Why is taco? Well, ah! Well, that's better. It's not perfect, but I could go get a broom and broom it. I just still have like half of the cigarette left because I didn't really automate it. I kind of smoked between pushes. This is actually less automatable than peeing, I think. Okay. All right. So what we're going to get next is this yellow broom here. But you know what? Yeah, I'll get the yellow broom. Yellow broom's good. And then I just put the big pusher back. There. That's fine. Okay, now let's get the yellow broom. And we're going to go up there. We're going to push the rest of that water. And then hopefully we have a little bit of time before it fills up again. Although, I mean, I wouldn't lament the rain if it happened. I just push the water again, whatever. But like if a sudden unexpected storm comes in tonight and fills this whole thing up again, that would be a little frustrating. Okay. Said it before. Let's say it again. Got out here, y'all. Water. Get. You. Get out of here. Mother of fuck. Well. That was a pain in the ass. Not good exercise. Woo. That's a bit of a workout. That's my my version of the Peloton. Except instead of pretending to ride a bike in the mountains, I'm actually sweeping in the mountains. Or, to use a scientific term, pushing water. See you later, chat. Everyone's leaving. Have a good evening. Drive safely. Don't make any bad decisions. You'll be fine. Okay. Hi, grandchild Bingleton Coochie Smith. I'm well today. How are you? Caroline, hello. Coleman says, yes, Caroline, isn't the feeling ignored of not being enough? Well, you remember Richard Simmons' advice. You need to like yourself. Like every part of yourself. Even the parts you don't approve of. Words feel big. I'm kind of small. Sometimes, like this moment, the smell of the spring air gives me an odd, not unpleasant feeling of anticipation and nostalgia. Yeah, smells will do that. Well, I mean, he's a deal maker, you know? That's what Musk is first and foremost. He's a deal builder and maker. Like, he puts together business ideas and stuff, things that are going to make money. So, people think that because he's very successful at that, he should also have some sort of status as a guru, whatever. Let me see if Padawan ever answered my previous question. How SE is an advanced form of NE and SI. Like, if an ESTP fiddles with something in his hands, he can learn better. He uses NE to fiddle and SI to retain information. I don't think fiddling with your hands is an example of extroverted intuition. But I appreciate your example of process analysis. So, okay, if you're thinking about that kind of stuff all day long, you know, it's hard to say what type you are, but I can never really type people from information they select to give me, right? It's not inconsistent what you're saying with any up top somewhere. Yeah, I didn't, Ruben R. I'm gonna start calling you Coach R. Coach Ruben Pill. I'm gonna start calling you Coach Ruben Pill. I didn't automate, delegate, or procrastinate. Anyway, night people, I hope I don't see you as often as I have last week. So not because I don't like you, but because I'm being busy in real life. It's good for the soul sometimes. It is. That's true. It's good to have a mix of different things. Um, in your life. Does anyone here ever get a feeling of being unimportant and forgettable? Like how most people get forgotten in the future? Even in the present, most people don't care or value us. Um, do I ever feel unimportant and forgettable? I would say I guess not, but I guess I also don't feel important and memorable. I think I don't feel things along that vector very much. If I'm really feeling low, I might feel like everything I do is shit, you know, temporarily. But then it's about the quality of my work more than anything else, I guess. How am I doing today? Doing well. It's tough to ignore your ego. Sure, it is. I analyze and go back and forth. I relate with S.E. Polar. You can always make an appeal if they do. An appeal to what? If who do what? An appeal to what if who do what? When young, you are usually wrapped up in your world. As you age, much of that falls away and you learn the realities of the world. Well, I think I'm still as wrapped up in my world as ever, but I make fewer mistakes. That's me. I'm not saying you and I should be the same. I want to be king of the world in a passive way. I don't want to be king of the world, but I think I should. That's how you and I differ there. Being forgotten in the future doesn't really bother me, says Lou. I'll be elsewhere, but in the present, sure. Maybe, or control and awareness with privacy and lack of responsibility. Bingo said mods don't ban me. Oh. Why would you get banned? I have yet to encounter a single thing from you that's remotely bannable. Being valued and known with, like a famous person, but with privacy and freedom. That's true. I mean, I want that. I mean, the privacy thing's not a big deal to me, but in terms of like keeping my business private, but in terms of not having people around, that's a big deal. I like that a lot. I like isolation. I don't necessarily like privacy. I want physical privacy, you know? I want control of my physical space and limiting the amount of people who can access it. Caroline says, I just want one person to value and know me. Martin Luther King Jr. Same, Caroline, but I think if I'm being 100% honest, I'd be satisfied if that one person was me. Yeah, Caroline, remember the rule of Richard Simmons. Like yourself. Even the parts of you that you're not proud of. Could I pry? No, I don't want to do that, CP. Thank you very much. I probably could in theory, but I mean, maybe I couldn't. I'd probably be very pee shy, especially if I was trying to hold open your eyes. Yeah, well, may I suggest that short film with Pauly Shore? A short 10-minute film in which Pauly Shore plays Richard Simmons. Very moving. Both Rachel and I cried. Just 10 minutes long. Oh, I mean, he's not just pretty darn good. He's perfect. He's absolutely perfect as Richard Simmons. I can't imagine anybody else playing the role now. Do you think lots of people who think they are INTP are actually ISTJ? Meaning, I think I have 4 FE, I must be INTP. I feel that INTP can be quite good at FE when socialized young. Yeah, I think plenty of INTPs are actually ISTJs, or or ESFPs or ISFPs sometimes. INFJs sometimes think they're INTPs, but INFJs are often, usually they don't really have a whole shit ton of certainty regarding their type. They can, doubt it easily enough. Good times, Smith, so good. What's SMTH? Something? Yeah, but wouldn't you want to be accepted for who you really are? Who, me? Sure, I'd like to be accepted for who I really am. Not much is better than being yourself with someone and them loving you. Well, I would not disagree with that here, Lamb, but I would affirm the opposite side of it. Not much is worse than being yourself with someone and them not loving you. Like if you're in a relationship with somebody and you're being yourself and they're giving you like any amount of like eye roll or like ew or whatever, that's terrible. Exactly, Lou. And then when people tell me they love me, I ask them how they could say that they love me when they don't know or understand me. Well, because what they mean, Caroline, is that they afford you the status of love, that they care about your well being, um, say, a lot more than they do about somebody at work. They're telling you how important you are to them, not about their emotions. That's what I think. But because I think I don't know if this might not be true for FI people, but I think FE people in general, when they're talking about love, it's uh, more important as a relationship status thing. Like you've elevated a level of importance from just you're my friend and I like you, For FI people, it may link directly to a specific emotion. I'm not sure. But I notice sometimes, well, I mean, I notice frequently that Rachel will say, like, oh, I want to touch you. I love you so much. And she'll reach over, like, grab my arm or whatever. I guess for a long time, I assumed that was just her being, like, extra attentive to the basic periodic reassurance of an affirmation that should go along with a relationship, you know? But I'm beginning to think in those moments she's struck by a specific emotion, which is going to be more conscious for her than it is for me. Sixth slot, you know? I feel it's wanting to be seen that I crave, to be understood and valued as a result of that understanding. To be understood and valued as a result of that understanding. Well, I mean, I understand you. As to whether I value you as a result of that understanding, I'm not sure. I do value you. I think you're a very valuable voice around here, although you and I have been contentious plenty of times. Um, I do understand you, I think, pretty well, and I do value you. So maybe that's why you're here. But the thing is, I probably don't understand you as you want to be understood. So, there can sometimes be a conflict between wanting to be understood and understanding that other people's understanding is predicated on their perception, not ours, you know. A teacher once told me that all readings are healings in a way because you're acknowledging another being on a spirit level, and that is rare in day-to-day life. I think that's a great notion for all good readings, but I know from Rachel showing me some of the readings that she explicitly doesn't like, that those, in my mind, are not doing that. They're not acknowledging the equal legitimacy of the other, but instead seeing the other as a spiritual project that they can provide, like, directions, instructions on. Okay, what you need to do is meow. Okay, right now you're really in a place where you're thinking meow, but you need to do meow and meow and meow. Get out there, girl, and go to the gym. That does not qualify as acknowledging another being on a spirit level in my mind. That qualifies as being a dumbass TE bossy fucking tell you what to do. Is there any relationship with INTP and being annoyed by TE DOMs, or more specifically, causing INTP to be too serious? TE DOMs will say we need to do this and this and this, and INTP saying no, we don't. Well, I think both NTPs have that kind of relationship with both TE DOMs. So yeah, I don't think it's informative regarding ENTP or INTP, but it's informative regarding the NTPs. Yes, TI, I agree with you, Conan 3. I'm not going to disagree with this one at all. TI. Or, a good t-shirt would be TI um, TI minus cool equals TE. That'd be a good way to put it. Even though that's totally not true, but it would be funny anyway. Oh, I never did read my list of anime. Thank you for reminding me first, Les. I want to read it. We're going to go down from 20 all the way to 1. This is from anything released between 2020 and today. Okay. Number 20, Handyman Saito in Another World. Okay, it's an isekai about an ISTJ handyman who gets isekai'd to a world where his skills are actually valued highly rather than just undervalued as they are in current day Japan. Number 19, Tear Moon Empire. Excellent show. It's a show about basically like Marie Antoinette character gets guillotined, but then gets sent back in time to like 6 years before, but has learned all the things she has learned in the ensuing years and tries to prevent herself from getting guillotined again. It's an excellent show. Number 18, Reborn as a Vending Machine. I Now Wander the Dungeon. Do I need to explain it? The title says it all. Reborn as a vending machine, I now wander the dungeon. You might say, well, how does the vending machine wander? He gets carried around by this strong girl. Number 17, one of the current seasons. So this season isn't even done yet, but I've included those ones on the list because it's a short period of time we're covering. Sasaki and Peeps. Good job, Sasaki and Peeps. One of the most story moving forward first episodes I've ever seen in terms of all the various shit that happens in the first episode is crazy. And in general, throughout the show, well, not now it's starting to slow down and get into some more detailed plot elements, but it just moved incredibly, packed so much stuff in there. It's about a guy who goes to another, who gets a bird at a pet store, and the bird turns out to be a reincarnated sage from another world. He begins traveling back and forth, doing merchant stuff, etc. Okay, number 16, Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man, number 16. It's about a guy who turns into a guy with a chainsaw for a head and chops people up and stuff. Number 15, Campfire Cooking in Another World with My Absurd Skill. Wonderful show. I was really enamored with this when it came out. It is what I called it, online grocery. His skill in the other world is basically he can access an online grocery store. All right. Shangri-La Frontier, number 14, Shangri-La Frontier. That's of the current season. I think it may have been a previous season of it. I'm not entirely sure. But no, there hasn't been, actually. It's very action-packed, pretty lighthearted, not like brilliant in terms of the storyline or anything, but super well-paced and fun. Number 13, Tsukamichi Moonlit Fantasy. Tsukamichi Moonlit Fantasy. It's about a guy who he gets reincarnated to another world, but the goddess in charge of the world is very snobby about looks, and he's deemed too ugly to be treated well by her. So she gives him some powers that she can't help but give him, and then she sends him off to this shitty place and says, just stay out of my sight. And then, of course, he ascends to be the most beast of them. All right, number 12. The Weakest Tamer began a journey to pick up trash. Beautiful story about a girl who has to leave her village, and she's got like 0-star skill as a tamer, but she tames this slime, and she makes her way through the world, pretending to be a boy, and slowly getting rich by sort of a sequence of accidents and hard work. Very sweet story. I enjoyed a lot. Number 11, Villainous Level 99. I may be the hidden boss, but I'm not the demon lord. Very funny show, very fast paced, very like heartfelt in moments as well, and it has all your classic isekai elements. You know, the person gets reincarnated as level 99 villainous, but because she's reincarnated and not the villainous character, she's a good guy. And that's why it's called I May Be the Hidden Boss, but I'm not the Demon Lord. Number 10, The Unwanted Undead Adventurer. Excellent show. Adventurer dies, becomes much stronger as an undead after death, even though that normally doesn't happen. Interesting show, fun, real good this season. Number 9, Solo Leveling. Solo Leveling. This one is about a world in which gates open into dungeons, and the dungeons can only be dealt with via people with like swords and dragons stuff. In other words, modern weapons don't work on them, but the gates go back and forth between the modern world and the dungeons. Anyway, this guy almost dies, but achieves some and now he's playing a different game than everybody else. He can solo level while everybody else doesn't. It doesn't work like that. It's fun. Number 8, Mashal, Magic and Muscles. This one is about a guy who has no magic power at a magic academy and being the most badass of everybody anyway because he's so buff. He's so strong. He's worked his muscles so much. Number 7, Hell's Paradise. Hell's Paradise. In this one, these condemned criminals have to travel to an island with their basically like samurai keepers, and they're trying to bring back the elixir of eternal life, but it's this island filled with deformed, crazy things. Number 6, Blue Lock. Blue Lock. The only sports anime on the list is a soccer anime. It was absolutely spectacular. I highly recommend it to anybody. It made it all the way up to 6 on the list. Number 5, Jujutsu Kaisen. Jujutsu Kaisen. Super action-packed, a little bit less character and story-driven, but super well-done action scenes. I love the way it's drawn. It's great. Number 4, we're going all the way back to 2020. For So I'm a Spider, So What? One of my favorite all-time anime. Absolutely delightful. Lady gets reincarnated as a spider. The rest of her class gets reincarnated as people. But she's like, so what? Fuck it. And she becomes super badass, you know. Number 3, Jobless Reincarnation. Woo! A beautiful love story, a strange concept about somebody isekai and then spending their isekai season, all of season 2 anyway, trying to overcome erectile dysfunction. It's an absolutely beautiful love story ultimately. Number 2, made it all the way to number 2, but not to number 1. Number 2, Apothecary Diaries. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Let me just tell you, this thing has the most beautifully constructed storyline, mystery kind of things, all of which tie into central mystery, and it's like constantly surprising you and moving you. The main character is ESP girl. She's great. She's a pharmacist or whatever, and apothecary, basically like, you know, an herbalist slash drug maker and all-purpose sleuth medicine knowledgeable person. And she works at the palace. Anyway, I'm excited to see what happens in the Apothecary Diary. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert. Okay. Is her boss, the guy who like bought her from the concubinery, is he really a eunuch? Or does he still have his junk? I'm beginning to question if he's really a eunuch. Okay, and then number 1. Drum roll, please. Frieren, Beyond Journey's End. Such a beautiful cartoon. So beautiful, so deep, so deep and light at the same time. Perfectly paced. Populated by unique, richly developed characters. Just absolutely brilliant. And the story concept is Freyrin is the elf mage of the hero's party. The hero's party goes to kill the demon lord and everything, does all the stuff, saves the world. Now it's like 100 years later, not quite 100 years, like maybe 60 years later, let's say. And the hero has now died because he's human. And then at the beginning of the show, like this old priest that was with the party too, now he's dying, and she takes on his student. And then the old dwarf, he's still got some years left, but he's feeling too old to go do stuff now. So anyway, she's got this new group of young people. There's no urgent thing, but it's a show that includes a certain amount of flashbacking, not a ton of it. I normally don't like flashback stuff at all, but this show nevertheless is at number one. It is the most like existentially resonant anime you could imagine. It's beautiful. So that's what my list is. There you go, 20 to 1. I will share this list for anybody who wants to look at it. If you're wondering about certain things, it may be that they didn't qualify. It had to have started at 2020 or later. So like My Hero Academia started in 2017. AOT started way back in 2013. Yes, it was still going on in the 2020s, but started way back in 2013. Reincarnated as a slime. That one started in 2018. Overlord started in 2018. Fire Force started in 2019. Those ones all certainly would have made the list, but they didn't qualify. So I will share with you this list in case anybody else wants it. And it's not like I had to scrape any bottom of a barrel to get to 20. I was originally planning on doing 10. I had too many on the list. With 20, I had to pick between a few for the last one. So those are all excellent. Okay, good night. Goodbye, first last. No problem. Okay, well, it's a little complicated, Winston's mom. You see, basically, she was working at the palace as an employee, and then she got laid off due to a miscommunication between the two of them as to whether she wanted to stay on at work. And so then she started working at the concubinery, except not selling her body, but just like doing the other stuff, like serving people tea and playing chess with them or whatever. And so when he finds out about this, he freaks out because he didn't want her. He wants her as an employee. He's like, why would she go do this instead of being an employee at the palace? And then he goes and sees her, and they have a conversation, and she realizes, oh, her shitty FE miscommunicated to him what she actually wanted, and he thought that she really wanted to leave when she really wanted to stay. And so then now he has to buy her back from the concubinery, and but he wants her back because like she's already proved this, like that she's his star employee. She's already like solved these cases for him and solved various problems for him. And besides which, well, like the way the show positions it, he's kind of like a spoiled boy who doesn't like to let go of his favorite toy. But I'm beginning to doubt whether he's really a eunuch now, even though he's smooth as a lady on his face and everything. In one scene, she's supposed to costume him, dress him up in a costume so he can go out in the town and not get recognized because he's a high-ranking official. And for a moment, just to see what it looks like, he can't see what she's doing. She puts lipstick on him, and she and the other servants are like, oh my God, he looks so much like a chick. So I'm conflicted as to whether he's actually a eunuch or not. There's been plenty of evidence to suggest he is a eunuch, but there's been now, in the most recent episode, at least a little bit of evidence to suggest that instead of being in the eunuch class. He's actually a class above that in the royalty class. Anyway, I said spoiler alert, so if you're not caught up with Apothecary Diaries, I just spoiled a lot of stuff for you. Why did the eunuch buy a concubine? Sounds like a setup for a joke, right? I don't know what the punchline would be. Why did the eunuch buy the concubine? I don't know. Because she was his sister and wanted to set her free. That's not a funny joke. Eric, with your FI polar, I can't see it. I'll have to go inside and scroll down. It's not current with the chat inside, so I can't see it through the window. Hold on a second. Oh, I got my glasses. That's the other question. Do I have them with me? No. Of course not. Winston's mom, you killed it with that. You killed it with that joke setup. I'm very impressed. Excellent answer. Because a prostitute costs too much. Excellent. Because he wanted to get to the other thigh. Also excellent. You get a wonder point. Wonder point. You get one. I'm giving you one for both of them. Although, really, I think they totaled over one, but under 1.5, so I'm writing down. Fred Goldust gets laid all the time in his head. Well, really, that's fine, but just remember there's only one hole in your head good enough for that, all right? These ones are too small. This one is out only. These ones, they're in or out, but they're too small. Well, they linked Karma's Pimp to the initial question, why did the eunuch buy a concubine? Because the eunuch was a cannibal. Wonder point. Also excellent. Also excellent, Padawan, range bender. All right. You know, what I might have to do, I might have to look into how much it would cost, or if it's a big difficulty or whatever, how to make a Wonder Points blockchain token. Could be like an Ethereum token or a Solana token or something. Solana's a little bit more like, hip than Ethereum. Caroline, has your social life been busy? Have you been going to some PTA meetings? Have you been going to your church ladies' socials? Have you joined the League of Women's Voters? Because the eunuch was a cannibal. That's my favorite one, I gotta say. To get to the other thigh, that's a great punchline to a different setup. So that's a better punchline to the setup. Why did the chicken buy buy a concubine? Why did the chicken buy a concubine? To get to the other thigh. That's a pretty good joke right there if you change it to chicken. I like it. No, I've always felt that way. Like what? Like not busy? Or whatever she's feeling. You're assuming he's asking that, are you feeling that because you're socialized busy? I don't love the claps. Thanks. Claps are good, says Ruben. Lou agrees. All the NFJs agree with the claps. I love TI, but TI is overglorified. People assume TI is super logical to perfection, but I don't know anyone batting 1,000 and perfect. Everyone misses variable or sheltered or niche to some point. At some point. Yeah, for sure, Padawan, range bender. The thing is, what people, it's peeps. It's too late for me to tell person last, but it's Sasaki and peeps, not peach. Peeps is the name of the bird that Sasaki gets at the pet store. The thing is, TI really should be under glorified because nobody needs it, because it's about things that are outside of us. It can be parsed logically by anyone independently. So it's easy to delegate. You cannot delegate FI. The problem is, so in other words, TI people have the capacity to understand they need to delegate their FI, but no ability to do it. FI people don't believe they have any need to delegate the TI because they often enough will believe that they're TI types, or that TI is irrelevant, one of the two. So it's like one thing that both TI and FI types are subject to is mistakenly thinking that everything's subject to their form of deliberation and nothing's subject to the other form of deliberation. But to the extent that someone, say, learns cognitive functions properly and understands what the distinctions are, a TI type's much more likely to understand those distinctions and be meaningfully informed by them, but be unable meaningfully to do anything about it because FI is so entirely subjective. Whereas the FI types are less likely to be meaningfully informed by the distinction, even though they're, in theory, much more empowered to do something about it. And of course, the other thing about TI is most things in life aren't determined by TI. But it's also the case that most things in life are at least somewhat constrained by it. So people are limited in what they can do because they're limited in what they can justify. Attack on Titan's great. One of the best ever. Padawan range bender. I've always wondered how sexless a eunuch would be after all. Am I a brain diddler? Good question. Eric, with your FI polar, do you struggle at times feeling like an existential person unless your boundaries are crossed? I don't. I don't think I feel like I struggle with that. I struggle with feeling like I exist. Uh, I um. I'm very good at being selfish in my own way. What I'm not so good at is knowing what's important to focus on while being selfish. So I'm not likely to get my boundaries crossed. When they are, it's rare occasions that it happens, someone gets away with it, and I don't realize it until too late. That's very rare. What happened? Nothing. Because they wanted to get the other thigh. Read that already. Because the eunuch was accountable. Read that already. I still don't know why you're saying Caroline is your social life busy. Why did a chicken buy a chicken? Could be that as well, though. And none of these jokes make any sense. They are as funny as asking how many light bulbs does it take to make a cake? 10 because they're Polish. Well, okay, only one of them qualifies as that as the analog to your analogy here, and that's the one about the thigh. Okay, the other the other ones, like why did the eunuch buy a concubine? Because he's a cannibal. That's not that kind of joke at all. And why did the eunuch buy a concubine? Because a prostitute was too much is not that kind of joke either. That one's more similar, but it's not the same kind of thing. That's what I'd say. Don't make me make another song about you, Karma's Pound. Don't make me make another song. Shalom, you dipta. You dipped a carrot in this ranch here, huh? Do you know anything similar to Attack on Titan? Um, Similar to. Well, I mean, the thing is, if you want, say, if you're looking for an equivalent level of seriousness, then I could point you certain directions, or an equivalent level of action packery, I could point you certain directions. But, Attack on Titan's pretty unique concept. Another song, another song. What song? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember the first song even. Which way have you always felt? I go back up to that, and I have no idea how that conversation between them. She's saying my song. Oh, that right. See, I lose track of what I'm talking about so quickly that by the time you respond to it, I've already moved on. How sad for me. Yeah, you better watch out, Karma's Pimp. Isn't it just completely ridiculous that I would make that song because I'm mad at some comment Karma's Pimp wrote? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Who is this ridiculous old man? All right, well, let's pull a few bowls since we're already on limited revenue ad thing. I might as well just pull bowls.
Yeah.
No point in being all like undercover about it. Or on the DL, which stands for the down low. It's pretty silly in respect. Yeah. It's not the only such thing I've made over the course of my YouTube career. I have made many songs for many people that I'm mad at. At least like minimum 6. Probably twice that many.
Yeah. And this one needs to be charged. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. But you know, my take on it is really that's how healthy people deal with shit. I'm mad. I don't delete Karma's Pimp's comment. I make a song to explain that I'm not happy with it. That's how civilized people do things. They don't throw objects. They don't, they use words and, and express themselves. Yes, that was a hong bit. I wish I wasn't at work so I could pull a few bowls too. I wish you weren't at work so you could pull a few bowls too.
I do too.
So now there's three of us. Maybe we can manifest it. When do you get off work? How many hours from now until you get off work? I want to know. And when you tell me that, I'll be able to tell you how long it'll take for our manifestation efforts to work. Because we're going to manifest you getting off of work at whatever time you get off work. Don't forget to do a little yoga during your workday, Padawan range bender. That'll help the time pass. The thing about yoga is it's really easy to improve on it by getting rid of the existing yoga poses and just making up your own. Because after all, they're entirely random. Yeah, so I'm going to manifest hard for you, Padawan range bender. And I'm thinking I can get you off work in about 1 hour. Thanks to spirit guides and my third eye inside there. So I keep it. It's right in there somewhere.
Pineal gland.
Pineal gland, right. Padawan range bender, I might, with my manifesting powers, be able to get you off work in an hour and 15 to 20 minutes. Okay? I want you to try this yoga pose. It's called, I don't know. Hold it, and release. Namaste. Well, you can master that one, Udipta. Wouldn't you like to master that one? It's called, I don't know. This one's called, You can basically just make all your yoga poses from emojis if you want. You could do laughing when crying. Like that.
I would have thought that you went to like theater school.
No. Namaste, Kira. Namaste. We're doing yoga to cleanse the soul today. And in between, we're doing a little bit of lung yoga. Young Loga is the art of young Loga is the ancient Indian art of lung yoga. But they call it young Loga just to be confusing. Just a natural drama queen, no theater school here. Oh, sweetie, that's sweet of you to say. Wait, no theater school here. I'm just a natural drama queen.
Uh-huh.
I've got a lot of sass, you could say. I tell you who has a lot of sass, but who I'm not impressed by. Ice Spice. Or is it Spice Ice? I don't. It's either one of the two.
I don't know who that is.
Somebody recommended that I check them out on the stream, and I did, and I don't think she's good. I'm not impressed. But I guess she's like blowing up right now. Like super blowing up right now. All right, so lung yoga. What you want to do is prepare yourself. Breathe out, and then you're going to let your third eyelid slowly open. You can feel a light and warmth from your pineal gland entering into all of your chakras. Your chi is flowing, it's circulating. Now, your lungs need to do a pose. That's called Young Loga, the ancient Hindu art of lung yoga.
Loga?
No, it's called Young Loga.
Oh, Young Loga.
Which is the Indian name, the Hindu name for lung yoga. Mm-hmm. It's Indian for lung yoga.
I took a hit from my Health Tube 2.0.
Oh, you did? Good.
Yeah, I did.
Glad.
I wanted to join in the lung yoga.
I'm glad to hear that. Yes, Kiara, it was not just sympathetic coughing. She had her own cough to fight. She had her own hero's journey.
Mm-hmm. I was following her along.
Is there any risk in opening your third eye? Excellent question, Padawan Range Bender. In general, no. But for novices who are just beginning to open their third eye, maybe for the very first time, you're going to want to do some third eye stretching before you begin. Because otherwise you could pull some muscles in your third eye, and that could be a setback that could put you back spiritually for months. So the way to stretch your third eye is when you wake up in the morning, picture your third eye in your mind, stretching, touching its toes, lifting weights, a variety of other things to get it warmed up for opening eventually. It can do all those things with its eyes closed. It's its eye. Its eye is many eyes at once, and like a fly's eye. Your third eye is a lot like a fly's eye. But instead of it having many different facets that are mirrors onto the world, it mirrors onto the spiritual plane. What is knowing intuition without knowing in a way that's communicable at times? I mean, did that make more sense? What is intuition without knowing in a way that's communicable at times? I mean, well, I generally think intuition doesn't have a problem articulating exactly what it knows. It may have difficulty articulating how it knows it. Is there any risk in astral traveling? Excellent question. You dipped it. Obviously, there are the general risks. This is with all traveling, namely crashes. Now, they're a lot less frequent on the astral plane because there's a lot less traffic on the astral plane, but should you come around a corner too fast while you're still on the astral plane and somebody else is astral traveling around that same corner, it could be dangerous. And depends how fast you're traveling, of course, and whether you've taken the precautions to install astral airbags as to whether or not you're going to be seriously injured in that kind of. You could become third eye blind. But you don't want to poke your third eye out by playing with sharpened sticks too much. Anyhow, but the most serious thing to consider when astral traveling is what astral neighborhood are you going to? I'm just playing around, Caroline. If you go to the wrong astral neighborhood, then you should bring an astral handgun with you. How they applied lipstick 80 years ago. Shorts. The way they applied lipstick 80 years ago, they take their mule and they tape the lipstick to the side of the mule and they just have the mule walk in very small circles and then the lipstick would be applied to their lips that way. That's how they did it. Yeah, it depends on the time of the year. Obviously, it's more dangerous uh, to travel during the summertime because of the risks of you getting hit by fireworks. Sometimes parts of the astral plane intersect with exactly the part of the sky they shoot fireworks at. I lack the ability, JF. It just collapses on itself in my brain, similar to trying to conceptualize infinity of the universe expanding. I can conceptualize those things just fine. Infinity is just like cave sky. Yeah, it's just like cave sky. I thought you asked me a question, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I want to be. Oh, I did ask you a question. My question was, what were you referring to earlier when you said, I don't know, Jeremiah Fix was talking to you about something or another. Um, and you said, I've always felt that way or something. I said, like, what way? I believe that's what happened. I can't go back that far. I don't know. It's further back than I expected. Oh, you were asking Jeremiah Fix. Rachel Strauss, I thought that darn device thing, he looked like an eyelash curler. I may sacrifice mine to science and try this lipstick method with it. Could put tissues over it maybe. Yeah, I've noticed this odd thing as well. Rachel has lipstick that it puts on instead of with a stick. It's not lipstick, right? It's like lip paint. It's got a little dabber that she pulls out and puts it on her lips with. So I guess they changed lipstick into different format now. I never saw my mom ever put on such lipstick before.
I'll take it out. The one that I've been using today.
The one with the dabber, where it's not lipstick. It's not a stick of lipstick, right? It's got a dabber you put it on with, a little brush thing. Not a brush, really. It's a dabber. Yeah, that.
Yeah, this is for lip oils.
Oh, it's for lip oils?
Yeah, like for some reason they make.
So it's not lipstick?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought this was lipstick because you put it on your lips and it has color on it. So.
To like break it down slow, like to one thing, it is lipstick. Yeah. It just comes in oil form.
Yes, Rachel has great lips. What is?
Thanks,
what's stick made out of if it's not oil? Stick?
I'm sure there's oils in it too.
Okay, so what's the difference between lip oil and lipstick?
Lipstick comes in a tube and is solid.
Yes, I know that difference. I mean,
it has oils and stuff in it, but it's like.
Is it the same thing in a different format, or is it actually a different thing?
Well, it's different. This is more close to like lip gloss, which like it's.
Is lip gloss between balm and stick?
Yeah.
And is this closer to stick or balm?
Balm.
Because it's between lip balm and lip gloss.
Mm-hmm.
On the spectrum of balm to stick.
Yeah, and I would actually say that it surpasses gloss.
Oh, so you mean it's closer to stick than gloss.
No, it's closer to gloss for sure.
No. I mean, it's closer to stick than gloss is close to stick.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it goes balm, gloss, oil, stick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or stick could be the first one.
What do you mean?
Because, like,
You have to start on one end. What's one of the things that's on the extreme end of the poles?
so I'd say lipsticks, the last thing is lip oils.
Which now they're as far apart as they can be?
Yeah, they're very different.
But when I asked you, is
I know.
oil closer to stick or gloss or balm, you said you keep changing what you're saying.
Sorry.
Okay, so now you think oil's at one end, stick is at the other. Where do balm and gloss fall in between?
Balm.
So stick, balm, gloss, oil.
Mm-hmm.
Stick, balm, gloss, oil. And on what meter are you evaluating? Like what's the common thing that changes in degree?
So for lipstick, you could have matte lipstick and it's very pigmented and
Okay.
it doesn't have any shine. Some lipsticks that are satin do have shine. That makes it close to a balm.
Okay.
But it's highly pigmented.
So then is that same vector? I mean, okay, so what's the difference in between the next ones?
So the difference between lipstick and lip balm is that lip balm has a lot more like waxes in it.
Okay.
And has more sheen.
And the difference between lipstick and lip oil?
Lipstick.
Oh, I'm sorry, lip balm and lip balm and lip gloss.
Lip gloss is usually very shiny, sometimes moisturizing. Balm is too, but gloss is like a little bit more liquid. It's liquid.
Okay. And balm is like chapstick?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, are you really saying amount of color on the spectrum? Like most color is stick, least color is oil?
Yeah,
No,
like
but balm has to have the least color, right?
balm, yeah, does have like the least color.
So if you're doing it by color, would it go balm, gloss, oil, stick? Like depth, richness of color
Balm
has the least color.
Mm-hmm.
Gloss next least color.
Yep.
Oil next least color.
Yeah.
Stick next least color.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going by stickiness, how does it go?
Gloss.
Gloss is
Then,
most sticky.
Yeah.
Second.
Oil.
Oil. Then
Then
stick. Then balm.
Then balm. Then stick.
Then balm. Then stick. Okay. So that's why these kind of questions are difficult, right? Like I'm trying to ask you to put them in ascending or descending order, but in order for her to meaningfully do that, I need to tell her a specific attribute that they're comparing, that they're all comparing on. In the failure of me to do that, Rachel was shifting between things because she was trying to give me the NI answer to an NI question when what she needed to do was ask some TI questions, which I asked myself eventually and realized, okay, let's clarify this thing a little bit. So it's difficult to make them go on to a 1, 2, 3, 4 spectrum order across any general board because they've got multiple attributes that they're not necessarily locked to each other, you know?
No, they're not. I could show you even like on my arm swatches of like the differences. You'd be able to see.
Okay. Well, the thing is, the problem with doing that is many of the qualities that we're talking about aren't visual.
That's true.
So as far as the color goes, that's why when I say what's the darkest to lightest color, you have a specific order for that. But it's not the same as the order for which is the stickiest.
No.
I, you all live every day. Yes, we do live every day. Oh, you mean are we all live every day? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much every day. Yeah. That makes a lot more sense. It's strange that I would still read that as I do fairly often when I encounter this sort of thing. I read that as live rather than live because I don't think of live as a verb. Fantastic Blog 512. Hello, how are you? How are you? How are you? Lip oil is originally made for porn stars to color their taint during scenes. Is that true? I I don't think so. Do you remember Juicy Tubes? They were horrible. Juicy Tubes? Do you remember Juicy Tubes? No. Is it kind of makeup? Lipstick or something?
Oh, Juicy Tubes, like from L'Oreal or Lancome. I do remember those. Those were like really popular. I actually bought myself one like 3 years ago because they came back for a little while, and my lips were so sticky.
You know what, Padawan range bender? I'm gonna be smart here, TE smart, and I'm gonna delegate this task to you so that you can put this matrix together for us all to see how the modeling of these relationships and the various qualities of the various lip products line up. It's important and good to know that you know, does there exist a fifth kind of lipstick somewhere in the world?
Stain.
Stain. Okay. And is that all the kind of lipsticks? Let's say yes. Now,
Yeah.
it's just like the senses, okay? There are 5 of them. But rumored somewhere out there is a 6th kind of lipstick. And it's the equivalent to opening your third eye, if you could find it, on a lipstick level. But so far, though it's the holy grail of makeups, nobody's discovered it yet.
No, it hasn't been discovered. Lip oils are new.
They're new,
Mhm.
huh? Yeah. Well, all right, here it is. If you can have lip oils, how about this one? Lip acrylics.
Acrylic your lips.
Yep. Now you won't be able to smile. You just gotta keep them still. It's gonna get solid like paint. Okay. Kissing jelly. Darling, give me some of that kissing jelly.
They actually do have tattoo lipstick. I watched a YouTuber. I didn't watch her get it done. Maybe she posted the process of it, but she got her lips tattooed the color coral because she says she wears lipstick every day. So, she tattooed the color onto her lips. So
It's like I want to start spreading the rumor that if you want to get a uniquely and dramatically striking look out of your lipstick, out of really any lipstick, you've got to just harvest the gallbladder from a squirrel and then just rub some of that gall from inside the bladder on your lips on top of the lipstick, and it will pop like nothing you've ever seen.
I think you're a green witch.
Thanks, Tara.
You're welcome.
It's like if you could pitch that message convincingly enough, I guarantee you'd find women in places like the cities hunting squirrels.
Yeah, you would.
Even though they already have 5 kinds of lipstick.
Yep.
Because everyone's not looking for the best kind of lipstick. What they're really looking for is an advantage over the other lady's inferior lips. Is what I think. What do you think?
What is it that you think?
I think the reason, the idea is like if you could successfully get people to buy into a rumor that said spreading the gall from the gallbladder of a squirrel on your lips after you put your lipstick on made it like super vibrant or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That because people are looking for an advantage, not for their lips to be beautiful, that people would try to do that no matter how many different kind of lipsticks you already had.
Yeah, they would. They definitely would.
Even though if everybody did it, it wouldn't even be an advantage anymore. And even though it doesn't even work because Eric just made it up. That's something.
But people would. They would go.
Right. So that's the kind of thing that Discordians would do, right? This like intellectual prank group that existed like in the 60s. They basically make up bullshit memes before meme was even a word and spread them and catch on. Like a lot of Illuminati stuff is just bullshit they made up as a joke and spread as like see if anybody believes this or whatever.
Oh, that is so funny. I mean, I probably believe some of it, and it's probably come from there.
Right. Well, I think they understood just how powerful language is, and they were in the dark ages. They were enamored with their ability to fuck around. They didn't really understand. Also had no way to observe it working. Now with the internet, you can observe things like that working.
Yeah. Wow, that's pretty cool.
Only a true lipstick fanatic can get more than 75% on this quiz. Okay, I'm going to find out if Rachel and I combined are a lipstick fanatic because we're going to use her knowledge and my vast knowledge in conjunction to answer these questions. Which of these is not a MAC lipstick shade? In Lust, Hands Fire, Red Rock, Dark Edge. What's an MAC? Is that a brand?
MAC is a brand.
Okay.
Damn, I'm going to say Hands Fire, but I don't know.
Oh, Dark Edge. You were wrong. So they call you the wrongest of the wrongers.
I don't like MAC because they test on animals.
Which of the following lipstick shades is not bright pink?
No.
Smashbox Talk to Me Matte, NYX Narcissist, Sleek Extravagant, MAC Candy Yum Yum. I think it's this one.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Sleek Exaggerate.
I was thinking the Sleek Exaggerate, whatever.
I just thought Narcissist doesn't sound like a pink color.
I wasn't thinking. Ugh, whatever. This quiz already, we're failing it.
Which is the most expensive lipstick? Christian Louboutin Velvet Matte Lip Color, Sisley Hydrating Long-Lasting Lipstick, Tom Ford Ultra Rich Lip Color, Chanel Ultra Hydrating Lip Color. Not going to say anything this time because I don't want to influence Rachel.
I'm not sure. I think Tom Ford.
Tom Ford. Wrong. Oh, I was going to say this one looks the fanciest.
Oh, I should have. Sorry.
I should have said something this time, but I didn't. What finish does satin lipstick give you? A wash of color while still letting your actual lips show through. A soft shine that helps lips appear softer and a bit more plump. A high shine, also metallic finish.
2.
Correct. What is the actual color of this lipstick? Well, foreseeing the choices, we can all look at it and know exactly what color it is.
No.
It is green.
It's not though. It is, but when you put it on your lips, it's a changer color.
Oh, it's a color changer. Mm-hmm. It's a blendy pen, says Rachel. Let's find out what color it is. Green, dark red, nude, or pink?
I don't know between dark red or pink. I don't think it's green, though, because I remember this brand making...
I believe you. So, do you want my input on between dark red?
Yeah.
I think it probably looks like it would be easier for it to change colors to dark red from green.
Let's see.
Oh. No, it's pink. Oh. Which of these is not a lipstick brand? Lipland, Offer Cosmetics, Beauty Beholders, Beauty Bakes.
I don't know any of those names.
I'm going to say Beauty Beholders.
Yeah.
Oh, Beauty Bakes.
Wow, we're really.
Beauty Bakes is not a lipstick brand, but Beauty Bakery is. How unfair is that?
It is.
What is this lipstick trend called? And I'll show you what the lipstick trend looks like. Looks like she's got like dark at the edges, but lighter in the middle, plus dark line around the outside of it, plus like a little bit of dark extra wide line at the bottom.
Yeah.
I call it butt lips. Is that one of the choices?
It does kind of like.
Here are your choices: lip lined, ombre, toned, or overlined.
I'm gonna go with ombre.
Correct. They are called ombre lips because she looks like an ombre.
Oh.
What's the correct order when it comes to applying lipstick? Exfoliate, moisturize, line the lips, apply lipstick, clean up edges. Line lips, moisturize, apply lipstick. Moisturize, exfoliate, line the lips, apply lipstick.
The first one.
Not many steps, huh? Exfoliate, moisturize, line the lips, apply lipstick, clean up edges. Wow, that's a lot of things. Well, you did pretty well. You got 1, 2, 3. Correct. That's pretty well. It's like, a high F.
Yeah.
Chat is definitely hard for me. Yes, I get what you're saying, Jeremiah Fix. Because making chat is hard to do. Ain't nobody got time for that. I agree, Caroline. That's why I skipped the last step half the time when I put on my lipstick. Half the time I skip cleaning up the edges. I just say, you know what? I'm going to let my edges be messy today. And I do.
You're free like that.
Yeah. OMG, so many steps. I sucked at being femme. Vampire. I don't know what a vampire is, but they better watch out. I'm not going for any of that. All right, time for a cigarillo. Go outside and smoke one. Ooh. One step for one, and one step from ya. Step away. One step from ya, and one step from ya. Step away. But don't take the third step, 'cause that's just the sad lover's waltz. Oh, I have my glasses. Good job, Eric. I have glasses and a drink. And my cigarettes and a lighter. It's amazing. It's a miracle. I don't even need my glasses. I can see inside, too. Could vampires exist in Italy? Wouldn't the garlic be too much for them? Make a good point, Jeremiah Fix. I've never really thought about it before. But I also think that vampires probably have trouble living in countries where there are lots of crosses, lots of holy water, lots of mirrors, maybe, lots of sunshine. You see a lot of vampires in Florida, South Florida. One small step from you, giant leap from you. It's a good point, Caroline. You make an excellent point. Why aren't vampires allergic to onions? Good question, Lou. If they're allergic to garlic, they should, one might think, be allergic to onions. But the answer is no, because onions have multiple layers, like vampires. Garlic, kind of like a stinky peach. Okay. Y'all shut up. Oh, our call is more too loud. There is a vaccine to help with garlic blood. Cool. Yeah. There's also if a vampire injects anti-holy water, it produces a temporary immunity to holy water. It's not as good as a vaccine, but it does work temporarily. Because the reason being, holy water is more like a poison to them, and garlic is more like a species-wide allergic reaction. But with a vaccinatable viral component. Maybe it's bacterial. Maybe it's bacterial, actually. It's because all vampires contain some sort of culture of some bacteria that engages with garlic in a way that produces poison in the vampire's body. That's probably what it is. Will you shut the hell up, you horrible dog that barks? For fuck's sake. Yeah, I'm talking to you. No, I'm not going to stop talking because you bark at me. So shut the fuck up. No, I think it would be to deter flies. Maybe, well, I guess either is correct. I don't think either of those would be wrong. You could say it repels them, which is say that repelling presents a deterrence. Or you could say it deters them. And when asked how, you could claim it repels them in some way. I don't think garlic actually repels in a literal sense, but I think, like in other words, certainly the smell of garlic doesn't hurtle the fly backwards. Also doesn't use a rope to climb down a cliff. Yeah, that's not the sweet dog next door. That's the loud dog across the street. He's only loud when his people aren't there, but because I heard him being loud for a moment the other day when the people had just gotten home, and I heard the mom. I was happy to hear this. Yell at the dog. She yells at the kids. She yells at the dog, and the dog shut up. Maybe that's where she learned her parenting method, on the dog. Just try that and see if the mosquitoes leave you alone. We're starting to get bugs. It's coming on spring, you know. But we don't really seem to get a shit ton of mosquitoes around here. We get instead these horrible little face flies. The good thing is they don't give you mosquito bites. The bad thing is if you want to walk around, when the flies get bad, you got to put on this like mosquito net hat, so or else they'll just get right up in your face all the time. They love sweat, so you start sweating especially. I don't know why they love sweat so much. It's like, just eat your own sweat, little flies. But it can be satisfying to try to torch them with the torch. Teach them a lesson. You want to come around me, I'm going to burn you with fire. Horrible little bugs. Is there any relationship to SE DOMs and telling good jokes? You just end the question right there. No. No. I mean, I don't. It's like Delilah rarely attempts to tell any jokes. If she does, it would probably be a joke she heard that she thinks. I don't remember her really ever telling me any jokes. Do you remember Delilah telling you a lot of jokes?
She tells funny stories.
Yeah, but by and large, SE DOMs should not do comedy. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. Or you could use Eric's patented home remedy. Just pour gasoline all over your body. Mosquitoes hate it. Don't smoke while doing this.
Ooh, those face flies.
Yeah. Those face flies. Well, we do have our hats now. So
Yeah.
we'll see how much face fly we have to endure before we actually get the hats out and use them.
That's true.
It's always a question in somewhat open question. Okay. Well. So, I guess I find myself slowing down a little bit. Feeling not super tired, but not gacked out or anything. All right. So let's take a look. So you're telling me setting up an anvil to fall on someone's head as they walk through the door isn't hilarious? No, it's definitely not hilarious. Adam Sandler punching people in the face, not hilarious. I'm sorry, it's just not.
I don't like when he mocks gay people. And his way of I felt that Chuck and Larry or whatever. I didn't know I pronounced it Chuck and Larry was
offensive.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. I did not see it.
There's a really awkward, because they're firefighters, I believe. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's a really awkward shower scene that goes on for 7 minutes.
Oh gosh, that's horrible.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Okay, let's see what's in the news to give us a few things to chat about here today. Strange metal from beyond our world found in ancient treasure stash. Let's see what that's all about. Sure, it's just some ancient treasure made out of a meteorite, is what I'm guessing. Okay. Let's see here. Everything you need to know about the upcoming solar eclipse in April. That might be interesting.
That's pretty cool. That doesn't happen very often. A solar eclipse.
Yeah, let's find out what's going on with that. Uh, Ew. Greta Gerwig's next big swing.
I'm curious though.
All right, I'll take a look, but I don't even want to know. It's gonna
All right, so
make
then
me
don't
mad.
do it then.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You shouldn't do anything that you don't want to do.
No, it's fine. Here's what makes Caleb Williams a special NFL draft prospect and why he ...
That's a good one.
That is a good one, but I've already read about this subject a lot. So, how have recent California storms impacted this year's snowpack? I do want to read this. I think SF Gate is a paywall. So I may have to watch it. May have to look to a different one of those. I'll put 2 of them. March could bring more wet weather. When is that ever not true? Okay, now what do we have here? Meryl Streep and Martin Short dating speculations intensify with photos. Hot goss, everybody. Five Isekai and reincarnation anime to watch if you love Seventh Time. Of course, I don't look at these anymore. They're always ones I already watched. Harvard did not review Claudine Gay's scholarship in presidential search. Okay. Well. Her age of uncanceling. This guy's doing Down syndrome jokes. This makes it sound like the time is ripe for my fake deaf person joke. Ten-foot wave explodes on surfer's head. Friends nearly call 911. I'm sure it didn't really explode on their head. Let's look at the Juju Watkins story here. USC's top -- 1 women's basketball recruit, freshman. All right, so now I'm going to go back and read a little bit before I go back to the news in case when I get to the end here. I made an herbal bug spray before. It worked pretty well, but needed to be applied fairly often. Smelled good though, and did have citronella essential oil. Yes, I do find Will Ferrell funny. Showing love from San Diego, California. Hi, San Diego, California. Love back to you from Yosemite, California, aka Mariposa County, California. Yes, Martin Short and Meryl Streep dating rumors. Well, strange metal from beyond our world found in ancient treasure stash. A cache of glittering golden objects from the Iberian Bronze Age. A pair of corroded objects might be the most precious of all. A dull bracelet and rusted hollow hemisphere decorated with gold are forged, researchers found, not out of metal from beneath the ground, but with iron from meteorites that fell from the sky. I called it. I don't know why I keep falling victim to those provocative titles. Everything you need to know about the upcoming solar eclipse. It's April 8th. To see the truly magnificent spectacle, you must be within the path of totality. In this sliver of earth, it's going to be like sunsets in all directions. Outside the path of totality, the sun will still be at a reduced state, but it's not safe to look at. Eclipse will pass through Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, Illinois, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. But not California. Okay, that's what I needed to know. No, we don't get to see it. Greta Gerwig's next big swing. See what she's going to be doing. Ugh. Horrible lady.
No.
Her Barbie was not dazzling and subversive. It was in its best rendering. It was mixed bag, and that's ignoring the most important thing, which was it was a fundamentally bad story. You know, it's like it was not on the side of goodness and justice and truth.
She's going to be directing the new Chronicles of Narnia.
Oh, is that what this is about?
Yeah.
Please don't put a bunch of stupid feminist bullshit on it.
No, she will.
Oh, well, I'm just not going to see it.
I don't think we should see it.
How have recent California storms impacted the Sierra snowpack? The fall months were abnormally dry. Yeah, that was true. I was a little bit going, you know. And many of the early winter storms brought more rain than snow. Things improved in February. A series of storms, some of them colder, swept the Golden State, piling up the powder, especially in the northern half of the mountain range. The snowpack has made remarkable gains. So we're at 90% from northern Sierra Trinity, 82% at the Central Sierra, and 80% Southern Sierra. And I believe we are in the Central Sierra area here. The California Department of Water Resources provides heartening numbers. The snowpack was 85% of normal on February 23rd, compared to 28% of normal on January 1st. So still a bit of a problem because some of these storms have had a very high snow level. And the Sierra snowpack stands at only 70% of its April 1st average. However, there's a potential for a storm bringing heavier snowfall in early March. Cool. And so I don't really need to read this other article. Maybe you'll say something about March. Nope, well, not worth finding. Okay. Meryl Streep has something to say. Everyone has something to say about Meryl Streep and Martin Short dating because of these new pictures. People would really, really like to believe Meryl Streep and Martin Short are dating. Becoming just as obsessed about a Meryl Streep Martin Short union as I am about Taylor and Travis. That's fun. I like that.
That is fun.
Yeah. There's new pictorial evidence of them together, but first let me fill you in on the goss. Meryl recently announced she was breaking up with her husband of over 45 years, Don Gummer. Martin himself has been single for a while. In the past few years, they've worked on the show and played a couple. And their couple name is Martle. The two have been photographed together looking very friendly lately. There's this. Ooh. Meryl Streep. You look like you're really enjoying his company.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a gander. Let's take a look at this hot goss, everybody.
I like that it was used in the article.
Yeah, me too. There they are. There they are, touching. We are not a couple. We are just very close friends, said Martin. But now, two pictures have people convinced they are more than just friends. The two were spotted looking very happy at dinner. Some might even say they look overjoyed. A post from page 6 has gone viral with people giving their own speculation about the potential couple. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, it is.
What do you think, Rachel? Couple or not?
I know what I want it to be. I want them to be together. Maybe they're old school and they are not sharing it. They want it. What do you think?
I think they weren't when the rumor first came out, but now they are.
Yeah.
Is this guy gonna die? Oh! Oh
Oh
my!
my god.
Oh no! Oh god! He's done. I think his leash broke.
How do you mute? Oh no. He's fine. Not that big of a wave.
He said that he was able to hold his breath because he goes to the gym.
Thank God for the gym. Now we've got Juju Watkins.
Thank you, Padawan Range Bender.
And Juju Watkins, you might say the next Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, that's so exciting.
Yeah, she plays for USC.
Yeah, I love that.
So USC hired former Cal coach Lindsey Gottlieb to lead the program in 2021. And the program has been getting better ever since. But landing the top freshman in the country, who was an LA native.
Cool.
And wanted to stay home, play for SC. Good for her.
Yeah, that is.
And I'm not sure what rank we are now, but I think we're around 5th or 6th or something.
That's good.
Yeah. Okay. So I might want to read more about that story later on, but it's something I just sit and read about. Trader says Ethereum layer 2 token flashing promising signs after it predicts the altcoin. Well, but instead of telling me these things, why don't you tell me, Eric, here's how you make your own blockchain token for Wonder Points. Why don't you say that?
That would be good information.
Yeah. I don't even know what they're talking about. What channel is this on? Is that on Crunchyroll? Oh, I think it's that. I think I know which one it is. It's a weird picture to use from it, though. Okay, so that's it for my news stories that I pulled up so far. We're going to return to the screen here so I can see the chats. I'm a bald Karl Marx. Please, please don't call me a Karl Marx. Okay. Snowpack in the gym making remarkable gains. Any celebrity crushes? Got a little bit of a crush on Thomas Jefferson, I guess.
That's a good one to have a crush on. Though controversial, some people want to dismiss him because he had slaves.
He's a slave owner.
Yeah.
Well,
But wasn't he like known for like, I mean, one, he like impregnated a slave of his, and didn't he like, wasn't he like nice to them?
yeah, he was. Boba Fett, can you be a little less offensive, please? Will Drake and Donald Glover come out? Good question,
That is a
Message.
good question.
Don't worry. I'm not going to overestimate the importance of single pieces of data.
Rafiki's a good crush to have. Sammasana. Something banana.
Rachel, do you know that song, What's the Matter You?
No.
I don't know how it came to be a topic in the chat here, but it's this song from like 1978 or 82 or somewhere in there.
Way.
Well, no, it was the silliest song. It was like a hit. You'll probably recognize it when you hear it, even though. Shut up at your face. Have you ever heard of this song before?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to listen.
Okay, I'm gonna put it on, and then I'm gonna go outside and smoke a cigarette. So I'm gonna mute this temporarily and put it on for Rachel.
Okay.
What's the matter, you? That song is so silly. What's the matter, you? Yes. Shut up at your face. Yeah. So what makes one an introvert? Or was this covered? Well, I mean, the first thing I was saying is makes you receptive to, well, introverts all have deliberation functions or knowledge functions as their dominant function. So that makes them more receiving oriented. I mean, deliberation is more getting information, but regardless, it's not, neither of those things are outputting information. They're more passive than that, But I wouldn't call them passive because that's got a negative connotation and not appropriately connoted negatively. So you'd call it receptive rather than proactive. I mean, just active. That's one. Number two, introverts. I mean, I don't think we ever really got to figuring out what 2 and 3 might be, but I would say that in general, they the general rule that I've heard, which is like the external world, engaging with it with other people, basically, is energizing to extroverts and draining to introverts. I think that's generally so. And I guess the last thing one might say about introverts versus extroverts is, I guess this probably links to the first one a bit, but introverts are more likely to have regrets linking to failing to pull the trigger on things, and extroverts are generally more likely to have linked to pulling the trigger on something and having it not go well, I wonder what Rich is watching now. He slept poorly again. Rich and I both didn't sleep particularly well last night either, so we're of less significant energy level and, I guess, emotional positivity than we would be if we had both slept better. But we're still in a good state of mind in general. I suspect we will go to sleep relatively early tonight. Annoyed Calico Cat. Why are you annoyed, Calico Cat? Is it because your owner won't watch you eat frequently enough? That tends to annoy my cat. Rachel, I see you changed your circle. Time for a nightcap. Is it because your head is cold? Or do you mean one last alcoholic beverage before bed kind of nightcap? If so, may I suggest a 1996 Courvoisier XO cognac in a warmed cognac glass? That's what I'm going to suggest for you. If you're looking for a nightcap to go to sleep in, I would suggest you not get a wool hat that's going to be too scratchy. You want to get one of those long ones like from the poem. Isn't it the case that even an introvert has both extroverted and introverted functions in their stack? Is it more so the fact that their fourth function is extroverted as opposed to their first? Well, no, I mean, it's that all other functions are executed within the frame of your dominant function generally, which sort of defines how your self-concept is and your identity and stuff. So in that regard, it does link to certain things because both kinds of introverted functions, deliberation and knowledge functions, are epistemic functions, and both kinds of extroverted functions, action and interface, are kinds of action functions, basically. So, so you're going to find certain kinds of correlations relating to that, whether because introverts are either receivers or deliberators, extroverts are either action or interfacers. It's generally, I don't think, a good idea to talk about introverts or extroverts as though that label meant anything other than beginning with an introverted function. But in this instance, I was trying to come up with a title that would incite interest, mostly as part of a general experiment to try some Rubin techniques in my titling. Yeah, he is a manipulate you professional. Basically, that's what he is. He's a professional manipulator. He's the reason why I keep clicking on those science articles that say, extraterrestrial, and it's always the same thing. It's always something's made out of a meteorite. He's the reason. I blame him. He's the reason I click on those dumb psychology articles. Like, 8 signs you're a self-confident male. I don't click on those things anymore. I used to click on them, but it's like, catch me once, shame on you, twice shame on you, 3 times shame on you, 10 times shame on you. But now I know I know exactly what to expect every time I click on one of those things. So I'm not going to ever click on one again because they all do the same thing. They just tell you a bunch of obvious shit like, number 7, you're not afraid to be who you are. Okay, I cannot believe I clicked on this. Right now, I'm ashamed of being who I am because I clicked on this. Reading this article is causing me to lose confidence in myself because what the fuck was I doing clicking on this article? Hi, Trouble. Oh, you've been sleeping, huh? That's why you haven't bugged me in a while. You got that just woke up yawny kitty quality about you. I guess I'll have to watch you eat right now. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Okay. Alright, now I'm done going to the bathroom. I really was kind of hoping I'd poop some more, but I have already pooped some today, so it's not that bad. Well, Trouble, look. Your food's over here. Why don't you come eat it over here? Instead of being such a pain in the ass all the time. All right. Taste the biscuit. What is a collective term you use for the aspect of interfacing action, deliberators, or knowing? I just call it the type of function. I don't really have a term for that. It's a good question. You've exposed a weakness here. I don't have a term for that. What type sleep 4 hours for a week straight, then crash 12, 16 hours? Hate to go to sleep, hate to get up. I mean, that could be fourth slot SI, could be eighth slot SI, could be seventh slot SI, maybe even sixth. I'm not sure. I don't know that many sixth slot SI people. Let's say you have a person who finds their identity to resonate the most with taking action of whatever sort in order to disprove a given framework. What is likely their first function? Well, if the action is designed to disprove a framework, then you're almost certainly taking some kind of verbal action. And so that in that sense, it links to NE, but NE in that instance is going to pair with either SI, provide an example, TI, provide reasoning that invalidates the framework, or potentially, FI, express that it's important to you not to agree with something. I don't know. So anytime you're saying out loud stuff, extroverting words in order to do something, that's a form of extroverted intuition, or extroverted intuition is in play. But the thing is, just because somebody attends by extroverted intuition at some points doesn't tell us necessarily anything about their function stack. Engage in a ritual bath using sea salt, white lavender oil, and clear quartz crystals to cleanse your aura and invigorate your spirit. Set an intention of purification and renewal, visualizing the water absorbing negative energies. Embrace the cleansing energy of the snow moon as you immerse yourself. Create a sacred space with white sage and a candle, then write your goals on paper. Meditate on the unfolding of your desires in alignment with cosmic timing. That sounds like a pleasant bath. I agree. Like, it's silly, but it's not really that silly. It's like, it's causing you to be mindful of timing things. And that's what it's instructing ultimately. After all that other stuff, is saying, first be mindful in a very concrete sensory physical sense, and then be mindful of timing matters. It's just, they don't want to say it like that. I wish there were a more generalized form of describing the mechanics. Right, well, yeah, I don't know what you call those. I don't have a word for that. Well, I mean, I think this first stuff, ritual bath using sea salt, white lavender oil, quartz crystals, that stuff is very SE. It's trying to make spiritual stuff physical stuff. Then set an intention of purification and renewal, visualizing the water absorbing your negative energies. That's more like it's not FI really. It's more like NI, I think. Embrace the cleansing energy of the snow moon as you immerse yourself. It's kind of like this combination of NI, SE stuff, SI stuff, Create a sacred space with white sage and a candle. Then write your goals on a paper. Write your goals on a paper is TE stuff. And create a sacred space is NI, like defining the space as such. The specific things don't really matter that much. And meditate on the unfolding of your desires in the alignment with cosmic timing. That seems like a way to say, try to tune in with your NI, It seems like instructions by SE people for SE people to be more NI, mostly. But some of it sounds like something an NI person might might describe themselves wanting to do or maybe doing. Yes, I am Bennett Cheese Crackers. I am your grandfather, and you are my pride and joy. That's why every birthday I send you $5 in the mail. Money makes the most. This is the best life hack for intuitives ever, especially FE front stack intuitives. I used to write down what I was going to do, but I became more productive only when I wrote down what I already did. Right. Saying what you're going to do is a good way to make yourself not do it, if you're Eric anyway.
Me too.
Notice as your wishes materialize in perfect synchronicity with the slow and intentional release of each kegel. Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, what you want to probably do is replace that white sage candle with a vagina candle from that lady who sells vagina candles. Then you can really, yeah. Bailey Chavez. Hello, David Vincent. Are you my grandchild? How many grandchildren do I have? I don't even know. More than I ever imagined. I love your energy, Bailey Chavez. You came in with 3 exclamation points and 3 question marks. I don't know if I'm exclaiming or wondering about something. The thing about all those kind of generalized instructions is they're only good for certain kinds of people. Whoever writes those kinds of instructions are probably resonant with their own type and maybe a couple of other types, and then, not with everybody else. That's why instructions, if they're going to be universal, need to be things like you want to understand what your function deficits are and accept yourself as inclusive of those deficits. Take advantage of that knowledge, try to delegate in areas that require those deficit areas, etc., things like that. Sounds like ENFX babble. Well, it does sound like that to you because it's probably written by an ENFP, right? That sounds like something an ENFP would write, but could be ENFJ, I guess. But or it could be ESFP, right? Because it seems very SE first, NI fourth in a lot of ways. WTF. Annoyed calico cat has found him or herself both laughing and crying at the same time. Is SI3 selfish with comfort and sleep? Yeah, it's selfish in general, which is to say, selfish and childish. So that goes along hand in hand with SE polar. Like, if you expect to be able to attend to your SI whenever you want to attend to your SI or feel you need to, then obviously you're not paying any attention to SE at all. You're not paying attention to getting shit accomplished. You're paying attention to, I think third slot SI generally identifies with this. When possible, I'm conserving energy in case I need it later. If a person's self-concept / identity manifests based off of the first slot function, aka the perception of the person towards the rest of the slots is from the lens of the first, then wouldn't any person see everything as a framework to expand upon? Now, what I mean by that really is your relationship with all of the functions, your relationship with your first, fifth, fourth, and eighth functions. So your primary absolute values and your secondary instrumental values are all defined by your dominant function. So even when you're paying attention in some other way, the limits of how you're paying attention in that other way are defined by the fact that you're a dominant any person or a dominant whatever person, you know? The rest of them are defined by your tool. And they're only half defined by your tool. Like they're half defined by your dominant, because your dominant it determines like that it must be, for example, after my dominant, there must be a deliberation and then an interface. Is it going to be option 1 or 2? So, yeah, I see it as a mechanics thing like that. You guys seem like you need a bong toke. I could always use another one. Not always, but right now I could. I'd like to really apply myself to smoking multiple bowls in a row so I could actually get high. It's one of the things one of my New Year's resolutions.
What is?
Smoke more bowls in a row so I can actually get high.
That's good. Smoking.
I said buenas nachos. I'm pretty sure if I said buenas noches, I would have said buenas noches, not buenas nachos. But I'm pretty sure I didn't say either of those things. So, let me smoke another one because I'm trying to keep my New Year's resolution this year.
Mm-hmm.
Weed makes you trip every time, no thank you. Okay, well, I'm not asking you to pull balls. In fact, instead, I'm saying whatever weed you have, don't smoke it yourself. Send it to me. Ruben, I have never encountered that with you. I'm shocked. Okay, yeah, there was that one time you sounded French Canadian after you smoked weed. You were like, I get to go trap the beavers. Eh? Les beavers are about and out. So I've got to trap them. Please remind me not to get high with Ruben if the opportunity should arise. It's not true what he's saying. It's just nonsense. Every time I pull a ball, my accent changes. Right now, I'm American. This is regular American, okay? But, really. So it's basically like another form of urine that builds up. Hi, Rose Milan Sly. I'm doing well, thank you for asking. How are you? You are so cloggy. Will you never learn? Will you never learn? This stem, this bowl, though I try to teach them over and over again, they never learn to stop clogging.
Yeah.
This is delicious food. This is a salad I made out of some random plants I found in the backyard.
I have to catch up with you.
Yeah, you do. The great country of Moravia. Not sure what country that is. Miners in the house. Hi, Donna Davis. Okay, thanks, Mrs. Mom. Thanks for the heads up. It's good to have a head on top of my shoulders. Because otherwise, I'd be decapitated.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty much game over. It's hard to get to the hospital fast enough to be saved from that. No, she's the head on TWFP's Mount Rushmore. I believe she takes the role of Theodore Roosevelt.
How many did you take?
Oh, I've had like 5 or so far in the last 15 minutes.
Okay.
You know. Rose Milan Sly wants to know, Ruben R., how are you this morning, G? I'm not sure if that G is intended as comma, capital G, or just an extra G she typed. Winston's mom says, Raffle, I guarantee you all that host Eric has had more head and is on an older head than I will ever be. Well, thank you. Yeah. Hi. I sort of remember your name. It's morning here in Africa. Rose Milan Sly lives in Africa. What part of Africa do you live in? Do you live on the Ivory Coast? Do you live in the Congo? Do you live in Egypt? Do you live in Morocco? Are you Algerian? Are you South African? Are you from Mozambique? What are y'all up to? I just showed up. Are you from Libya? I'm just guessing some countries here. How about Zimbabwe? Are you from Zimbabwe? East Africa known as Kenya. Of course we know what Kenya is. Kenya is the country that wins all the long distance running races. Congratulations, Kenya. You're doing a great job of kicking everyone else's ass in all the long distance running races. I am an old head, that's true. I'm as old a head as you're going to usually get, because there might be people older than me who are heads, but they're probably not nearly as old a head. I'm pretty steady. Well, I'm surprised how you know all the countries in East Africa. Well, Rosamond Sly, I am a retired-ish debate coach, so we have to do a lot of you end up learning a lot about different countries, places, because basically, like any country in the world might provide evidence for a given topic. Like, I have a card cut in my debate stuff about how reparations are bad, as per Zimbabwe's example, causes runaway inflation. So I know about Zimbabwe's economy. Not because we debated specifically anything about Zimbabwe's economy, but because the economic collapse in Zimbabwe following land redistribution made a good example for certain kinds of arguments. Oh, it's Mega Deals 21. Get shit together, pal. All right, I will. I will get it together. Mega Deals 21, since last time you were here, in fact, Rachel will tell you, I've been scrambling around saying, I've got to get my shit together because Mega Deals 21 is going to come back, and I'm his pal. So I have an obligation here to get stuff done.
Yeah, there's expectations.
Maybe tonight, Mega Deals 21, just for you, I will cut my hair on stream.
Ooh.
This would be growth for me. I'm not normally one who obeys others. Maybe I'll just say, you know what? Okay, Maggie Deal Swingman, I will obey you. I will cut my hair on stream. I do need a haircut. I've been meaning to give myself one.
I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
You do that, darling. You go to the bathroom and you do whatever it is you do in there.
Come in and eat, Trouble.
He's trying to have a battle of wills with me right now. So, I'm happy that my pal is back and keeping me and making me keep a tight ship, you know. Do you have baby Gronk Riz? I've got, I would say, adult Gronk Riz. You're on the road to 1,000 subs and it's really stressing you out. Well. What can I tell you? Just relax. Eventually you'll fail for long enough that you stop worrying about it. If you're like me. If you're not like me, then you'll immediately jump way past me, like most everybody does. Most everybody who persists in making a channel and putting up content for any amount of time, even ancillary to the kind of content I put up, zooms past me. Why? I don't know. I guess because I suck. That's what I would tell me if I asked that question. Maybe it's because you suck. And that does seem like the most reasonable explanation for things. But I suspect it's a little more complicated than that, actually. But you know, I'm no expert on how YouTube works. YouTube works in mysterious ways. There's no explaining why meow happens or meow, except in rare instances. You can do things that are generally smart and they'll generally work a lot better than things that are generally dumb. But YouTube's unpredictable. I've been coming back to this channel for about 5 years now. You're not a failure to me, Eric. Well, thanks, Chaos Fuel. You're about to hit 10K subs, Eric. That's 2 aircraft carriers of people. That's a nice way to think about it, Winston's mom. It's a lot of people, but I'm excited by that, and I have been invigorated by the channel starting to grow again after not growing for quite a long time. So in the last month, plus 700 subs in the last 28 days. That's very incredibly good numbers for me. Obviously, if I had been making those kind of numbers every 28 days, then I'd have way more than 10,000 subs after 12 years or whatever. So, pew, 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 pew. So that's pretty good, plus 700 subs in the last 28 days. Closing on 10K finally. And indeed, I did put up a poll a long time ago on the community tab. I'm not sure how long ago, maybe 2-3 years ago, saying, when will I reach 10,000 subs? Like, within a year, within a year, and then never. So, well, I think never won the poll, if I remember correctly. So it is exciting and it is encouraging. But and when I was saying that stuff, I was just saying, like, here's the strongest argument against me. What I think is more actually true is that there's been I've been handicapped by either the warning or that was on my channel for a while, or possibly like, you know, people, various spiteful parties actively campaigning against the channel by flagging a bunch of stuff and meow meow meow. I'm not sure, but I know that I incur I'm not gonna jinx it, nor am I gonna count my chickens before they're hatched. It is the case that all of a sudden right now it could go back to the way it was. I could be getting abruptly no new eyes on the channel and limited subs. But even if that were to happen, I do feel confident that I could get to 10 grand with if I put a push into shorts, you know, that'll get me there. I don't want those subs as much because I want subs who are interested in my streaming because then they're interested in a lot of things that I do potentially, right? They're interested in number one in what I want to do most, which is live stream. And number two, live streams are comprehensive of a lot of other things I do. So that makes them potentially interested on me. Chaos Fuel says, doesn't success on YT mostly depend on insert NI truth here? No, I think YouTube is not subject to NI very much. You can't see any of the workings behind the scenes at all, and all the inferences you make, you are predicated on this tiny fraction of data of the total that you have access to, namely your own data. But you don't really have a meaningful way to compare against other people's data, and accordingly, it's hard to say like certain kinds of things. You have to make a lot of content, first of all, to draw any conclusions. And then if you make a lot of content, the conclusions you can draw are only useful if you plan to continue refining your content to match those conclusions. There are universal things like having good thumbs, having good titles, and that's all fine and good, but those are dramatically less convenient than whatever your title comes to mind is not that much less convenient than a good title. But as far as the thumb, I have to open up like a photo album, make a thumb, and blah blah blah, right? And Type Police was very successful, and I would like to go back to Type Police, to doing it again, for Rachel and I to do it again. It's one of a number of projects I'd like to spend time on, and I feel as though we might get back to it. I'm feeling pretty much like I'm shaking off some lingering hesitation, fear, inertia towards not working on stuff like projects or whatever. I think I'm shaking it off. Like this morning, I worked on that list. It took me a little while to put it together, and it's like I felt this sense of like, dread. Like, oh, am I gonna be able to do this whole thing? Even though it's just making a list of anime that I liked, right? But then it's kind of like faded quickly enough, and I got back into the flow, and it's like, oh, this is what it feels like to work on stuff. I remember this. I'm not so much worried about the grief. Yeah, I make plenty of content already. I need a good editor and someone to carve out nugs of gold. Yeah, that's difficult to find because that's such a time intensive kind of work and it requires ultimately good intuition. So it's tough to do because it's tough to find somebody to do it because you need somebody unless you pay a lot of money, right? You need somebody who's capable of a lot of different things, highly intuitive, and also good with SE, and doesn't have anything else going on that it's like very tricky to do. You'd have to like basically find a kid to hire. You find the right kid to hire, you might be able to do that. But there's an AI short software I use for shorts. It's called Opus. Literally, I put the link to my streams in there, and it'll auto find good clips throughout. Really? Wow. I'm gonna have to check it out. That sounds like a great thing for me.
That really does.
No, please do not apologize. That is a great heads up there. I'm gonna Google it right now. Opus AI.
Yes, come and eat.
Sign up. It's free. There's your food. Yeah, eat it. No, you don't need us to take it into the kitchen for you.
Good boy, Trouble.
What a good eater you are. Your mother and I are very, very impressed with
We
you.
are.
Let me just sign up with Google. Doi, and I don't have to do all that nonsense. Your free trial has started. $90. Like, that's not nearly enough time of video because I make huge. As you add more credits. How much is it? Let's see. $3,600 processing minutes per year. How many hours is that? 6 hours is 360 minutes. 60 hours, 600 hours. That's not bad. I very well might get this thing. I'm gonna have to check it out. Yeah, I think it is probably worth it. Can you make, instead of 3 shorts a day for a year, can you make like 30 shorts a day for 36 days?
Mm-hmm.
36 and a half days. What is a moribund? I don't think it's a thing, it's an adjective. Meaning maybe very fat? Now I'm going to Google it. Oh. Of a person at the point of death. Of a thing, internal decline, lacking vitality or vigor. The moribund commercial property market. In a state of dying. Moribund is dying. Well, I mean, I've got like so many hours of live streams, you know? Well, I don't know. I'll check it out. I'll try it out, you know? Some of the audio AI is scary good. Watching the demo, pretty amazing, says Ruben R. I'll try it out. See, what I really need to do though is have the correct judgment about what to pick. Well, I'm just trying with a recent live stream, you know. I guess I'll pick one that's like an hour or something long. Or maybe I'll buy more credits just to try it out on a longer video, but because most of my streams are more than an hour and a half long. Audio AI could have Johnny Cash sing some of my songs.
Really?
What that says?
Would you want that?
That'd be cool. See what it sounds like.
That would be cool. That is pretty cool, actually. That's fun.
What that says, or Johnny.
Whoa, that would be so
Have
cool.
Johnny sing my songs. The thing is, Johnny is not my fave singer. I'm not saying I don't. It's like, to me, like the question of whether he's a good singer or not. Yes, he's a very skilled singer. He's got excellent breath control, but it's not like he has the most beautiful voice in the world or something. He's just a great artist. I see.
Have Monroe sing your songs.
Per 2 hour live stream, it'll make about 35 shorts. And of that, probably 10 to 15 of them are usable. Then you just pick your favorites and auto upload them. Can you upload shorts from your laptop, though? Have they tried to make that possible? I still can't upload shorts from the laptop. But I could, I guess, upload them to Google Drive, then upload them, then download them to my phone, and then upload them to YouTube from my phone. I could do that. Well, the point of shorts, there are two different ways of looking at shorts. From a creative perspective, you can look at it as I like to make a short here because it's a single good shorts concept that I have or something. Like the time I stood on the deck and said, I want that looks like a good place to put a chair, and showed the camera down the hill where there's a spot, and then I carried a chair, and then I sat in it, and I went back up, turned the camera on, went back down, waved to the camera. Then I did all that to make like a 5 second long short, right? That's like creative concept short. The other kind of short though is advertise your live stream short, which is a snippet from a stream and is attempting to say, hey, this is an example of how of the fun stuff that happens here around this live stream. So, well, it was YouTube's answer to the TikTok trend, and it's proved hugely successful in the sense that shit tons of people watch shorts. Good evening. Edibles brought me here. Cool. I'm glad they brought you here. They were probably seeking their friends. That's my guess. Is that they were separated at birth from these friends here and we're trying to be reunited with them.
Oh man.
The thing is, what I like about this idea that Anthony Venture here is presenting, as he says he's not a salesman for this company, but I'm feeling very sold on it since what you just said is exactly what I want. The other thing is what I was saying earlier, that if I had to generate a bunch of new subs via shorts, that wouldn't be so great because it's not exactly the subs I want. That was for the first concept of shorts, right? I don't want subs from the first concept of shorts because I'm not primarily a shorts maker. I could be a very successful one. I'm pretty good at figuring out what's gonna do well. I mean, I'm not like, it's like baseball, right? You're pretty good if you hit 30% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Ruben R says, Opus has a certain look to it, though. I don't love the look of the character models. And is it locked in that top-down perspective? I'm not sure. But even if Ruben R, it's not the look exactly that I'd want or something, as long as the shorts are just basically ads for the live streams, with, obviously you hope they'll do well as shorts as well, because there's a little bit of revenue, maybe some subs from that. But if your goal is for them to bring people to the live stream, then it bothers me less that it's not exactly the look I want. I don't know. I haven't thought about it or looked at it enough to draw any conclusions about it. In a pinch. Yeah, well, $120 a year is if you make 3 shorts a day. So It depends on the clip, Ruben, but you can change it to a top down where two creators are on screen. But most of the time, it's just snippets and auto captioned. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful news.
That is.
I just do it to bring more awareness. Best branding, in my opinion, is just being seen. The more I'm seen, the more likely they are to click in the future with my face on a thumbnail. Yeah, thank you, Anthony Venture. You made a big splash with just the moment you arrived, right?
Yeah.
You made just this huge splash and impact.
Totally.
I've never heard of you or seen you before around here or anything. So that's an impressive entry. It's like somebody threw open the saloon doors, cannons went off, and exploding confetti in the air. Anthony Venture is here. Wonder point. Oh, absolutely. In fact, Anthony Venture, I'm giving you 2 wonder points because that's so goddamn useful. And I rarely give 2 wonder points.
Yeah, and I think there's a wonder point for me too because I super appreciate that also. Like,
she's giving you a wonder point as well. That's 3 wonder points for you. That's like, this is gonna be the world record for first day around talking with famous people for a long time, I suspect. 3 wonder points. That once someday that's gonna matter, Anthony Venture, because I do have as my Anthony Venture idea. I want to make a blockchain wonder point, either Ethereum token or Solana token. And then, if that were the case, if we were put in that era, I would, at this moment, transfer you 3 actual Wonder Point tokens to your crypto wallet. Unfortunately, you've earned these 3 Wonder Points in the pre-blockchain token era of Wonder Points. So, such serendipity. I was watching when I was learning about MBTI and trying to understand how I'm an INTP and in between Bo and Tyler was. You're talking about people like that from a long, long time ago. And first of all, there's no way in how those, like Bo was an INTP. 0 chance of that. I know who you're talking about. And that guy was obviously not T.I. Dom. I don't know what I said at the time. In retrospect, he was obviously not. I don't know who the other one you're talking about. You're talking about Taylor. He's an ESTP. Tyler, I don't know who that might be, but yeah, I wouldn't put a lot of weight in my super old videos like that. Regardless, now I understand cognitive functions typology very well, but that notwithstanding, I'm excited to get that thing, try it out, see how it works.
me too. Sounds like a good investment.
Oh, right. I know who you're talking about, Anthony. You're talking about Zachary. Zach. Yeah, it does sound like a good investment. The rare Trump hating socialist redneck. Who's that? Is it call me wife beat Biden love? Call me wife beat Biden love. That's my name. Because I'm a commie who beats his wife and loves Joe Biden. Zachary. Yes, Zach. That was quite a long time ago. I'm glad you found us as well in a pinch. Thank you so much for subbing, and we'll see you around. You sleep. You sleep with a delightful innocence that leaves you refreshed and fulfilled in the morning, okay? In other words, I want you to sleep like a baby. Because what could be more pure and innocent than a baby?
Hi, in a pinch.
Baba. Tiffany, I was just saying yes, being a baby is good. But they're so pure and innocent. You want a bunch of babas? Seems to me that Tiffany thinks most people are either babies or too big for their britches. And if they're acting like what she deems to be an adult, they're too big for their britches. If they're acting like what she deems to be not an adult, they're a baby. That's right. You're either a bunch of babas or too big for your britches. Oh, what else can you tell us about us, Tiffany? You're fine. I need a warmer hat. This will be fine, I guess. At least I got socks on now. Means I'm halfway there.
You go, babe.
I know what I'll do to stay on the warmer side. Instead of going all the way outside, I'll go into the garage. How about that? That'll be fun for everyone. Everyone loves the garage. What sort of place is the garage? It's a magical wonderland where I have to go and clean the cat food. That's probably why I don't go in the garage that often. Is subconsciously, I think, oh wait, if I go in there, I'll have to clean up the cat food. I don't consciously think that, but God, you cats and you're going to the bathroom all the time. Can you imagine a litter box at Siegfried and Roy's house? Jesus Christ. We just have 2 regular house cats. And I clean this thing frequently. It's not like I'm being super procrastinating about it. Literally go for days at a time. Often I'll clean it more than once a day. This time I let it go for like a full day. And it's like 10 cats have shit in here. It's like every cat in the county came to our house and shit and pissed in our litter box. And I bet you 10% of that is Capillo. And the other 90% is trouble. I bet. Just because he's such a pain in the ass. Well, I'm done. I did it. I finally finished cleaning up the whole litter box, all the poop, all the pee. Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty. I'm free at last. Now, if I could just find an AI that would make a blockchain wonder point for me. That'd be nice. I wonder, like, does this AI thing does it learn how to get the right things over time based on which ones you choose in some sort of learning algorithm, I guess? Or does it just learn based on things you assign directly in it? Like, I refine and define more parameters so it becomes has a ever more refined set of parameters and information about how I want things so it can be better at getting it exactly that way. Those, you see the two differences, the difference between the two things? It's that first one that's tricky, right? That's what I don't think AI can really do yet. I don't know when it'll be able to, but I can do some of that, I guess. Like, I picked these clips, so do you know better just from the fact that I picked these ones and not those ones what to do in the future? Or do I have to tell you why? What was it like in Vietnam? Well, I was 2 years old and I was leading a platoon deep into Viet Cong territory. I already lost 2 of my soldiers to landmines. And we called it in. We just had to leave the bodies where they lay, you know. Our job wasn't done. So as we came about 2 clicks up north of the strongly nest of the Kong, which were embedded in this village, I called in the napalm strike. Vietnamese scattered, some of them on fire. And that's when we leapt out of the bushes. I thought I had to drop on them. But unbeknownst to us, another squad of Kong were coming in from the south. They had our back. All of a sudden, instead of having to jump in the ambush, we were pinned between a pincer. I tried to scramble the squad back up the top of the hill off to the west. That's when I took all that shrapnel at that point. But it didn't slow me down. I grabbed Johnson by the shirt. I dragged him up the hill in my little 2-year-old body. And I said, "Soldier, now's not the time to break. You get out and move." And we made the top of the hill, killed all the Viet Cong. I got the Congressional Medal of Honor and the Bronze Star. The youngest ever recipient of either. Even though I was still alive, I got the Bronze Star. So that's pretty good. Normally they only give it to dead people. I appreciate you asking about. I don't talk a lot about my time in the war. You don't remember that well things from when you were 2 years old, but to be honest, I'm not even sure if the Vietnam War was still going on in 1973. I could have been part of a CIA op, that was sort of off the books. We could have been in Laos. My geography was pretty poor too. But I remember the 7 surgeries to remove the shrapnel. I remember those. Me screaming at the doctor, "Don't give me no more of that damn morphine! Just give me a piece of wood to bite on. What do I look like, a 1-year-old? I'm 2 already. Treat me like a grown-up." That's kind of a big spider. I think I'm going to have to just execute the spider. Sorry, mister. Make sure you don't suffer at all. There. It's just too big for me to just leave alone. I don't want a bunch of spiders everywhere. This is kind of a spidery area. Tend to get spiders in the house, you know. Anyhow, you can read more about my story from the Vietnam War. Toddler in the Trenches. It's a book I wrote about my time in the Vietnam War. I remember there was one time we burst into what turned out to be some kind of nursery school, preschool thing. Children were terrified, but I told the men to walk out of there. I walked right up to them and I said, "Look, I don't even need to get down on your level. I'm younger than you are. And I want you to know it's going to be okay." Meow.
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 You need to get Frank and Steve's top-notch credit card from the Frank and Steve credit card company. That's not a good way to determine things, Winston's mom. Even though SE Polar is pretty tough, it is conceivable that INTPs can be successful implementing business ideas and stuff. We do have TE fifth. I remember when I was, working with Denise Kimball on autonomy stuff. She definitely had better TE about it than I did. All right, well, I don't know. Well, I mean, before you're sure that the energy levels are different, compare against Love Who. I haven't seen Anthony's stuff at all, but there is an awareness of if they want to apply themselves accordingly of how certain things play and how to position stuff. Okay. Didn't you have him on for a chat once? I have no idea. I don't think so. This is the first time I've ever seen the guy or heard of him. He says he's been around for a while, but I don't remember him at all. I mean, he says he was around a long time ago, but it was probably, just watching the videos because they didn't even have live streaming back then. I had the raw channels do uploaded videos to kind of mimic the eventuality of possibility of live streaming a panel like Taylor's doing, So it wasn't so much a panel as it was just a bunch of people talking about whatever. How many type tubers have you feuded with? Have I feuded with? I mean, feud is an odd word. I can think back to the beginning of it, like me playing feudy guy a little bit with, like, say, MBTV. Damon Gray's channel. I was feudy a bit with EJ&D at the beginning as he was just sort of fading out because I didn't understand what was going on. I was just brand new, you know. But the other instances of, I've had plenty of beef things with plenty of people, but by and large, that's not me being feudy at all. That's them being hatery or spiteful and me defending myself / attacking back, you know. DSP, I don't think that was a feud. Flub, that's a me dealing with somebody who's being very difficult, right? And engaging in an attacky way or whatever. Same with Melissa Talks, Marty Glenn. That's not me feuding with them. That's them being several of many examples of people who basically expect to be able to bully people, and they come across me and they can't bully me. So that's different than, say, my initial engagements with MBTV, which were me stirring the pot, feuding and stuff. Those are just like, Marty Glenn is just a very bad person, and accordingly couldn't handle it when I said, no, you're not an INFJ. But I mean, that's the least of his problems, right? No, he can't handle the fact that he doesn't know anything at all about typology. He's spewing a bunch of complete garbage, and oh God, don't even get me started. Those aren't feuds, right? It's like, am I going to be a good citizen and take out these rabid dogs, or at least put a sign on it? Or am I going to walk on by going, no, just ignore this stuff? Yeah, for Glenn it does. It sure does. Winston's mom.
Yeah, it really does.
He's awful.
He is awful.
And it's like, you can see there's a little bit more restraint in me these days. I still have a general intention to make a video regarding Marty and Caroline, but I feel cautious about it as well. Like, I don't want another campaign of spite to succeed in some way and prevent the channel from growing as it naturally would otherwise. I am confident that I can make the video in a way that's sort of presents everything in a neutral and flat fashion, kind of a journalistic way. But I don't think it would make any difference how I present it to him. I don't know how effective he's going to be in some sort of spite campaign, but yeah, if I were to, I think it's absolutely right, Bullfed. If you were here when we read those emails and stuff, then you should agree, regardless of whether you do. So. Okay. Why can't I find my glasses?
No. They're right there.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, well, I've been, well, that's what I'm saying, Winston's mom. I would like you to weigh the risks of what damage Marty might potentially try to hit back with. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is I'm aware of that, and it's like, it feels like I have no idea, I have no way of confirming this or not, right? It's like, my YouTube performance may or may not have had anything to do with Spite Monkeys and an agenda that successfully got me somewhat suppressed on YouTube, as I intuit is likely the case. So the thing is, nevertheless, I have to operate under the assumption that some explanation is either correct or has enough likelihood to be correct that it needs to impact my decision making somewhat. And so since that's what I intuit, it is the case that I think that YouTube had me fairly suppressed for a fairly long time. I'm not sure how much of that, though, just stems from that single bullying strike against C.S. Joseph or warning that I had on my channel for several years. It may just link to that, in which case, who knows? Like, I think YouTube's probably pretty good at distinguishing spite monkey style attacks on somebody from that channel being having actual problems or being a problem, right? So if there's a whole flurry of flagging every video, somebody goes through and flags every video. Well, that's where I'm confident about my journalistic skills, right? So if I got to make that video, I would say, here's the evidence that I've been presented. I encourage Marty to issue any corrections wherever. But one thing I think that it's very clear that we can say is that unless this woman is completely making everything up out of whole cloth, that in the video, when he refers to her in this incident, that he was lying when he said his friend told him this story. So it's conceivable that Caroline's making up absolutely everything, lying about everything for God knows what reason. But there's something of a paper trail. And, screenshot she sent me, things like that is pretty convincing. It's enough to comprise journalistic evidence. I'm not trying to convict him in a court of law. And as long as I just say, look, this is what she said went down. This is the evidence she sent me. I'll leave it up to you to make your own judgments about it. And let me know what you think in the comments. And I'm not going to get in any trouble with anything. I'm not going to certainly open myself up to a defamation case because I'm just reporting on what you told me. So I do think he's a menace, and I think this story needs to be told such that people who are interested in him can at least know what they're getting, rather
Yeah.
than this, as Rachel said, this sadistic bait and switch.
Yeah.
She didn't say sadistic. I added the sadistic, but she said bait and switch. No, Shannon's not this lady. Caroline is this lady. Shannon is totally unrelated to this. Boba Fett's just, I guess, stream of consciousness freestyling right now. God, Boba Fett. Nobody's talking about Shan. Shan is from David Shan, okay? They're scientists. They confer separately from one another. They deliberate separately from one another and then confer. Amazing. Dave and Shan. Dave and Shan can sew. You know what? I want to have something called the Typology Suck It Temple. And I want to send Dave and Shannon both to go suck it at the Typology Suck It Temple. We're going to send CSJ. He's going to go suck it at the Typology Suck It Temple. We're going to call it the TSIT. So T-sit, okay? CS Joseph, T-sit. Dave and Shannon, T-sit. Joyce Mang, T-sit. Hey, Jack from Socionic Society, I'm sorry, T-sit. You need to go say your proverbial Hail Marys at temple, okay? And by saying the Hail Marys, I mean you need to suck it. Sorry, I'm just telling it like it is. Some people need to go receive communion at the Typology Suck It Temple. You go to Sunday school where they will be taught how to suck it. Maybe we should collaborate on. No, I'm sorry, not collaborate. Maybe we should combine our ideas. I don't want to put some of your poo in my soup, right? I can't combine your wrong ideas with my right ideas and somehow make your wrong ideas correct. Can you imagine? It's like two people doing science projects, both in the same workspace. One was putting together this brilliant thing about like, here's cold fusion operational as a power generator. And the other person's like, after working on their like picking poster boards, like, hey, you want you and me to do just one project and share credit for it? We can include my poster and your cold fusion power generator. No, I don't want to add some of socionics' failures into correctness. Everything that socionics said that was correct, I've already incorporated. I read socionics shit a long, long time ago. That's the thing. I'm an equal opportunity includer. I've already included everything that's correct in my initial survey of all the ideation about typology out there, which was expansive for sure. I didn't start out talking about typology as though I were an expert on it. I started out with, so I read about this cognitive functioning today, and apparently these are the functions. This is what they mean. I read it out loud to people, you know. That's how I started out. I didn't become an expert overnight. And I didn't become an expert by huddling in the security blanket of not making public any critiquable explanations, you know? Just a bunch of woolly-headed hogwash, I say. What? Meow. What do you want to meow about so much?
That was a meow?
Yeah.
Wow, that was a tough meow.
You want me to bring your food back into the kitchen? You're like, hey, I eat on a kitchen table, Eric. What do you think you're doing? Here you go, kitty, kitty, meow, meow. There you go. There's your table plate back where you want it. But I appreciate you're willing to compromise and eat a little bit over there sometimes.
Me too.
Because you definitely qualify as a handful. Oh, silly kitty. Always with your chewing ways and your swallowing mouth. Whatever shall we do with you? And your hair going everywhere at all times. In the most undesired fashion. Because not, it'll be yeah.
Cool. I think that's the connector in there.
It would be convenient if I could just sort of like shave this cat, but there's no way he would allow that to happen. He would just go into full-on rabid bobcat mode. Yes, who's a rabid bobcat? It's you. Like that cat who jumped on that lady in the video. Yes, you are. Did you get it?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm trying to see. So the next thing for that like music challenge is a song that you like to dance to.
Well, I mean, you could do the one that obviously comes to mind to me is think about things.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
But you could do a very dancey beat song like Adamame or Bills Paid on Time. He's got, Baby and I'm going to go upbeat stuff.
It does.
Which is smart of him. He's got pretty short tracks as well, which is smart of him.
Think About Things is a good one, though.
Yeah, well, because in that instance, you like to do the dance from the thing to the thing.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, about as locked into that question as you're going to get.
Okay. Think About Things it is.
What was yesterday's topic?
Song that reminds you of someone. And I put, this will be our year.
Reminds you of me. Yeah. Trying to think of what songs remind me of Delilah, and the first thing that came to mind is Bobo Chiquito, which is not really even a song.
That's
Just what I used to
cute.
say when I bounced around my knee, you know.
Yeah.
Bobo Chiquito. And the bunny goes Bobo Chiquito. Or maybe you end a D&D game when Steve finally fails to contain his misbehavior and says something unforgivable to the only girl playing. Yeah. Like, you're just a bitch, man hater. Because she's not responding to his overtures. Why did we invite him? Why did we invite him? Zipblocks. Hi, Zipblocks. It's Lori. Shattered Pixel Dungeon is a fun roguelike game. I'm uninformed. How does one end a D&D game? Probably by going out for pudding. Your hair is everywhere screaming infidelities. You think Trouble's hair is screaming infidelities? That's a surprising thing for it to be screaming. What would be the difference between strategic and tactical? Well, it depends on, it's just a way of describing a frame and a subframe, right? Like, our larger frame of reference is the war. Here's a battle. Battles are fought ideally strategically within the frame of the war, but tactically within the frame of the battle. I do have a lovely rump. It's a 3-cheek butt. He doesn't have a bowl, he has a paper plate. I just throw it out when it gets dirty and put a new paper plate out. My favorite is RuneScape. Basically, just level 1 and 30 things, and you can gain many skills by just repeating a task a million times, like wood cutting for years for level 99. RuneScape, huh? Cool, I like that idea. Yes, RPG, but based on my work, not much coordination with others. It could be everybody dies. If you put out too tough of a monster and it kills everybody, that could be the end of the game. And everyone's like, oh, that was shitty. You suck as a dungeon master. Given a genre, right. I just got a James Webb calendar. What is a James Webb calendar? Who is James Webb? Is he the guy who invented spiders? Space stuff, huh? Cool. Space telescope. Right. No Sage, that explains it. That explains it. No Sage explains that I invited Steve because he was my only friend when I first moved to the new school, but then I made better friends and realized why he didn't have friends, but I'm loyal. Makes perfect sense now. I get it. It's a bad song from when I was a teenager. This is a normal path, Winston's mom. What's a normal path? Um, from A to B. From A to B, yes, that's a normal path. Is that your plate or the cat's? That's the cat's plate. Not both of our plates. We don't eat at the table. The only one who eats at the table is the cat. We always eat in front of the TV. In here. Oh, you ate at the table? Okay, well, that makes you a cat, Ruben. If one goes bird watching, we quickly learn which birds are prey and which are predators, right? Next, we learn to identify their calls. Birds of the same feather sound alike. Well, that's one way to put it, but unfortunately, unlike birds, people don't have distinct calls. They all have the same call, which is words. And that's why we got to test the functions directly. I liked your poll question. Was K an auk a howl, an owl a hawk? Well, I will ask another poll question. I just need you to come up with one. Say, for example, which would you rather have right now? Which would you rather have right now? A muffin or a donut? Which would you rather have right now? A muffin or a donut? Oh, you guys want animal polls? Sure. I'll do you an animal poll. Okay. But first, we need to figure out what's this much more important question. What do you want right now? A muffin or a donut? Cronut is not allowed in this competition because you have to be a purebred baked good in order to qualify for this competition. The word shit came from cargo ships exploding because of workers smoking cigarettes near cow manure containers. It was the methane. So it stands for ship high in transit above everything else. Good to know. Good to know. I would normally say a donut, but you specified right now, and a muffin sounds better, right? Because it's evening, it's not morning. If you were asked the question, what's better in general, then I think donut would get more action. But I actually suspect muffin is preferred more frequently. Muff nut didn't have the right ring to it. You had a hard time imagining this muffin. Well, it's a blueberry muffin, maybe. Could be a cranberry orange muffin. You get to pick your kind of donut too. Same with the muffin. You can pick your muffin. You can pick your donut. It could be a glazed donut. It could be a chocolate donut. Could be my favorite kind of flavor, maple donut. I like maple donuts myself. Acacia has blueberry muffins on her table right now, so if she really wanted one right now, she could have it. Maybe now that she has muffins, she wanted muffins before she got them, but now that she has muffins, of course, she wishes she had gotten donuts. I think that's likely. Eric, please tell all the new people about Talking with Famous Pizza. Oh, well, I mean, if you want to tell them about it, there's not much to tell except if you want to make good pizza, here's the key tips. Number one, wafer thin crust. You want it to be cracker crust. Number two, don't put sauce or whatever on it. Just spread tomato paste. A thin layer, but all over the very, very thin crust. Then you're going to add your regular ingredients, your cheese, your meat, and put a little garlic powder, a little dried onions on there. Good to go. Maybe depends on your oven. I like to cook it from a cold oven, but I might try a few different ways. From a cold oven, depending on what you're cooking on. If you're cooking on a cookie pan, it can take like 18 minutes to 20 minutes. Longer if you're cooking on one of those aluminum things. And get sober, mother trucker. I am sober, Mega Deals 21. I have been for over 10 years now. I used to be a practicing alcoholic, but now I'm not. That's why I drink mucho mango. And that's something worth celebrating with a refreshing bong rip. It's a good retort, Winston's mom. I like that one. Winston's mom has instructed Mega Deals to stop beating your wife. Good idea. Yeah, Mega Deals, you should stop that. Well, so Mega Deals likes to, I guess, be very provocative in his explicit rejection of all decent social norms. Well, good luck with that. Provocative. Yeah. Well, I'm surprised, actually. I am surprised. It appears that donut is the winner of this poll. I expected it to be muffin. I did, but I was wrong. Well, I'm so fancy with my new Ruby Tuesday nickname. I'll tell you what, next poll. Should we ban I'm not smoking crack, Mega Deal 21? Did you really think that this is crack? Do you think this is crack? You live in some kind of cave if you think that's crack. Whoa. Let's see. My mom's donut is way too frosted. That one is true. Because she's dead. So should we hide Mega Deals? $21, yeah. They want to accidentally hide the wrong Mega Deals. She's ashes dead, yeah. She is ashes dead. I will abide by the group's decision here. Well, good for you, Mega Deals 21. I'm glad that you embrace your urges so freely like that. That must be really liberating for you.
That's not cool.
What?
You said buy fags.
Okay, well. Bye. So yeah, we'll decide whether we want to prevent him from coming back or not. I'm fine with either answer. The question is, should we hide him? So, yeah, should we prevent him from coming back? Is another way to put that. Let's see here. Bovette, you just crawled, scarred, and wounded out of the Sarlacc pit. Oh. Ruben R voted no. I think I would vote no as well. Although, it's kind of a tough call. Thighs are where me place out trust. I emerged victorious, not crawled out. Good distinction, Boba Fett. No Sage voted no. Ruben as well. It feels good at the top, says No Sage and Ruben are. It was getting close to a yes. Pull me next. E.S. Yosef. Dude, I can't believe you're 25 years old. You should really stop smoking. I am 25 years old, but it's not in Earth years. Okay. Other planets take a different amount of time to travel around the sun. I'll let you guess which planet I'm 25 years old on. Total Tech. You know who you remind me of? A little bit. You remind me of Mega Deals 21. All right, so 12 votes. We're going to just let it go another minute. And we'll wrap that poll up. And if it's yes, I will hide his ass. We'll just abide by the community, the majority decision. We're not going to make this like a jury trial. I don't need unanimity for a criminal case. Okay. So we are going to end this poll now with the results at yes. R.I.P. Mega Deals. R.I.P. All right, so Mega Deals is now hidden. And, I don't think any of us is going to particularly miss him.
That's a good point.
Regardless of what we thought about how to vote on that. Not like tomorrow someone's going to be like, God, I wish Mega Deals were here.
No.
Just saying. Maybe tomorrow, but not very much longer than that, probably. Sounds like an online auction. Maybe it is. I don't know. Okay. So, do I have another poll in mind? All right, we're going to do this animal thing, okay? We're going to do it for Acacia because she wanted it. And I'll do it for Rachel because I know she's going to want it too. Which animal represents the spirit of Acacia? Now, should I pick the animals myself? I think so. One of them is going to be a squirrel. One of them will be, if you've got anything in mind, Rachel, let me know. Let's see. A bear. But I'm willing to change that option. A crow. A fox. So you're at a squirrel. Replace with something else. Well, like we're doing all forest animals. We could do a deer.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I want to change fox to raccoon. Okay, start poll. Dear Bear, thanks, Anthony Venture.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome for being so welcoming, and thank you for the super chat, and welcome back to the channel. Should have been Raven, not Crow. I think I know what the answer is as well. Oh, I wonder what Ruben thinks is clearly the answer. I think the people are correct right now in picking raccoon. That's so Raven. Giant tortoises are supposed to be the best meat in the world. If she were a Galapagos giant tortoise, she would be extinct. Is that what you want for poor Acacia? You want her to be extinct? All right, let's see. Got 12 votes. So it seems like pretty much everybody's chimed in on it. Oh, there's 20 people here. So I'll give it another minute or two for anybody who wants to chime in on which animal represents the spirit of Acacia. The spirit of Acacia sounds like a plane, like the spirit of St. Louis, but it's a plane that only can stay in the air for like 45 minutes. Then it needs to land again and rest for a while. They even get specimens back to England to give it a proper scientific name for many years because the sailors would eat them all. Oh, well, I'm sure they were delicious. Raccoon is correct. Bush baby is possibly more correct. Bush baby, I don't even know exactly what a bush baby
I
is.
don't either.
I think they're very cute. Okay, Raccoon it is. Raccoon is the winner. Congratulations to Raccoon. Congratulations to Acacia for being a raccoon.
Yeah.
Now we're going to see what animal represents the spirit of Rachel. Let's see. We did the forest. Rachel, I'm going to ask you, do you want desert, jungle, ocean, tundra-y, wintry stuff?
Was forest one of them?
You want forest? You want... Okay, so forest.
I was between forest or tundra.
Okay. Well, let's try to go to forest where there are some other creatures to choose from a little bit. There's similar kinds of creatures, or we'll mix a variety of them. Let's put in here elk. We can change this. I'm not married to it yet. I would say let's put fox on yours since we didn't use fox last time. Let's put beaver. Let's see, what other animals should I put here? How about a it's tough to pick 4 different animals. Okay, well, I'm gonna, you know, forest. Let's see.
They don't all have to be from the forest.
How about we put a sea creature here.
Okay.
Dolphin. And then we'll just do a mix of ecosystems here. I'm going to give you a jungle creature as well. Should I put monkey, cheetah, giraffe, or zebra?
It's up to me?
Yeah, pick one of those.
Well, cheetah used to be my favorite animal growing up, so cheetah.
Okay, now tundra. You know what? We're going to put for fox Arctic to make it tundra.
Okay.
And then our last creature can be so we've got a cat, a doggish thing, a dolphin, which is an ocean mammal. We should have a bird. I'm gonna choose I think something like let's pick good kind of bird to pick. Well, I'm thinking could be a like maybe an egret.
What's an egret?
It's like a stork, kind of.
Oh.
Well, it seems a little obscure in an animal if you don't even know what it is. So, birds. Anybody suggesting any birds? Koala? We could put a koala on here.
Yeah, koala is fine.
Hummingbird, peacock, Portuguese man of war, sea otter, or river otter. We already have a water mammal. So I think I'm going to go with koala here. Not sure what kind of animal a koala is, really. Okay, cheetah, Arctic fox, dolphin, or koala? A great tit? Is that a kind of bird? I think it is, yeah.
Yeah.
A titmouse, a great tit, a Tittonese tit viper, and I do like river otter as a choice, or sea otter for Rachel, either one of those.
Yeah. I definitely am a sea otter.
I could have put that one down. As it is, it looks like koala's winning. Oh, I believe it. Wouldn't want to see R in a bad mood. No, you don't want to see R in a bad mood. That's true. She rarely is. a leopardopotamus, hippopotamus, a hippopotamus. I wonder what koalas are like.
I think they sleep a lot.
It's pandas that eat shoots and leaves. To koalas eat eucalyptuses.
Yep.
It's hard to come up with an infinite number of 4 equally desirable animals.
That's true.
Like if I went, okay, now let's do Lou, and I put slug, dung beetle, pigeon, and cockroach, you'd be like, hey,
Yeah, that's true.
what's going on here? Why do I got such shitty animals?
Yeah.
Who's vicious little shits? This is a fun game.
Koalas?
Koalas
No,
are?
I don't want to watch when koala attacks. I'm sure they do. But, like, I'd rather see them, like, aren't they... I
Why?
don't want to be known for being max brutal.
You're not Max Brutal. It just, look, I don't think koalas go out of their way to come up to you and attack you. I'm sure it's just if you bother them too much.
Yeah.
That's fair, you know? It's good that you have boundaries. Capybara is kind of cuddly seeming.
Koalas make really cute stuffed animals. I think they sleep a lot, which, like, would go with me for sure. Hold on.
Yeah, don't bring your dogs walking around Rachel's house and expect her not to attack you with koala claws.
Yeah.
Looks like koala's gonna win this contest. So good for you, Rachel. It
Thanks.
means you know how to defend yourself against women walking their dogs. I appreciate that.
Thanks. I voted for koala, so. Yeah, they sleep nearly all day, so it's fitting.
There you go. I don't want to Google that, Bofet. I don't like to look at stuff like that. I believe you. I'm not denying it. I don't need to have it proved to me. Capybaras are not fish. No, that would be unfair because that's what she actually is. And that's not an animal representing her spirit. The 12 weirdest animal names. Divine Diablo. Oh wait, that's a football player. Let's see. The Screaming Hairy Armadillo. The Penis Snake. That does.
Yeah.
It does look like a
It
penis.
does.
It's actually a limbless amphibian rather than a snake. It was first discovered in Brazil in the late 19th century, then forgotten for over 100 years until a living specimen was rediscovered in 2011. Number 3, the paradoxical frog. As the paradoxical frog's name implies, this frog has an interesting life cycle. The tadpoles measure a whopping 10 inches long, but the full-grown adults are only a quarter of that length. In case you're wondering how a 3-inch long female could spawn nearly foot-long hatchlings, that's not much of a paradox at all, since the tadpoles hatch and grow from ordinary sized eggs. Okay. The pleasing fungus beetle. That's a great name for a bug. Any insect called the pleasing fungus beetle immediately begs the question, was this bug named in reference to a displeasing fungus beetle? Excellent writing.
That is.
If so, how could one fungus beetle possibly be more displeasing than the next, given that they're, well, fungus beetles? The fact that is that pleasing fungus beetle, which consists of about 100 genera in the family Eratwilidae, have brightly colored and or intricately patterned carapaces, which makes them pleasing to look at. And the pleasing fungus beetles do have one very displeasing habit. They feast on some of the gourmet fungi prized by Asian mushroom eaters. The Angora rabbit. This rabbit is crazy looking. I gotta show you this rabbit. I'll show you the other creatures too, but they don't necessarily look interesting, right? They just got interesting names. The Angora rabbit. Technically, the wool of the Angora goat is used to manufacture mohair, while cashmere is derived from the cashmere goat. Angora wool, by definition, can only be harvested from the Angora rabbit, of which there are 4 internationally recognized breeds. That said, the Angora rabbit is not only one of the most comically named, but also one of the most comical looking animals on this list. The raspberry crazy ant. You might imagine that the raspberry crazy ant received its name because it looks like a wildly skittering raspberry. Actually, it was named after Texas exterminator Tom Raspberry, who was the first to notice a germinal invasion of this South American species. Ever since, most people have spelled it like the fruit, though not like the name, because it just seems more appropriate. The crazy part refers to the seemingly self-destructive behavior. Aggressive swarms have been known to chew through electrical wires, resulting in mass electrocution. The chicken turtle. What do you get when you cross a chicken with a turtle? Well, rather than come up with a punchline, we'll just introduce you to the chicken turtle, a freshwater species of the southwest U.S. This turtle did not come by its name because it sports feathers and a waddle, but because its meat tastes uncannily like chicken. The ice cream cone worm.
Weird.
The sarcastic fringe head.
Oh my god.
The sarcastic fringe head may not necessarily be sarcastic in the human sense, but this fish certainly has an unpleasant disposition with an unusually large, colorful mouth that it uses to grapple with other fringe heads and a pronounced inclination to defend its own territory. Basically, like many sarcastic animals, it's all bark and no bite. It opens its mouth wide, but it doesn't say anything worth listening to. The fried egg jellyfish. Wow.
It really does look like a fried
It
egg.
sure does. If the fried egg jellyfish were really made out of an egg, what kind of egg would it be? Clearly not one laid by an ordinary bird or reptile, since the bell of this jellyfish can measure a whopping 2 feet in diameter. Perhaps you'd have to go all the way back to the dinosaurs to get an egg that big. As imposing as it is, the fried egg jellyfish isn't particularly dangerous. The king of herrings. It's a good name.
It is.
This 10-foot-long marine vertebrate is only distantly related to smaller herrings that we know and love. It earned its name because European fishermen of the 18th century thought it was guiding schools of herring into their nets. The striped pajama squid. Does look like striped pajamas.
cool looking.
Yeah, it is. What a great article.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you for that
is.
link. Who sent that? Winston's mom?
Yeah, I think Winston's mom.
You get a Wonder Point
You got a wonderful
for this great link because I mean I read all the whole thing. That's how much I liked it. This is just ridiculous. Let's probably get me like banned on YouTube or something, you know.
Yeah.
It looks so much like that.
Mm-hmm. Good night, New Groove.
Good night, New Groove. Sleep well. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Are you talking about glide flaps, Acacia? Super glide flaps? Super glide flaps is the next evolution of glide flaps. He's basically the same as glide flaps, but they're a little bit bigger. The Wizard of Oz asks me if I'm a farmer. Yes, I farm truth in a soil bed of wisdom. And then I harvest those rich, plump pieces of produce and I give them to you for free. Nougat. Nougat. I like nougat. And don't forget the world's most undervalued marsupial, the opossum. I don't like
I
possum.
don't really like possums either.
I guess, well, Carolyn makes a good point then. We're just proving that it is the world's most undervalued marsupial.
It is.
She's not saying it shouldn't be. Maybe she agrees that it should be the world's most undervalued marsupial.
Thank you, Akeisha.
Oh, possum lovers. We got a bunch of possum lovers in here, Rachel. I don't know if I trust them as far as I can throw them.
They're freaky looking. You saw like possum with babies on his back, and it was so many
like a scorpion.
Yeah, it's gross.
Super gross. They eat mosquitoes. Well, okay, but they probably eat like anything, basically. They're so blind and slow and gross and mangy and stinky and waddly and disgusting.
We're like covered in goo, Akeisha. It was gross.
And then it's like when you walk past one on the wall, you don't notice it, and then you surprise
Oh my
it because they're so
God,
dumb.
no,
And then it turns to you and goes like this.
By one. No.
It turns to you and goes like.
Oh no! I don't want this to happen to me.
They're horrible. Horrible, horrible possums. Possums are something only a mother could love. You know, you gotta give birth to those possums to love them because they're just inherently just gross and awful. Yes, they eat insects, worms, carrion, those are dead animals, reptiles, amphibians, birds, and their eggs, crustaceans, berries, fruits, and small mammals. And cat food. All right. No, you forgot to put cat food on that list. They love cat food. Everything seems to like cat food. Lou points that out as well. They like cat food. You know, literally everything likes cat food. Sometimes I'll walk in the kitchen, I'll see Rachel eating the cat food. I'll say, Rachel, please, save some for the cats. I wonder, do you think like that Megadeal 21 was being provocative in the hopes that we would click on, go to his channel, and then maybe buy some of his mega deals or something? In other words, was it self-promotional, do you think? Or was he just kind of like spiteful? I'd be curious as to anybody's thoughts on that. But I don't have my glasses with me, so I'll have to see what the chat says when I go back inside. Did I get anything accomplished? Well, I mean, I got some fun stuff accomplished a little bit today, but I didn't, no, I didn't really get anything accomplished. I should probably go to the mailbox, see if there's any mail. But at this point, it's going to require me to put on some modesty pants because it's getting too cold to walk up to the mailbox with shorts and just one jacket on.
Here are your glasses.
Oh, thanks, Darlene.
You're welcome.
In case you was wondering the same thing, Ruben says, yeah, me too, regarding the Capri Sun. Capri Sun's kind of shitty, you know? Hi, Andrew Guafrida. How's it going? How's life as Andrew Guafrida? Is it great? Are you loving every minute of it? When you wake up in the morning, you say, hell yeah, time to celebrate a new day. And then go like this, walking around. That's what I aspire to. When I do that every morning, then I finally arrived at a land called true happiness. 43. Good for you. I'm very pleased on your behalf. I'm pleased for you. I'm impressed. I admire that. Respect that. And I want to say good job to you. Good job, sir. Personally, I'm doing pretty good. I brought a toaster oven into the house today from the little wilderness car. So that's some progress. 6 hours training tonight. Yeah, well, you know, I'm sort of making a push, I guess. Trying to get to... you make a good point. Share with me. As I'm seeing, you know, some growth and stuff and subs and seeing some new eyes around the channel and seems to be garnering some more subs. And I'm trying to get 10,000. I figure, well, let's keep pushing a bit. Yeah, it's kind of like what I feel like doing anyway. But I feel better about it because it seems more productive than it used to. So we'll see. You know, I'm fickle like the winds. What I do, when I do, etc. Those things change. Or more like I'm fickle like the seasonal tides. It's not as quick as the winds, but what trouble? All right, let's go watch you eat. Come on. Might as well. Not like I'm doing anything else that's super important. I can continue to talk to the live stream just fine while watching you eat. I can even get myself some food. I'm feeling pretty peckish. Peckish like Gregory Peck after not eating for 2 days. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Everybody knows what a wonderful man you are. You have the spirit of boyhood in your heart. Can you guys see the spirit of boyhood through the camera? Because in real life, there's a faint glow around him. Rachel, would you like a French bread pizza?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. I'm right here. Yes, I am. Yes, Mr. Man, I haven't gone anywhere. You can still eat more. I'm just opening a couple of pizzas. That's just mommy going into the bathroom. Relagus, relagus. Because you see, when I was in China, and I went and got a massage, it was just a regular massage, everybody. The masseuse was male, and he kept telling me, relagus, relagus. That was his version of the word relax. Ever since then, when I tell myself or others to relax, I have a tendency to say, relagus, relagus. He's like bending me in all these like crazy shapes and stuff. I am relaxing. Jeez, man. I can't relax into bending into shapes I don't bend into. I can only be so relaxed. I'm going to put these on a regular cookie tray. These are a lot. Look, I want to warn everybody about this. Here's a cooking tip. Pro tip from the kitchen by Eric, okay? Cook on one of these things. Cook on one of these things. Very different, okay? This gets hotter and they cook faster. This takes longer. So don't lie to yourself and think I could just put it on whatever and it's going to be exactly the same in the oven, okay? You're fooling yourself. You're deluded. It won't. Okay, so now that we've scolded you about that, put the oven at 400 degrees. There we go. It's going to preheat, as ovens are wont to do. You see it doing that here on the oven's informational display panel. It'll tell us how much time is left. For those who can't see mirror letters very well, can't read them very well, it says 9:37 right now. It's not telling us what time it is. No, it's telling us how much time is left until the oven hits 400 degrees. But what I have figured out is there is no temperature gauge in there matching with that thing. It just approximates it. So, don't be skeptical when your appliances tell you things. They might be just lying or pretending. Yeah. I mean, I actually think that if I get a massage, I prefer to have a male masseuse because I need I need very strong hands. Like, there's no way that Rachel can possibly massage my shoulders anyway with her little child hands. She's got like teeny little hands. Teeny. She's just a small lady. You know, she's 5'2". My kitchen eyeballs are looking at you. Well, just be glad it's not my bathroom eyeballs. Their mom, Maura Mori, passed away recently. She was 17. And she was Chiri and Pori. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Ukrainian women have strong hands. Butter paper. Males. I don't think, Jimmy, understand the whole idea of a massage. You're not SI enough, okay? Massages are about muscles that are very stiff. Like, not stiff, but tight, super tight. And somebody with strong thumbs or whatever has to get in there and push it all out. Anyway, the Chinese are really crazy about massages. When you go to the massage parlor, they've got multiple levels of masseuse that are based on their experience / training and stuff, and it'll tell you like they've been a masseuse for just 1 year and or graduated from this masseuse school, and they're cheaper. Or you can go with this expert masseuse who's been doing it for a long time and has these extra training things they've accomplished or whatever, and they're more expensive. And they've got multiple levels of them. So they're kind of crazy about it, right? I guess they believe that the masseuse just gets better over time. None of them were super expensive from American perspective for a massage. So I went ahead and got the most expensive one. I don't know. Was it actually best? I don't know. The thing is, by the end of that massage, I did feel like he had completely gotten everything. Like, there was nothing, there were no muscles in my body left that were tense. Just everything was just like mush. Because he folded me and fucking. But, that's why I guess it matters a lot that they're super experienced. Because he knows exactly where the limits are, right? No, there was no sort of dirty stuff. It was just a regular massage. Jeez. People in their dirty, dirty ways. And I want to introduce you now to that masseuse would one day become my wife. And here she is.
About how I can't give you a good massage because it's not hard enough. And then I cried because I have bad TV.
I think that's weak SE, Rachel.
That is weak SE.
It's more even that than weak SE. It's just not having. I mean, you're not the only one who can't get my loaf. I really it's a big job, right? It
Mm.
requires a lot of physicality, and your teeny little hands. Look at how small Rachel's hands are compared to my hands. Yeah. Her fingers like go halfway up my fingers.
Yeah.
This tiny little hand. Hold up your hand. Yeah. So, you know, actually, the best massage therapist I had was a Ukrainian ENTJ. Now, I would say, show me the answer to the question is, why do INFJs give the best massage? Because Cone Man 3 gives the best massage.
There's the answer.
Why do INFJs like to work out? Because Cone Man 3 likes to work out. She's in Ukraine now, and I lost her. She's in the middle of a war, getting more and more PTSD by the day. Am I an introvert? Fly Guy asks. I don't know. Never typed you, I don't think. Have I? Did I ever type you? I don't think so. This description, though. What does the description say? It doesn't say anything. It says 0 things. The old Ukrainian combo. All right, so we're waiting for the oven to preheat. Once it does, introvert would be a better masseuse. A chatterbug that stops massaging to talk are the worst.
You know, honestly, I don't feel like that about. Well, like I wouldn't want my masseuse to be chatty.
Yeah, well, certainly if they're talking causes them to stop massaging, that's a problem. I did not say that, Fly Guy. I just said I think so. I don't. I think you're an extrovert. I haven't ever typed you though, have I? Is what I said. What made her amazing was she could have a deep intellectual discussion while giving an A+ massage. Good for her. I asked my dad to read Jung, and he said I was also an extrovert. Well, good for you and your dad. Fly Guy, you seem to have forgotten that when I made the title of this video, that was 6 hours ago. So when you come in referencing the title, I'm probably not going to get the reference at first. It's going to take me a second. What was the poll winner for Rachel's spirit animal? Koala. Grumpy fat alcoholic babushkas. Will you stop calling me grumpy fat alcoholic babushka? I think that's kind of mean of you. I thought this was a new stream, and I like referencing the title. I don't blame you for liking to reference the title. I'm just more or less saying, here's why I did not understand your reference until a solid minute or two after I first read it. Because of a time warp called this live stream.
You know, I don't like when my hair dresser talks. I'd rather quiet and focus on my hair than talking.
So Caroline says, "Oh, I love love," and then so other people will be happy when looking at them. I think those are maybe unrelated things. And then Shomini says, "Caroline, you're so cool. Rachel, you look cool in black."
Thanks.
What about talking during the sex, Lou? Oh, but don't ask people those kinds of questions. Let them have their privacies private.
Yeah.
I've never had a massage. I think I'm banned from massages. Well, it's like I like massages, but it's ultimately not worth it because maybe if I had at some point found a really good masseuse who I knew could get my loaf and knew how to get my back well the way I wanted it done, then I could potentially justify the cost every once in a while. But I don't have any faith in masseuses because most massages I've ever gotten have been disappointing because they focus too much on spots that I don't think need to be focused on and not enough on the spots I need to have focused on, and I feel a limited amount of ability to direct them, you know. I know they kind of have their thing going. Yeah, they don't seem to get that I need my loaf gotten. That's right. There's just one part on the shoulder, and it needs like more work on it than the like other parts of my body may need. Like back may just need like 1 minute, and that needs like 15 minutes. But they don't want. They want to split up the time and all the different parts of your back equally. Timer. Now let me see what the actual time requirements on this are. Where did I put that box? Here it is. I ain't afraid of no ghost. 20 minutes is exactly right. Shall we be productive? Shall we live a dream of a tomorrow that's better than today? Shall we take out this trash? Yes, we shall. It's called Eric's famous "Yes, we shall" speech. It's right up there with "I have a dream" as far as kids doing it in declamation events and speech. I took the trash out, but I didn't take the other trash. That's right, we don't have any more in here. They're over there. No. I moved the spot for the trash bags to the more logical spot for them to be, near the trash can that needs the most trash bag changings, namely the kitchen trash bag. So, and as you see, here they are. I decided to save a little money, and instead of getting this time the pull-out string ones, I got these tie ones. If I dislike them, I won't get them again. But I'm kind of married into these tie ones for a good chunk of time because I got a large package of them. As long as it doesn't, like, break when I'm carrying the trash out, it should be fine. You can see. There it is. Okay. Let's see what other little chores I could do. Well, okay, I need to do this. So this is not going to be a fun chore to do. This is the problem with cooking things. I like to cook. It's like, oh yeah, I'm cooking. But now look. See, when you're cooking, then you're engaging things that are too big for the dishwasher. when you engage things that are too big for the dishwasher, you end up with situations like this. And then, like this casserole dish, we got the long one, and of course, bad to eat. Didn't even think, is that really going to fit in the sink? The answer is no. It doesn't fit in the sink. So, that I'm going to just have to wash with my washing fingers. And then this thing, I need to get this old dough out of here. This is easy enough to clean. This thing's not so bad. Alright, we're going to get a little soap now. And we're going to put it on this brush. First, we're going to open it. We're going to put, this is how you do the dishes. Once again, Eric teaches you how to do stuff. Put a little soap on it, put a little water. And then you scrub off all of the food dirt. Alright, might as well get the outside a little bit too for extra cleanliness points. If you want to squirt off the soap faster, you can use this little hose squirter here. It comes off from the side of the main faucet. Be sure to turn it off before you put it back there, or else it'll squirt out here. Okay, now I have cleaned this, and it can go back where it goes in a second. Before I take that back, next I'm going to tackle this bad boy. There's silverware that I can just put in the dishwasher. So those are a little easier to clean. Rachel and I stood at the casserole dish aisle of the supermarket and looked at a couple of casserole dish options, one of which was shorter than this one. But which one did Eric want to choose? Well, of course I've got the bigger one because then it's never too small for anything. Right, Eric, but things can also be too big for something. Dummy. For example, your sink. Yeah, maybe your casserole dish is too big for your sink. Have you considered that? Maybe you should have measured the sink before you do something so reckless as invest in a new casserole dish. And that's exactly the kind of experience that makes me super purchase shy in general. Like, purchasing things is always, who knows how it's going to end up. You might end up with a casserole dish that doesn't even fit in your sink. Do I need that much casserole? For fuck's sake. Okay. So, clean enough. I declare this one clean enough. Is it clean, clean, clean? No. A little bit of food stuck. Maybe. Well, actually, yeah, it's not like completely, absolutely, spotlessly clean, but it's definitely clean enough. Wow, look at me go. I am really accomplishing stuff today. tonight after a long day of not accomplishing things. I'm finally getting a few things done. Feeling pretty good about it. And you should too. So, next, we can put all of these silverwares into the dishwasher. And just give it a quick rinse-a-roo though first. Rinse-a-roo. Alright, now let's put these here in the dishwasher. This machine provides you a way of not having to personally wash your smaller, most size things. But you don't want to put in the super big things. One, because they take up too much space in the dishwasher. Two, just wash it. Okay, just wash it. I don't have a good reason. Okay, you caught me. I don't have a good reason. But just wash the big things. Although, I mean, with this dishwasher here, maybe I will, because this is kind of stuck on here, you know. It's hard to wash in the sink. And the dishwasher's silverware compartment is nearly filled up. That makes me think that it might be fine if I occupy a lot of other space in the dishwasher for dishes and stuff with this. Because I don't feel like putting in a bunch of elbow grease to get everything off. Also because like feels like this, like feels kind of greasy. Just think maybe I should put it in the dishwasher. At least run the dishwasher. Why don't I do that? Alright. So we're going to put this in the dishwasher. If we can find some room for it, which we can right here. And then we're just going to run this dishwasher right now. Even though it's not 1,000,000% full, it's full enough. So, before we do that, let's attend to this secondary task of putting more water in the cat's water thing. Alright, we've got 8 minutes left on those pizzas. One of the nice things about cooking something like this, where you gotta put it in the oven and wait, is while you're waiting, you get time to get some chores done. Okay, put this thing back where it goes, the mixing bowl. And it goes with the mixer, obviously. And the mixer is in the natural place for a mixer to be, in the tech closet. Because, you know, in this house, unfortunately, I'm allowed to decide where to put things. Piao and piao. All right. How many piaos will we accomplish here? Many more or 0 more? Let's find out. I can put this back in here, so that's 1 more piao. Put this in the trash, that's another piao. think it's at long last time for me to put this towel in the wash. Rachel suggested we do that the other day. I said, no, I just want to fling it out here and put it the other side. So it's definitely due for a trip to the wash. It's also not wet and snowy outside, so we don't really need that by the door. So we're going to put this in the laundry room, where the deer and the antelope roam. No, they play. I'm sorry. They play first, then they roam. Smells good in here. Smells like fresh laundry. All right. So, we're moving, we're shaking, we're bluevin and blaking. I'm currently just reading some chat stuff, going back, reading a little chat. I need the volume of a whole Great Lake to clean one pot. One of the situations when you're wearing pants but you can't pull them up. That happens to me all the time. I'm carrying things, my pants are falling down. Sometimes unless I'm out in public or whatever, I'll just walk until they just fall down to my ankles and just, oh well. No, I don't, Mr. Kurtoffel. I don't want any of those things that you constantly joke about. Oh no, Rachel, hoping it's a soft landing. What's a soft landing? Adderall. Yeah, hope so too. Rachel can get a little fussy when her SI gets messed with too much. All right, number 3 is the one that's on the stove. Tell us there are 3 more minutes to go in this cooking operation. Where Rachel and I will be able to enjoy a delicious Italian feast of Stouffer's French bread pizzas. What do I have as a beverage over here right now? Just this water, that's fine. I could go for some water. Maybe get some more coffee is fine.
I can have some coffee, is it?
You like me to make you a cup?
Yeah, that'd be great.
No, Mr. Kurtoffel, I don't want you to make, I don't want any of those things in any of those things you said. No, but Acacia, what he means is the toilet paper is not enslaved. Okay? You just need to keep that in mind. All right, there's 1 cup of coffee for the microwave. Now let me get one for Rachel. And there's another cup of coffee for the microwave, and this one has an R on it. What do you think that stands for? Rachel. That's right. You guessed right. I'm proud of you. And you're gonna need a full 3 minutes there on that to get those hot enough. I'm gonna clean up a little coffee spillage over here. And it gets spilled. And I'm gonna empty this coffee catch tray. There we go. Put that back. Put this napkioni in El Trasheroo. We've got 30 seconds left on the pizzas. So we're gonna get next 2 paper plates. As per, yeah. And then you're gonna see the whole action here. Pow, 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 pow. Pow. Bam. Wow. That is so efficient. Thanks, darling. Because I have everything it takes to be a waiter. I've never been one, but I believe I have what it takes.
I believe you do too. Thank you.
In this case, I'm waiter, I'm chef, I'm barista.
Wow.
Alright, we got 20 seconds left on the copies. I'm sorry I left you standing in the corner for such a long time. I appreciate you not leaving the corner without permission. Sorry I forgot about you for 3 weeks. Alright, coffee's done. Let's check it out. Take a look-see with our looking eyes. Here we go. I'm going to now teach you how to finish making coffee. I've already taught you how to begin making coffee. Out you go, cat. All right. So, you've already done the step that I just did. You've heated your 2 cups of coffee. You see they're steaming a lot. They came out a little hotter than I expected. Even though a minute and a half is perfect for 1, 3 should be good for 2. It seems like they came out a little hotter. So, let's take a gander at what we're going to do with our hot coffee. In order to cool it down, we're going to need to add some additives. Additive number 1 is your coffee creamer. Add a little bit at first to make sure it doesn't boil over. If you get super heated, as I did one time, it boiled over when I put anything in it. It just looks a little hotter than mine. Okay, there we go. We've got a good amount of creamer in both of them, and you do want to put a lot of creamer. Basically, it's not possible to put in too much creamer. So, you could fill the whole cup with creamer if you had hot coffee. You could fill a whole cup with creamer and put the coffee in on top of it, and it wouldn't be too much creamer. Now, we additionally want a double cream, okay? Single creaming is for coffee beginners. When you've mastered the art of coffee, as I have, you never do fewer than 2 creams. Sometimes you might do as many as 6 different kinds of cream. So keep that in mind when you attempt to make this at home. You might say, Eric, I'm just a coffee amateur. I'm not sure I'll ever master these techniques you're helping us learn tonight. Well, you're never going to master them as well as I have probably, but you might become competent at it. It's not an unlearnable skill. It is somewhat of an art.
Thank you. This looks delicious.
No problem. Yeah, it's somewhat an art, somewhat a science, somewhat a humanity, somewhat a PE. So keep those things in mind. I like black and white photos, something unegoistic about them. Why Tamagotchi when you could Nintendo? I don't know. No, I don't, Mr. Cardouble. You take off your coat, your outfit might look acceptable. Well, it's not super warm in here. We keep it's I think 68. We normally keep it at 68, so I tend to want to have a jacket on.
He doesn't have his modesty pants on.
Sometimes I get a little chilly and I'll turn it up to 70.
So good.
Oh, well. That's a lot of individual transactions to make money, right? I got to deposit $9 to get $10 back out of it. I'm going to do that over and over and over again. Seems like kind of an ineffective way to make money. If I got paid $10 million to join the cast of Jackass for a movie, would I do it? I mean, it depends what I got to be subjected to or subject myself to. Do I want to like get punched in the nuts or whatever? No. But no, I mean, it takes a lot longer to put your card in, make a deposit of $9 cash, and then make a withdrawal of $10 than 5 or 10 seconds. But yeah, but I need to know the specifics of what's going to be required of me before I say yes on that. Yeah, the ATM machine is free. Also, I wonder if it's filled with unlimited amounts of money. Hmm. I don't know. Can you do that, Mr. Kurtable? Can you deposit as much as you want at once and then get a 10 to 9 ratio back? Have I ever eaten hybrid zebra, half zebra, half mule? Like a barbecue delicacy in Texas? No, I've never eaten that. Is that true? Is there such a thing as half zebra, half mule? Okay, well then, yeah, I want this ATM machine.
That's interesting, Bob. UFO. Yes, most zebras in the USA. It's a hybrid zebra. A true zebra is hard to come by here.
Well, obviously, you can't create a breeding population of a hybrid, so you got to keep finding the few zebras to mate your mules with, or your, um, yeah, with a mule, right?
Is your birthday coming up, show media?
No, unlimited, he said.
'15th of Marzo. Cool.
Well, okay, I would imagine you need to put money in it 3 times a day, approximately. If that's what it eats. The Zimbabwe is a debate argument. Examples of like runaway inflation like that are useful because whatever the economic policies that preceded it, you can be like, what they're advocating is like this and will cause runaway inflation. Yes. You have to watch it because you don't get your card back until it's done eating. Lou, I don't think it's going to be Show Media's 15th birthday. I think she was saying his birthday is on the 15th. That's not what she asked you, Show Media.
Big 4-0, eh?
Bob UFO says, I hedge against inflation by purchasing cinder blocks and concrete mix in the USA. It never goes bad and only goes up in price and always easy to sell. Oh. It's very heavy. You know, that's not easy to ship stuff. Cuarenta y uno menos uno.
Mm-hmm.
It's 40 and 1 minus 1. Reverse if the deposit $9 before you get $10 back, or any amounts in that ratio.
You're a party pooper at your own celebration? Or you just don't like birthdays?
That's true. I've only gotten to the buying part, not the selling part. Do you think inflation is a worry to be had in the USA? Not now. I mean, I think that all the inflationary pressures of the COVID lockdowns have now been, it's like the increased costs of consumer goods have already been realized. So going forward, no, I don't think inflation is going to be a problem. And I think at the same time, it's probably true that stuff made of finite natural resources will continue to go up, even if that stuff's just like concrete mix.
Well, I hope it's at least relaxing for you.
I would expect that going forward, you'll see an even better thing than just not inflation. You'll see real earning going up as wages increase without the corresponding inflationary pressures. But it will be going up from where it is now, not going up from where it was before the inflation. That's what I think is going to happen. I was thinking what Show Media wanted for his birthday was for me to sing Marilyn Monroe singing Happy Birthday, Mr. President to him.
Mm-hmm.
Happy birthday, Mr. Show Media. Like that. If you can't handle me my worst, you don't deserve me my best. That was a birthday present for you, Show Media. A little early, I know. Better early than late. Driller Johnson, is that your porn name, Boba Fett? Marilyn Monroe. You accidentally picked up a hooker once. You meant to just talk with her before you knew it. She'd gotten in your car. I'll third that notion. Rachel and Karma's Pim. I thought she was my cousin's girlfriend. Just because she's a hooker doesn't mean she absolutely couldn't have been your cousin's girlfriend. She wouldn't have been a very good girlfriend, obviously, but oog, ooh. That would be terribly traumatizing for any man to find out. Your girlfriend. I guess maybe you'd be like, well, I guess it's kind of flattering because she makes everybody else pay for it. Well, I'd immediately leave, obviously, and, you know, I don't know what it would be inconceivable. Then you flip the coin, and he won, and he said he gets to get out of the business and be your pimp now. He's not entirely out of the business, I guess. Show media, I guess, got a little bit gun shy about birthdays when he participated last year in Eric's Piping Hot Pinata Flan Challenge. He was horribly burned because he didn't follow my instructions carefully enough. I said in small print at the bottom, also be careful not to burn yourself. Of course, in bigger letters at the top it said, hit right away before it cools. So maybe there were mixed messages. But it didn't mean like that right away. Pepe's Piping Hot Pinatas is in the same business square as Food Cube, all condiments all the time, Only Bells, Amps, Wraps, and Lamps, among my many other stores that I have envisioned. All licenses all the time. You know. The better way to do that joke, Kermit Smith, is Did you know your girlfriend is a streetwalker? She couldn't be. She's kind of a dead lay. That's where the joke comes in. Like, I agree with you, but it would be a humorously unexpected reply to learning that your girlfriend is a streetwalker. A little bit of a bit of dark humor, I will say, but humor nevertheless. Sign holder, be safe and wear your hard hat. Bright green safety vest and modesty pants. Your sign says slow. I didn't make it in time. I didn't make it in time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In your case, you played Jenga for 2 hours in a motel in Memphis. Well, yeah, well, I'm making your joke better, is what I'm saying. I'm not sure about that fly guy. I'm not sure how easy it is to hire a Jenga partner. You know, I guess you could go to Home Depot, hire a day laborer to play Jenga with you.
I'm not a big fan of Jenga.
Yeah, well, I think it's fair to say that neither of us are enough of a fan of Jenga to hire somebody to play it.
No.
You might have to hire me to play it, actually. But I don't know if I'd play it for free. That's not a good joke. Right? That's basically what Karma's Pimp's first joke was. That's not a bad idea. This lady was inebriated on synthetic opioids, so her depth perception was off. What are you talking? Are you talking about the lady who played Jenga with you? That must have made it easy for you to win.
Hi, Trouble.
That's a real Jenga fiend. You hire a prostitute who's clearly on drugs so that you can beat them at Jenga. I gotta get them fix. I can't find anybody to play Jenga with me. I just can't stand the idea of losing again. Let me find somebody who definitely is gonna lose. You've got Parkinson's disease. Michael J. Fox, hi. Will you play Jenga with me?
My God. What an unfair advantage.
Yeah. Well, that's true. You can't play Jenga on the internet. Now, granted, I understand that your modifier on the internet doesn't modify they'll play Jenga. I understand that. You don't need to correct me on that. I'm just going to point out that people may want friends people on the internet may want friends, but I think mostly they want to be friends on the internet.
Apparently, there's this thing that's going around saying that younger generations, like, they do have friends online, but they don't have actual friends in real life. So it's like this thing now.
Well, it's kind of everybody.
Yeah.
It sounds bad, but it's actually not bad because internet friends can become IRL friends, over time.
Yeah, I mean that's what I would think too, but I don't know. There's saying it's like the loneliness factor is like pretty high.
Hmm. Bob Mackey, I was asking you if you were a regular here with a sock count for some reason. Oh, well. Do you think Tourette's is going to impact their Jenga play? Now, for Tourette's, I think what you want is like password. You're playing password, right? Coneman 3, I'm not sure if he invented them, but I know he's the master of them. All right, I'm going to smoke this bong
I'm gonna smoke my health tube.
and probably in not a super long time wrap this up. It's certainly been a plenty long stream. I was feeling like, hey, look at me this morning. I'm not just sort of impulsively streaming all day long. I'm doing some other things. And that's great. Good for me. But then I ended up streaming for like 7 hours, 8 hours. That's okay. I don't mind it. I don't mind the fact that I did that. I'm going to like myself, just like Richard Simmons tells me to.
All-time favorite show? I don't know. That's really hard.
If I were going to answer for Rachel, I'd say BoJack Horseman.
Oh, I love BoJack Horseman.
It's just propane torch. This is a Burns-O-Matic TS 8000. Burns-O-Matic TS 8000. It's got auto sparker. It's got lock. It's got turn it down over here as well. So this is an excellent torch. It's the kind of torch you can really take home to mother and say, "Here, Mom, I bought you a torch." Now you don't have to constantly burn through all those big lighters pulling bowls. Oh, son, thank you so much.
I used to watch Big Brother with an ex of mine, and like I would watch it because he would watch it, but I don't really
Who was that?
stick it out. The ESFJ.
What was his name?
Evan?
Evan.
Yeah.
Evan the ESFJ.
Yep.
Rachel mostly smokes concentrates with these disposable vapes.
Yes.
I mostly smoke flower. And sometimes I will, like, if I'm going to smoke concentrate, I like to get the kind of concentrate that goes like this, right? It comes on these things. And in fact, I scraped the rest of the concentrate of this earlier. So I can go in the trash now. But then I'll put it on top of a bowl.
I'm so not Machiavellian that like I would lose like both Big Brother and Survivor. Like I can't like I told you, like I'd be the person in the corner, like whispering the whole time, so that like people wouldn't hear me.
Show media, that's what they call death flag bait. I'm not setting that death flag. Okay, sorry. You need to learn the rules of anime. You might as well just be a child walking across the street with
Yeah.
Truck Coon barreling towards him, you know?
I would have a hard time lying too. Like really, like I don't do well with that sort of thing. I'm very like
Do you necessarily have to lie
um.
to win?
You have to strategize. There's a lot of strategy involved. You don't want to like if there's a person who's like an outlier, you like want to be friends with them, and you want to be on the strongest with the strongest people.
You know, I wonder if you can't manage all that without lying.
Sure, I think you can. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't have to do anything. What I'm saying is, can you win without lying, Ruben? I know you're not compelled to lie, but is it possible, do you think, to win without lying? Now, look, not lying is not the same thing as being forthcoming, right? So you could be somebody who doesn't provide a lot of information and not be lying, but still allowing people to have their misconceptions by only answering some questions.
You might be socially ostracized because like you're not part of a group.
Well, I mean, but you could be part of a group without lying, can't you?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure. I've never really watched the show that deep to like know like what works on it.
Because I think that there's an art to providing answers that are neither lies nor answer the question, you know? Like, you could answer, you could provide a response without providing an answer. I don't know how good I'd be at that because while I'd be very good at not lying, I'm not sure I'd be very good at controlling information in the way that you need to do to win that kind of a show.
There's a lot of SE involved too, because like you're not only like just like living and gossiping in the house and like you're forming like groups, you're also like competing in events, so you have to use your SE a lot, or your SI. Sometimes it's like memory call stuff. Um, there's a bunch of different like games that you have to play in order to like survive Big Brother and Survivor.
Well, I'd probably win the dancing competition
Of course.
with my thug shake.
Yeah.
I'd bust that out. And,
People go nuts.
but like anything that requires like holding on to something that's swaying, like those kind of games where who can hold on to the swaying thing the longest? And I'm not going to hold on to it for very long. All right. When it comes to giving up, I'm well practiced. I know how to give up.
I know how to give up too. I'm very good at that.
Emo kid, this is my wife.
Wife. I'm 39.
She's 39. I'm 52. If she were my daughter, I would have fathered her at 13. So that's a lot more advanced than I was at 13 for sure. Him, hello again. I remember you. You go to sleep right now. I look like Count Dooku from Star Wars. Well, I've not heard that before. I will let you know that I'm not Count Dooku from Star Wars. But if I receive a letter someday addressed to Count Dooku, I'll know what happened. Rachel used to model for Calvin Klein jeans. I'm pretty sure she didn't. Hi, old man, can you give me advice? Sure, no way, baby. Always wash behind your ears. The guy who played him is no longer with us. JC says it's 6:46 here in Belfast, Northern Ireland. Christopher Lee, it's Christopher Lee. I said his name already. Who's Christopher Lee? Oh, Count Dooku? Well, he didn't tell me I looked like Count Dooku. He told me, Christopher Lee said I looked like Count Dooku. Christopher Lee is just the person playing the character of Count Dooku. You know, it's like Count Dooku, maybe they put a little bit of putty on his cheeks to make him look a little bit fatter or something. Maybe I look more like the character than the guy. Have you considered that, Fly Guy? That's why I didn't change what he said I looked like, because he didn't say I looked like the guy. Ruben R. still models for Speedos. I know because I every month request a new Speedo catalog because I buy so many of them.
Wow.
Yeah. Because I go swimming so often.
So often.
And I don't want resistance in the water from a longer bathing suit. Christopher Lee's face. If you put putty on Christopher Lee's face, you should be fired. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what all this Christopher Lee stuff's all about. I'm glad to know that he's a handsome man who does not need any putty, but I don't know. Yeah, this guy has it. Tamara Richardson, you speak truth because by a huge margin at this point, this hat has gotten more compliments than any other article of clothing I have.
Mm-hmm.
He's also Saruman from Lord of the Rings. Oh, that guy. Yeah. Well, you know, he trapped Gandalf on top of that tall thing. Looked like it was going to be game over for Gandalf, but then he made some big bird bug thing come save him.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, he cast some magic, and I think he turned like a moth into a giant, like, carry me away bird or something. I look like Jordan Peterson if he didn't shave for a while. Oh, you know, that's really something. What did I call it? What did I call it? It was big, tall. It definitely was a tower. What did I call it? Big, tall thing? Because, yeah, I guess the reason I thought that was because from certain perspectives of there, it didn't really look like a tower. It looked like some kind of like platform. I guess because he's like kind of out on the side of it or something. I don't know. I can picture the scene, but in the scene, it's mostly you're seeing just the top part of it. You don't see the whole tower, or you see the height, but you don't see like the stretch of it. I guess that's why I called it. I knew it was, they were up high. I couldn't picture exactly what it was. So rather than err on the side of saying something precise and being wrong, I erred on the side of being vague. Don't knock it till you try it, but sometimes I dip my ball in Dorito dust. Well, I'm not going to knock it, nor am I going to try it. Nor am I ever going to eat Doritos at your house.
Actually, I probably wouldn't eat anything out of a bag.
Yeah, let's just not eat anything at Bob's house, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the fairy world. Don't eat or drink anything in the fairy world or you'll be stuck there forever.
Is that true?
That's one. It's like one of many different versions of the mechanics of various
I never knew that.
spirit world or whatever you want to call
It's
it.
good to know.
So
I didn't know that.
yeah, one of those understandings says, if you eat or drink any food they give you, then you're stuck there forever. So
Okay, I gotta definitely not do that.
well, if you go to the fairy world, just make sure to bring me along with you.
Okay.
I'll figure out which sort of fantasy world mechanics we're dealing with.
You're an expert on that.
I am. I really am. So. I've been in live chat. Well, you just need to look to 10:51, just 1 minute before you are when you said that, and you'll see. Don't knock it till you try it, but sometimes I dip my balls in Dorito dust. Josh Levin loves all my content. Well, thank you,
Thanks.
Josh Levin. Thank you. You love more of my content than I do. I'm with How to Catch. Okay. Well,
Xavier Padilla.
I'm going to just hide him. If you need a mod, I would love to help. Oh, I've got plenty of mods. I've got more mods than I need or want. Weird switching back to top and back to live chat mode made the comment appear. Sometimes there are mysteries none of us can explain, Fly Guy. I probably could have got chat banned by YouTube because the story I told about what happened with me and a parrot that happened on an oil rig of the Gulf of Mexico. Rachel, what are your personal thoughts on vegans?
I don't think it's like a good idea to do for weight loss. At all, actually. If you're doing it out of, because you don't want to eat animal byproduct or food, more power to you. I just think it's really, limiting.
I think personally that people should only eat domesticated raised animals. Like eat cows, pigs, chickens, because the reason they exist is because we eat them. That's why there's all these cows. Like, if we didn't eat cows, how many cows would there be in America? 0. So.
Oh, you gotta ban someone else.
Ay. We sure do.
Thanks, Fly Guy.
Thanks, Fly Guy. What do you call a bagel that flies? I don't know, Tamarick Richardson. It was a bunch of um, a plain bagel.
That's funny.
Good one, Tamarick Richardson. Good job. Horses, if they farmed, could be tasty too, but they aren't really farmed like that. Now, people think horses are for riding, not for eating. Um, but you eat meat because you feel your body needs it. So my point is, just eat. I can see your chats, Boba Fett. Um, hi, Boba Fett. We can see your chats. Yes, your thing glitched. I know. Karma Spam says hello as well. So I hope you feel amply greeted now. My point is, you should only eat animals that are farmed to be eaten if you want to be maximally moral. I'm not that maximally immoral. Sometimes I eat seafood occasionally, or whatever. Um, I don't necessarily care enough about this particular moral issue to have it be determined on my behavior. But that's what my take on it is like if we want to eat an animal, then we should raise it up from being a baby, feed it, etc., and then eat it. Not go get it from the wild where it's living its own life.
Yeah. I think if I started out as a vegetarian, I would have probably stuck with it. It's he had cheese and like dairy, I think. I don't know.
Black Guy says, I want to eat a very specific set of animals. Cow, pig, ducking. Cow, pig, ducking. Cow, pig, chicken, duck, lamb, squid, shrimp. Okay, well, you and I both have cow, pig, chicken on our list. You don't want any rats, crickets, dogs, or horses. Raise it up from a baby. That sounds even more heartless. No, what I mean? Like, if I make my own breeding population of these animals and keep them, then it's like I'm not going into the wilderness and killing, uh, say, a deer that's living its own life. I've captured a lady deer and a man deer, made them have babies, and then made more babies and stuff. So now I've got a whole population of deer that can continue providing me deers to kill so that I can make food out of them. Fine, that's fine because then it's like it's not impacting the wilderness animals at all. Did I try any weird animal in China? Probably, but not on purpose. They have this dish for like smelly little goat on the menu. No, thank you. It's really called this smelly little goat. The translations in China into English are hilarious. I was head chef at Popeyes. Now I'm in another line of work. Right, I should have clarified with your knowledge. Yeah. Why is it heartless? I used to cook at Popeye's Chicken. I was head chef. I was responsible for cooking over 10,000 chickens. All right, well, imagine if you were responsible for killing all 10,000 of those chickens. I had to kill a chicken one time. It wasn't particularly difficult because the chicken was sick, dying, needed to be put down. I think if you have a particularly stressful, hustling lifestyle, it's hard to be vegan. If you had badass genes, you can get away with eating anything. Yeah, well,
Mm.
I kind of am like that.
Yeah.
But as I'm getting older, I'm experiencing some dietary things. Like I need to eat more salad, to poop more. You know,
Yeah.
more. I think I'm more constipated than I used to be. Of course, there are plenty of days when I think I just eat nothing but meat and cheese. At least on some occasions. Some days I'll have just salami and cheese, and then later I'll have salami and cheese. And then for dinner I'll have salami and cheese. Padawan range bender? I do not know, but this is a very provocative joke. Okay. Controversial even, one might say. Let's find out. I I don't know. What is it? I am very curious about the answer to this provocative question you've asked Padawan Rangebender. Andrew Tate drinks snake blood when he was very young. Is your point that made him bad or something? I miss my chef days now. I work as a non-union commercial and residential elevator repairman. Really? Is that fun to do, to repair elevators? I'm assuming that's not a setup for a joke. Uh, Elevator repairman, it's got a bit of a setup for a joke kind of a feel to it. The lottery. I'd like to know if Eric would type Tate an ENTP, although he'd never watch him to analyze. It's not bad, except the elevator at a house took my boss's fingers, 2 of them from the knuckle up. Ouch.
God.
I would just go, I would just say, don't go on an elevator at a residential property. Well, our house doesn't have an elevator, so that's good. So people who get elevators at their houses, you mean those elevators are dangerous? I would think if an intuitive, he'd probably be a TJ. So that'd be INTJ or ENTJ, according to KP, man with the notions. Tate has got to be an ESTP, says Fly Guy. Yeah. Ruben R says Tate. ESTP, ENFJ, ESTJ, ENTJ. Do you think we should do a poll? Is that what you're saying? I don't know if there's people are even here. 15? Okay. Enough people to do a poll. Let's see. What type is Andrew Tate? Is he a meow, a meow, a meow, a meow, a meow? What type is Andrew Tate? Rachel, could you read me Ruben's choices? You put down ESTP, ENTJ. What are the other two?
ESTP, ENFJ, ESTJ, ENTJ.
Say the second to last one again.
ESTJ?
Can you say them all again?
All of them?
Yeah.
ESTP, ENFJ, ESTJ.
Yes, TJ. That's the one I missed. All right, there's the poll. We'll find out for sure what type he is by the power of polling. Oh, well, apparently Ruben doesn't think he's an ENTP. I trust Ruben's judgment on that. ENTJ, ESTJ, ESTP. ENFJ in last place. Does C.S. Joseph say Andrew Tate is an ENTP? In your opinion, what's better, faith or hope? I mean, hope. I mean, to a certain extent, you have to say better for what, but in general, the reason hope's better is that faith requires faith, whereas hope is different from faith because it doesn't. It can you can have evidence to support it. It can be correct, whereas faith is never either correct or incorrect. Unless you have faith in something concrete, corporeal that has a ticking clock and then realizes one way or the other. So, like, I have faith that my son's soccer team is going to win today. Well, if you're using it like that, then you could prove your faith wrong or correct, I guess. Have you read Evidence of the Afterlife by Dr. Jeffrey Long? No, I haven't, Bob. Is it say that there is evidence of the afterlife or that there is not? SE, sorry. I meant SE. I said SE. What the fuck? That's classic, like autocorrect something or something like that going on. SE, sorry, I meant SE. I said SE. It says there is. It's about near-death experiences. Near-death experiences where people die and come back to life. So, and then they report seeing certain things or whatever. Everybody can identify with that happening, right? Like, okay, enough with this fucking autocorrect.
I turned my autocorrect off, but I let it have a line underneath it if it's spelled wrong.
I don't know. It's like sometimes my phone autocorrects if I think maybe if I before I if I'm typing the end of the word, it auto suggests something. I accidentally push it. It puts it in.
I have sloppy like fingers. Like I'll type things wrong.
So in that instance, it's not necessarily autocorrect. It could be auto suggest that you keep hitting. You know.
Yeah.
Because I think I have autocorrect turned off as well, but I still understand that feeling of that happening. It's like, okay, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, really.
Let's see. Yeah, they report watching the doctor zap them back to life or something, or sometimes stuff like a light tunnel or a life review flashback or dead relatives. I mean, watching the doctor zap them back to life, that doesn't seem particularly impressive to me because, like, being able to visualize what you're experiencing from a different perspective seems within the range of normal human abilities. Like,
yeah, you can turn off autocorrect on iPhones. Yeah, I think on every phone it must be.
for example, if you take somebody who's a good artist and you say, here's a picture of a rabbit. Now, can you draw a picture of the same rabbit from the other direction? They'll be able to show you what the rabbit would look like, but we're facing the other direction, right? Or can you show me a picture of this rabbit from the perspective of something standing the same height as the rabbit right in front of the rabbit? What's going on here? I think my phone's about to die. I don't know why it's not getting electricity. I guess this broken thing is the problem, probably.
Oh no. Now it's going. Now it's charging.
Okay. It's hit and miss.
Yeah. I have a two-pronged
You have
two thing.
a brick.
Mm-hmm. I'll go get it for you.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Replace Big Five with Eric since Big Five is in typology. Okay, let's do it. Doritos and Jengas sound fine. Okay, so just don't play them with Bob. Or just eat them with Bob because you don't want any of those Doritos. Catapio. Are you named after my cat? Do a poll on what? Bob UFC has some great callbacks to his own memes. You mean UFO? It is UFO, actually. So bugger. I'd probably rather just die and be done because I don't want to watch a life review flashback. Ah, there they are. I see the callback. Fair enough. I'm ending the poll. It looks like Andrew Tate is an ENTJ. Well, show media, we got some bad news for you. You can't make them kinder. You can only look at them with sad eyes and hope it gets through to them. They're going in the trash. I need another one of these. But in the interim, I'll use this one of Rachel's. Do you use this to charge your phone?
I got a pack of 3, so
Oh, you
can
did?
have it.
Great. Fantastic. All right.
It's charging.
I think so. It doesn't look like it's not charging. What line of work are you guys in? Well, we're not really doing anything at the moment except we're hopefully, well, we didn't, not hopefully, we're already in the process of getting it ready, but hopefully soon we'll do the serious stuff of like getting the septic tank fixed. It'll definitely all be done by the end of March. I'm hopeful that it'll be done by the middle of March. But anyway, once we get this property up and running as a vacation rental, then we'll be managing that. This other property, not this one, obviously. I used to be a debate coach. And Rachel's done a variety of things, you know. But like kind of randomish jobs.
Yeah, I've worked a bunch of random jobs.
She worked for like a real estate law firm. She worked for a restaurant. She worked for like a kid, like a school kind of camp thing.
Yeah.
And more.
And medical billing office.
Oh, I'm not gonna do the septic tank work, Bob. No. When we were in, there's still a hole in the front yard because when we were in escrow, they did the septic tank. They have to do the septic tank like test and emptying if there's enough in it, and stuff before they sell the house, right? So we had written into the language of the deal that that he would pay up to $5,000 of septic tank repairs. Well, the septic tank estimate on the repair is $4,500 to $5,500. So we said, fine, okay, well, just knock it off the price of the house. Knock $4,500 off the price of the house. We'll call it even. Well, now the thing is, the septic tank still works, but I want the root intrusion into the two of the leach lines to be fixed. So we're gonna get it fixed, but I'm waiting for money to move from place A to place B, and before I initiate that process. And those things can be slow sometimes because I'm dealing with either like like a mutual fund company thing or whatever. But so I'm a little impatient to get started on getting this thing like properly set up, but I'm waiting for liquidity to be freed up. And I should get started on things that don't cost anything first, like cleaning out the rain gutters, which I could do myself, but instead, right now, I'm doing this. Right now, I don't want to clean the rain gutters because it's too late at night and it would be very cold. No, fortunately, crazily, Bob UFO, we do not have to do a well. This small neighborhood here that we're in, even though almost everybody else is not in town and the county is on well, uh, we actually have a very small municipal water company called Mariposa Pines Water Company that has water towers on the hill, and we pay $600 a year for unlimited water. So that's pretty helpful for us. And in dealing with the vacation rental, we don't have to deal with a well. It is on propane. It's on propane and it's on septic, but it's not on well. What function frame would you type a film like Good Will Hunting as? You mean who in terms of the creator of the film? Like, what did it tell us about whoever wrote the movie? I'm not sure. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Hey, Ruben. It's a coming of age.
Oh.
The overall audience mindset for it. Yeah, I think it's kind of INTP-ish. Hey, Jay Kens. The night is going good. How is your night, day, evening?
The amount of urine.
I think Good Will Hunting is, yeah, Matt Damon's character's INTP.
Hey, Mr. Kitty Man, kitty me bananas.
Robin Williams' character's probably an ENFP. Hey, KE. Weed is on the plate. Tamarack Richardson. Tamarack. It is the Zaza Brazil Islam. Matt Damon's girl? I don't know.
Word.
Morning.
Good morning, KE. And hello, Brazil is on. It looked like the Zaza.
I think Ben Affleck plays an ENFJ.
Good night, Acacia. Yes, we see KE. We're glad to see her. It's important that she gets her her morning, talking to famous people in. For her, it's morning time because she lives in a foreign land, far, far away. Bob UFO says, I love Ben Affleck in DreamWorks' Joseph King of Dreams. Ruben Art says, I pooped in a Tamagotchi. How do you like them apples? That is, of course, the most famous line from that movie. And the answer is not very well, frankly. I'm not especially fond of those apples. Or really any apples except for Honeycrisp apples. Hello, the Death Reaper 69. People in there funny names. Probably like some 40-year-old PTA mom in Columbus, Ohio. Hi, it's me, Sarah. Oh, I'm sorry. You may know me by my internet name, Death Reaper 69. Now you're kind of pissed about what? Good night, Ruben. Good night, Acacia. What? Say, chicken, if you see this. I see that, Haley Brooke Ronaldo. Chicken. Glasses match the hat. Too much swag. The glasses... I'm actually not especially fond of these orange glasses. I do like the fact that they stand out against the black of the chairs, whereas the other glasses I've had have been black glasses they blend right in and I can't see them. Or it's like I just like, where are my glasses? And I look and I see them against the black thing. And so... You're not fond of the orange glasses? No, I broke my other good black pair. The other black pair that I have that is not yet broken, well, I might have broken those too, actually, but I don't think they're broken. They look more like women's glasses, so I like them even less than these. And also, Fly Guy, you're presuming that I'm choosing which glasses to wear based on which glasses I prefer. These currently are the only glasses I can find. And in every instance, I'm wearing whichever glasses I can find. So, lately I've been wearing these glasses all the time because I broke one of those pairs and I don't know where the other pair is at the moment. So, the reason I don't like them, let me explain why I don't like them too, Fly Guy. They're just a little bit too much hipster, you know? They're a little too trying too hard. I didn't get them exactly for that reason because I don't think they're very cool glasses or anything. They were the right magnification. I didn't have a lot of choices, and I thought, well, at least they'll stand out against the black, you know. See, it is very important for me to be cool. That's why I don't like these glasses. Because these glasses are trying to be cool. And that's not how to be cool. You have to not try to be cool, but try a little bit. You know, you gotta look like only one element of you can ever try, right? The other things have to be super low key, quiet flex, right? One thing maybe you can try. Then you're ranging into the general category of loud flex. Even if you're just being expressive of yourself, you got to watch out for those effy sharp corners, you know. Believe me, Fly Guy, if I like something I'm wearing, and I'm actively thinking about it at all or anyway, I'll be like, hey, look at this. Oh, I like it. I love these things. These are fantastic. I'll say that all the time. I'm not going to secretly I'm not going to wear these knowing they have that FE failure, but secretly like them anyway or something. There's zero chance of that. Mm-hmm. You articulate that well, Fly Guy. When you say, I don't want to clash my try-harding to my Fibonacci spiral, primary, secondary, tertiary. Good point. So basically, I want, especially because I'm wearing this shirt, although I don't really pay attention to what I look like when I'm streaming, but let's say I were going out or whatever to dinner, even if just to the Mexican restaurant, so it's dress casual, right? I'm wearing this shirt. This shirt is already saying, I'm making a statement on this old man because this is unusual to see on such a person. And I don't want to be like, hey, look at me, right? My goal in life is not to look like I'm saying, hey, look at me. It's to be quietly being so cool that people do look at me without me saying, hey, look at me. And without me seeming like I want them to look at me, even though I do. It's a tricky rodeo, okay? It is a tricky rodeo. Yeah, I don't want to look like a clown, exactly. This hat is, fashionable and stuff, but on me, doesn't look like it would look on a young person, which maybe would look like it's trying too hard. Without the glasses, it doesn't look like that. Without, I wouldn't pair it with this shirt either if I were going out. Like I said, for me, live streaming is something I do at home, right, when I'm just chilling, so I don't dress up for it. Yeah, Fly Guy, you got a good point, yeah. But even then, it's like if I wanted flashy sunglasses or cool sunglasses, I'd aim as high as Rachel's green sunglasses that she used to have but lost. Those were ultra cool glasses. I'm assuming she's lost them. I haven't seen them in ages, so I want male glasses that are that kind of cool, which is to say, these are cheap glasses from the supermarket, right? You could tell those glasses that she got were not cheap glasses from the supermarket, although I don't know if they were particularly expensive or anything, but they were just fresh to death. I'd have to wear something, and they were green, but they were like a understated kind of green, and they just look super cool. Anyway, I'm not saying I want those kind of green glasses for me, but something that attains that level of coolness with glasses. Not something mid like this. It's not even. It's like supermarket attempt at being cool glasses. Oh, better go close this door. Best be closing doors to keep the cold outside and the warmth in. Some old-timey wisdom. Pit vipers are cheap and trashy, and for some, that's the point. That's the look. Pit vipers. I don't want to wear pit vipers. They'll bite me. What are pit? Are they? Is that a brand of something? Pit vipers? Oh, you do still have them. Oh, look at that. I'm fine. Fisp, how are you? You don't need sunglasses fixing elevators. Well, probably a good point, Fly Guy. But you know, even elevator repairmen don't spend all of their day inside of elevators. I wouldn't doubt if Bob goes out to lunch during the day and finds himself outside. Pit vipers are polarized ski glasses worn by alt-right neo-Nazis. Oh, well, that's a very clear, very clear and informative description of them. You could change it, you know. I have a couple pairs of the trusty old pit bulls. You're giving me Leonard Cohen vibes tonight. Well, cool. Monster dogs were good too. I don't know any of those brands. I know Oakley, but I don't know the other brands of glasses. What would be cool is if I made my own sunglasses out of just tree bark. Nothing but tree bark.
I can try and look for the glasses now so you can model them.
If people will probably be curious to see what your glasses look like now that I've talked about them.
I'll go. They're in one of my bags.
But again, I want to stress, when I say I want a pair of glasses and linking to Rachel's, I'm not saying that look anything like Rachel's. I'm saying that attain the same level of quality that I'm looking, you know. So that, in other words, they're as cool as those. But for me, not for her face, you know, my face, not hers. Folkleys. There's faux Oakleys. Are they what faux Paul wore in the Beatles after real Paul died? Did you know that when Reuben R. sleeps, he levitates? I did not know that, but I guess that's one way to not occupy any bed space. All right, well, here come the sunglasses, and then I'll probably wrap this up because I'm about ready to get in between two slices of bread. Fake Oakleys. Cool, yeah. Folkleys. I believe it's actually spelled Fauxleys. Do I have an OnlyFans? No. I do not. I have a YouTube channel, What the Kale, and this is it. Love yourself. I want to eat a Furby. I appreciate your name, love yourself. I'll accept that command from you. I would add to it, also like yourself. Yeah. I don't have OnlyFans, I just have regular YouTube community members. Live yourself. You gotta love yourself, like yourself, and live yourself. I need more sleep. My eyes sting. I'm never staying up this late again. Just K.E. You better not, young lady. You better not. Meowly fans. Yeah, my cat meows a lot. All right. Now, I want you to put them on because they look super cool on you. Now, I'm not saying I want those glasses. I want things that look as good on me as these look on Rachel.
Thanks. They were like decently priced.
They're cool. So when I said they're green, I guess I meant the glass on them is green. Is the outside part black?
Dark green.
Dark green. Okay, yeah. So the outside part's green too. Meow. All right. You want me to meowing times watch you or what? Maybe mommy will watch you for a little bit.
Yeah, I'll wash him.
Do I? Where's my coffee?
I don't know.
That was your coffee.
Yeah.
Here's. Oh wait, no.
That's yours.
I took the R cup.
Mhm.
Oh. Oh, that didn't make sense. I should have taken the not R cup. Do I like Kanye? I think he's made plenty of good music.
Yeah. That's how I feel about him too.
I would definitely not go that far, Bob UFO, but for some reason I get Ginger from Casino vibes. Was Ginger played by that blonde lady, Sharon Stone, I think her name is? Who's Jimin? There's a celebrity website that gives me my closest match in men. It's Jimin. I wonder who Rachel gets. Who is Rachel's closest celebrity match? KE. Have you looked it up ever? Brandon T says, how's everyone doing this evening? Watching from St. Louis, Missouri. I don't know how everyone's doing, Brandon T, but I will tell you that I am doing well. And I thank you so much for asking. How are you doing? And I want to welcome you here to Talking with Famous People all the way from St. Louis, Missouri. I am actually here in California, which I believe is 2 hours difference from St. Louis. Which makes me wonder, is St. Louis, and I believe I know the answer to this, but I'm not entirely sure. Is St. Louis where they keep the spirit of St. Louis? You need a picture of her? Rachel, I want you to find this. I don't know, it's just some weed. It's mostly shake here, actually. Because I use this plate, I'll put some weed on it, and then I'll, go to pack a bowl, so I'll, yeah, give us the website, Kate. I'll put you mod for a second so you put a link. Yeah, put the link in here. So then I end up with an ever-growing pile of shake and other things like roaches and stuff like that. I mean, it started off life as quite good weed, but if you know anything about long-term keeping of weed, then you know that if you've got a fairly large amount of it, then you don't have any good choices, really. Your best choice is probably the freezer, and it's going to dry it out. But, the thing is, it still smokes really good, and even certain bowls will taste good. The ones that don't taste bad, these don't taste fresh, like fresh and minty or whatever. They don't taste stale or bad, though. Yeah, that's starting to get a little complicated for me. You know, you put them in the fridge just without any kind of moisture control on it, they'll get moldy. You put it in the freezer, it'll get dry. You can, uh, you can, I used to smoke a lot when I worked at Popeyes. I had to go to a treatment center for it for smoking weed. um, it's true that I don't get especially. Yes, well, that's the other alternative. Brandon T. Vacuum seal it. But yeah, okay, you could do that too. Take 2,000 milligrams of THC edibles every day. Uh, you know, I'm not sure to be taking that much, but recently I used to get these 2,000 milligram gummies at this one place. What are you looking for?
My vape, I'm missing again. But can the one that was charging? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, we started with a lot of it, you know. Yeah, well, that'll happen, Bob. If you get court ordered going, I got you. I feel you. In that case, you just say, all right, I'm going to change my behavior so I don't get in big trouble. I totally feel you on that. But, yeah, well, I agree with you with that as well, Padawan range bender. I actually switch between a few different kinds of weed. Uh, so I don't have, it's not all the same strain. But, for me, it's like, I do get high sometimes. It's just not particularly high. And it's usually, say, first thing in the morning, I'll get fairly high. And then, if, let's say I go out and I'm gone all day, so I don't smoke any weed for like 8 hours. And then I come back home. Then at that point, if I smoke weed, then I'll get high, you know. If Hunter S. Thompson exclusively chilled on his couch and never did anything crazy. Hey, Fly Guy, I did something crazy earlier today. I pushed water again because once again water had collected in that horrible spot. Can I scream, please? Please.
Hey, you want me to show you this?
Who is that?
To
Let me look at it with my glasses. Is that the one you got?
No, I'm gonna do it though.
Cool. Yeah, water pushing redux. Because like the very evening after I pushed the water, after having checked the weather and saying it's not going to rain, it rained. Best pair for K is Park G Min. Is that what this means?
What?
Is that K?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's not her. That's the actress that looks like her. It's like her lookalike.
Oh.
And that K-pop star is her male lookalike.
Oh, I see. So in other words, okay, your male. So this isn't like who's your celebrity soulmate or whatever. This is who's your celebrity lookalike.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool, interesting. Let's see what's going on here. That's a good point. Yeah, I sometimes change delivery mechanism. Sometimes I'll hit the vape. Sometimes I'll smoke joints. Sometimes I don't usually hit a pipe. I just smoke Delta 8 now because it's legal here. You might get away with it with ordering it, but a cop would see things different when it gets tested. It wouldn't be compliant. Same with THCA because lab testing is a loose industry. But yeah, I mean, you got to be aware of whether or not the cops are enforcing that kind of thing around you, you know. Weed is fat soluble, alcohol is water soluble. Alcohol is water soluble? Even though I mostly smoke a bong, sometimes with buddies I smoke pipe. Bob, you could be right, but I just go from the store to home with packaging intact on pre-rolls. Yeah, I mean, cop's not going to come into your house to bust you for something like that. I mean, in California, obviously, we don't have to worry about it, but yeah, I mean, it's true that it's illegal federally in legal states, but it's just not prosecuted because the bottom line is to the extent that drug laws are even remotely acceptable, they could only be acceptable as state laws. Federal government has no jurisdiction over the matter, but the Supreme Court has afforded them authority anyway. And so there are these federal laws, but reality seems to mirror what it ought to be, which is even though the federal government could enforce federal laws, say in California, despite what California says about it, uh, nobody wants to try that because it would be considered too like the federal government overstepping its bounds is what it would be considered. I think black hole isn't such a fascinating, but we laws are about as boring as it gets. Emma says, hello. Show Media says, are you really into UFOs, Bob? Fly Guy says, can you label me intuitive now? Bob says, yes, I know all of them. I know all about species of aliens and types of spacecraft. Yeah, we're going to grow some. I need to order some seeds. Whereas, where's it? Where do you have the asterisk to hide? Can you demod K so I can ban her? No, but I will demod her so I don't forget to do that. Not because I don't think she qualifies as a moderator, but just because I don't want to add more moderators and I just add them temporarily to put links. Well, true, and I wouldn't get more than a citation for real for where I live anyway. I don't know any people anymore. Just NPCs, huh? Yeah, I can and will. Show Media, where do you get my selfie from? What makes you think you got your selfie? I'm concerned about my privacy. Ha ha, okay. Oh, I see. You're talking about the emoji. Should any drugs be banned? Um, I would say that, well, I mean, yes, in the sense that I think that serious poisons like cyanide and stuff should be there should be limited access to them at least, radioactive materials, things like that, right? So some of those things that I think should be banned because they're so dangerous potentially as weapons. Not banned, but like limited access. Um, some sort of TE shit between you and accessing them, right? I think that that should be the case for some substances, uh, but not pretty much. That doesn't include anything that people might reasonably consider a recreational drug, like datura, um, which Fly Guy mentioned, is something that you wouldn't want to have a fully robust um, business enterprise based on selling that stuff. You, there might not be a need to ban it, but there would be if somebody said, okay, I'm going to launch a business based on selling this at clubs and raves and stuff under the brand name, natural ecstasy or something. Then at that point, you'd probably need to have some kind of regulation to prevent that from occurring, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with you about MDMA. I agree with you that fentanyl on the streets is a byproduct of drug prohibition. Sort of. I mean, look, without drug prohibition, even in this current environment of leniency about these sorts of things, what you're going to unavoidably get is what we currently have in any circumstance, which is a bunch of people, chemists of varying degrees, varying levels, making different kinds of drugs and selling them via the dark web. Because even if you had everything legalized, the barrier to entry for legitimate sales of something that has that much liability associated with it, I mean, just civil liability, you know. So ultimately, what ends up happening is you have individuals engaging in drug commerce with other individuals via the dark web. And then some of those are functioning as in person drug dealers to people who don't know how to do that. Hi, Jan Jankowski from Poland. It's not controlled because nobody wants it. Yeah, I agree. Okay, I don't say it, I'll call it Penny. You can't say the F word or we'll get flagged. Okay, well, that's good to know. Why do people say grandpa when it's actually grandpa? Good question, Fly Guy.
Yeah, that's a good question.
One real, one always sweet like honey. It's a class one. It will never be legalized. What will never be legalized? My love. My love is a class one drug that can never be legalized.
It's very poignant.
Yeah. Well, it's already packed from before when I was Distracted by that thing. So did you figure out your lookalike yet?
Yeah. So this is my. The guy keeps changing. But I keep on getting the same girl, but it's a low percent.
So your girl is Torian Belisario, and your guy is Kieran Culkin.
Mm-hmm.
These purportedly are the people who look like Rachel. You be the judge. The guy has more of your face style because he's an INFJ, I think. You got more of like an INFJ style face.
Yeah.
What about me? Have you been done
I'll
me
take
yet?
a picture of you.
Okay.
Perfect. I think. Yeah, perfect.
All right, cool. Study phenotype. Just find your celebrity lookalike. Rick Doblin is the best. Rick Doblin is going to make Molly legal. That's good to hear. Go Rick Doblin. I would like to do some of that. That'd be great.
Says the level of similarity is too low. Perhaps the face was not recognized correctly. Please try another photo.
All right, well, let me stand under this light so it's more well lit.
Okay. Lower your head a bit. Your chin. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. The K2 or synthetic cannabinoid is some interesting stuff. The military also invented THC concentrates. I mean, I can tell you for sure they did not invent THC concentrates because the initial ones were done with really dirty methods. Like you get like lighter fluid, etc. I agree that Molly can make you feel sick the next day.
You're way more handsome than this guy.
Who do I supposedly look like?
Philip Noyce and Shaney Grimes. You don't look like that.
I don't look like that guy really at all.
No.
Or do I look like that girl? Maybe. I
I
have
think
the
a
same
little bit
kind of.
more than him.
Well, I've got the same sheen and body in my hair.
Yeah.
I'd like to see more Ket. Yeah, I know. Well, Rachel would also like to see more Ket. Rachel is a
What's
big
that?
Ket lover. Ketamine.
Oh yeah. It's the truth.
Some people, like me, find the K-hole scary. Others, like Rachel, find it to be a warm and inviting womb. My soft feminine features, yeah. Am I in Oregon? I'm in California. Delta 9 is one of the like molecules in weed that it's like some kind of psychoactive thing, you know. It's they've got regular THC, Delta 8 THC. I think regular might be 9. They got CBD, couple other things like that. Did they isolate certain psychoactive components within marijuana? Or for if you wanted to ask somebody who knows what they're talking about, Bob will explain it. It's an isomer of THC. It has to do with where the indole ring is on the molecule. That sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I loved the whole. Good. Glad you did. I'm glad you loved it. I hope it loved you as well. And we'll all have a Merry Christmas. So I'm going to pull another ball or two here. And then, seriously, this time, I know I've been saying it for like 4 hours now, but seriously, this time, we're going to try to wrap this up. Maybe go to bread. Dragon Girl says, "You look homeless. I'll send me 20. I'll send you $20. Okay, you do that, Dragon Girl. Super chat me $20. I will attempt to get some kind of home with your $20. Look into EIEIO, EA3167. Okay, well, put it this way. The military may have invented some forms of concentrate, but not all of them. Because, you know, EA3167 is a potent and long-lasting anticholinergics deliriant drugs related to the chemical warfare agent 3-quineuclidyl benzylate, an odorless and bitter-tasting military incapacitating agent. It's an antagonist of muscarinic receptors whose structure is the ester of benzoic acid with an alcohol derived from quineuclidine. EA3167 has identical effects to QNB, but is more potent and longer lasting, with an effective dose administered by injection of as little as 0.2 milligrams, that's 200 mics, 200 micrograms for an 80 kilogram person, with a duration of 120 to 240 hours, 5 to 10 days. Wow. The intensity of EA3167's effects is unparalleled among known psychoactive substances of any class. Incapacitating effects can last anywhere from 5 to 10 days, sometimes manifesting as a full 3-day peak of vivid hallucinations, along with prolonged confusion, amnesia, and inhibition of speech and cognition. Some subjects exposed to the drug would not fully recover for almost 20 days. Even 6 months after exposure, a few subjects demonstrated significant increases in the scores on the hypochondriasis, suppression, hysteria, psychasthenia, schizophrenia, and mania scales. The drug's potency caught the attention of the military, which considered weaponizing EA3167 for topical use. potentially even through a handshake. Wow. That's crazy. That is really interesting. I never heard of that before. What's BZ? Okay. Well, interesting. Very interesting. Hmm. Well, this is life. Yes, I'm sorry. I got caught up reading a Wikipedia article. Yeah, I noticed that Dragon Girl seems to be um. No, I'm not homeless, Dragon Girl. Jesus, obviously, dumbass. Um. I was reading about this drug. Well, the one that whoever UFO Bob linked to it. Thanks, B Lizzo. I am so fine. Carrot says a mark, a yen, a buck, or a pound is all that makes the world go round. B Lizzo says, "Hey Zaddy." I'm not sure who they're talking to in that particular instance. Riante de Bon says the fa. Riante de Bon then says bye. Padawan Rangebender says no come back Asilium. Okay. Uh Anonymous says, yeah, Datura Jimson. V Lizzo, I'm so married, okay? I know I'm super handsome and everything, but let's not be too forward. It's disrespectful to my wife. Okay, he says, read my comment, please. I am so nice, you're right. Yeah, she let me sleep in the garage until she was sure I wasn't a troll. And the stuff that Bob was talking about is called EA 3167. Well, you go ahead and do that, Dylan Brooks. Says hello with a wave of his pink hand. And I say hello back to you. And welcome to Talking with Famous People. I am 52 years old. I've been meaning to ask how you rank the cognitive functions. I always like your system, but can't find it in your many videos. For instance, I think you say the sixth function is unconscious. Well, yeah, I mean, I think your front stack functions are broadly conscious and your back stack are broadly unconscious, but they're it's like your sixth slot is the most conscious of your back stack function. I'm not surprised that you never took any Bob UFO. That doesn't surprise me at all. You look like my uncle. He does drugs and he is in jail. I am pretty sad. He used to be a good man. He's in the wrong state of mind. True story. Okay, well, good for you. Good for you and your true story. Well, I will also inform you of the following. The fact that I look like your uncle does not mean that I am like your uncle or my life is like his at all. I don't borrow from anything, right? I have selected, I have found what's correct in everything. Said, yes, this is correct. And then I figured out from that the overall correct thing and then filled in the holes. That brisk looks mighty good. That's Rachel's brisk, I guess. It's almost empty. You don't, now it's going to look a lot less good, but you know, it's probably mostly backwash. Well, let me reassure you, Dragon Girl, that I am not homeless. I'm happy, healthy, in a good, loving marriage. I've got a lovely home up here near Yosemite. And I've got this lovely little health tube to help keep me healthy. Healthy, young, and free. Like a little bird flying fresh from its mother's nest into the stomach of a waiting predator. Yes, I do have a wife. She's in the other room right now. I just chalked on my saliva. Well, chalk on your saliva if possible. Chalk on something else. I'm dating a chick who I think is an ENFJ. I asked her if she had breakfast, and she said, I usually have XYZ. Is that textbook SI-polar? Yes, it is textbook. But it doesn't prove SI-polar, right? So, yes, it is. The textbook response an SI-polar person might give, but somebody who's not SI-polar might give that as well. While it is true that almost certainly an SI-dom will not give that answer, it's not just SI-polar people who give that answer. So it's consistent with, but not determinative of. And SI-polar is one of those things, that's how it is with that. We can find things that are consistent with, get enough things consistent with, you can call it SI-polar, but there's not really anything determinate of it that's you can specifically say, this is for sure. I think the anti-polar test is more determinate. Do you mind simply saying your terms, functions, 1 through 8? Oh, I use mostly socionics terms for it, but first one I just call, dominant, tool function second. Third is, I'll usually say tertiary. Fourth, I'll say fourth usually, but if I had to use a name for it, I'd say, I would call it self-deprecating. In other words, you don't feel like you need to be good at it to be complete version of yourself. and you're happy to delegate it. So I call it self-deprecating. Fifth, I call ignoring because Socionics calls it that. Socionics calls it that. It seems like a good name. But I might also call it absolute value for external world. Sixth, I call it countervalued. Socionics, I'm not sure what they call it. Seventh, I use socionics term polar. Eighth, I say, I don't really have a word for it. I call it eighth. I usually use the numbers, you know. I don't usually have a name. Except for, I'll say tool, function for tool. Because, you know, my goal has never been to reinvent the wheel, right? I didn't come into this expecting to have to figure it out. I came in expecting to learn it, but as I read about it, I've read a bunch of contradictory things from a bunch of contradictory sources, and that's both between socionics and other things, and within socionics too. So,
I'm gonna go to bed.
sure, I'll see you in a little bit. So, obviously, I had no choice but to try to figure it out because nobody else had the answers. Normally, when I go to research something and understand it, I can count on somebody else already having the answers, right? Ciao, ciao, Bella. Thanks, vegan dancer. I remember you from way back. I don't know, it seems like it's been a little while since I've seen you, I guess. I don't remember when exactly last I saw you, but it wasn't super long ago, but also wasn't super recently. Which is cool. One of the things I get to enjoy as a YouTuber who's been doing it for a long time. Sometimes people from I've been here for years will come back and say, "Hey, do you remember me? I'm from yeah. Remember when we were doing that?" I was like, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't remember them, depending on how memorable they are. And it's always interesting to me because you fill this sort of middle ground role as a YouTuber. You're not exactly a media personality, especially a YouTuber like me, who's very accessible, right? Like, it's not difficult to chat with Eric. I mean, it may be difficult to chat with me face to face these days because I'm not interested in usually in chatting with random people about, say, typology. I do find myself interested in chatting with Bob UFO, who's already informed me of interesting things. I want to hear more interesting things. I'm not so interested in asking him about the Kobe Bryant, Barack Obama thing, but I am interested in other kinds of interesting things that he knows. I would like to interview you, Bob UFO. If you feel like shooting me an email, my email address is under in the description. um, especially if you could include a day or time that you might want to do that. Like put it on the calendar. Send you a Google Meet invite, and then we could stream it from Google Meet. Or I could even record it and put it as an uploaded video. That's wild. 5 to 10 days. Five to 10 days of tripping balls. I also learned by heart the name of that 3-1 whatever thing. 31657. Whatever you want to call it. So I can tell people when they ask, like, what are you smoking? They're like, oh, I'm just smoking some 31657. Yeah, I like to hit it hard first thing in the morning, then again in the afternoon. Because that way I get a solid 3 weeks of tripping. If you just hit it in the morning, it's only going to last, 5 to 10 days. Or up to 20. I want to guarantee I'm in that 3 week range. So I hit it once good and hard in the morning, then I hit it again in the afternoon. Try to generally top it off with a little bit of Tura in the evening to just round out the high, As it starts to get past the peak, I like to kind of close it out with a sheet of acid. That's at about the 14-day mark. That's how I enjoy my trips. I plan on like a vacation to Europe. It should last about 3 weeks. I like the story of that Finnish guy in World War II who I guess they were briefly I think it was the Finns. They were briefly fighting with the Nazis against the Russians, I believe. And the Nazis gave them meth pills, and there was this one like cross-country ski squad that was like military squad on cross-country skis, and he was the leader of that squad, and somehow in the middle of a pitched battle or whatever, he ended up just taking the whole bottle of them, and he was like whacked out of his mind for 2 weeks. Yeah, sure, that'd be great. River Grass says, I love your YouTube channel. I'm very interested in Bob's uh, tidbits about history that I didn't know, and secret conspiracies and stuff. That kind of stuff's fun for me. I like it. What SI slot most likely to sleep till last moment and run up the doors giving breakfast? That's a tough one to answer because it's like least likely is an SI dome. Probably second least likely is SI tool. It might be flipped actually. But then beyond that, it's hard to say. Well, Pimp J, maybe one reason I was an alcoholic for so many years was that I could never turn down a toast. So, if you are going to encourage me to smoke some fur, me brother, then instead of smoking fur, I'm going to smoke marijuana. What is the telltale sign of an SI dom? And there is no telltale sign of an SI dom, single telltale sign. Like, I don't ban them unless they do something bannable. Please. Thank you. People speaking another language is not bad. I mean, sure, if all they do is continue to say stuff that nobody can understand, as long as they're not like spamming the shit out of things, then, well, whatever. You don't have to translate them all. Montauk, New York is the site of the famous MK Ultra experiments, I believe. It's also where they found the so-called Montauk Monster, which was really just a dog. Oui, je parle français. And I parle français as well. Let me just ask you, quelle heure est-il? Quelle heure est-il? Well, they may be pretty spammy, but I don't mind parlaying a little Francais, you know. We could also hobble a little Espanol. And that's not a big problem. I'm a little bit more pro-internationalist, I guess, than you guys. The Tavistock Institute. What do they study at the Tavistock Institute? Or what do they, I guess, teach about maybe? I'm sure. An institute could do any number of things. They could teach, they could study. Ah, bah, merci, I moins. Il y a une personne française ici. Yes, I am a personne française ici. And so I take a lot of pride in. Because you know what I have? I have a whole lot of je ne sais quoi. A lot of it. I also eat a lot of croissant. And I love Jerry Lewis a lot. Also, even though I'm a girl, I have hairy armpits. It's another way you know that I am French. Il est nuit. Oh, it's 9 o'clock. Is that what time it is in France? Wow. Cool. France, it's such a foreign country, they even have a different time there. Crazy, huh? I'm in Le Californien, à la playa, a la montañas, except that's Spanish. I don't remember the French word for montañas. Mind control and other great conspiracies. The Tavistock Institute. Cool. I'll have to Google it. Chapeau bar. That's a hat bar in French. Chapeau is hat. I know that. I also know, sure. À la plage. Oh yeah, playa is also Spanish, huh? Playa is Spanish. Okay. A la plage. Un, on, on el autobús. Is autobus French as well? Ça se voit trop que tu parles pas français. I'm not sure what that saw means or the C, E, or the void or the trop, but K, I think, is what you speak. I'm not sure. Oh, you speak not French. That's what it says. You speak not French. I got that. Yeah. No, you can't ban them. I'm loving the Frenchies here. The Frenchies are absolutely welcome here. I'm enjoying trying to figure out their French and talking French. I did take French in high school. It was a long time ago. Actually, I took French in middle school, but it was ninth grade, so high school. But it was at the middle school. Where my school did 7, 8, 9 middle school. Barbe blanche to ski. Yeah. I don't know what that means. So, unfortunately, Spanish has replaced almost all of my French with Spanish. I wish that wasn't the case, but it is, you know. Because I took Spanish later after French, and also I married half Mexican for my first wife, and her mom was like Mexican from Mexico. So I call her Abuelita, that mom, because it's my daughter's grandmother. Anyway, so I practiced a lot of Spanish, read Spanish newspapers and stuff. My second wife, also from Mexicans, so more Spanish. My third wife, however, is not from Mexicans. Yeah, well, there's Mexicans in Los Angeles that are, there's Mexicans and then there's Mexicans. You got to understand the difference between Mexicans and Mexicans. Yeah. Instead of just a random person in Los Angeles who's browner than you, you know. There's people who are browner than you, and then there's Mexicans. Apparently you're the only one, LMWXCV. I think the issue here is I'm not talking about enough stuff that's interesting to French people. What am I doing, buddy? Well, pal, I'm just live streaming, pulling some bowls, drinking some coffee, getting ready for bread. I look like a peeping Tom. Thanks. Ed fretted. You look like somebody who got banned. So what do you think about that? James Bridgman, this is the most exciting moment of your entire life. And let me tell you, it only gets better from here. So right now, what you've accomplished here is something, is the start of a whole new life for you. From this point forward, everything begins making sense, and you realize everything you've never realized you didn't realize. That's pretty powerful stuff. Yeah, that's me getting into bread right there. I got a cup of coffee. I'm blue. I'm square. I've got Z's around me. That's coming up. I think we're all looking forward to that. I am the only person that's enjoying this. You are? I don't think you're the only person that's enjoying this. I'm enjoying it as well. Chippy, chippy, choppa, dubby, dubby, lava, lava. Cool. Sounds good. Is that what it sounds like when I speak English to you? It just sounds like I'm going chippy chippy choppa dubby dubby lava lava. Where do I live? I live in California, smack dab in the center of the state, Mariposa County, near Yosemite. So that's the answer to that question. Padawan range bender is enjoying himself as well. So you can't claim a monopoly on enjoyment, James Bridgman. I'm sorry. Raymond Finlay says hi. Hello, Raymond Finlay. I don't mean to be political. It's just a good Wikipedia article. You can be political if you want, but which Wikipedia article are you talking about? Well, regardless of whether it's PSYOP, it certainly is used as an all-purpose dismissal without rebuttal, and that's never okay, you know. I'm not using it like that. I'm just using it as a label to refer to actual conspiracy theories, where there's a theory that some group of people conspired to do is one form of that. Whether it's people whose job it is to conspire, like the CIA, conspiring to do MK Ultra or whatever, or if it's some other such thing that's maybe less conspiratorial, like something mysterious got lost and nobody can explain what happened to it, but doesn't appear to be any kind of purposeful thing. It's just disappeared and it's very mysterious, like shit like that too, you know. Doesn't have to be a conspiracy. No, you don't. Yes, I do. Can I link Bob's channel? Sure, if you want to. I mean, you could just click on anybody can click on the three dots next to his name and go to, oh, yeah, push go to channel. Oh, Pimp J just already pre-addressed that. Yeah, go ahead and link it, Fly Guy. I don't have any videos out. I have some in the vault. I'm not sure the world is ready yet or the repercussions. Well, sometimes there are repercussions for putting out certain videos and such. The Beatles were an experiment. Really? Who conducted this experiment? Yes, I am married. I'm married to my beloved wife, Rachel, who is currently listening to this in the other room. I can hear it vaguely in the background. Moi 35 MDR. Pourquoi MDR? Pourquoi? Yeah, pourquoi MDR? Tavistock Institute. I will Google it right now. All right. All right, Padawan range bender. I will Google what you want me to Google right now. It's a British not-for-profit organization that applies social science to contemporary issues and problems. During the war, staff from the Tavistock Clinic played key roles in British Army psychiatry. Doesn't seem very spicy at all. Has sometimes been associated with conspiracy theories, the most common of which associate it with the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. Trying to destroy America with rock and roll. That's very silly. Et toi, j'ai l'impression que tu es pas français. Je suis d'origine turque. Yao Ming, the basketball player, was just the tip of the iceberg. Is it an iceberg of super tall Chinese people? Okay, I'll dig a little deeper. Okay. California eugenics article. Good article, not taught in school. Okay, well. Stanford. Tu parles pas français? I don't know if I parle pas français or not. Do I not speak French? No, I don't speak French. I speak English and more than a little bit, less than a lot of Spanish. I'm not fluent, certainly, but I can read Spanish pretty well. I used to be able to, not so much anymore. Et toi. This is my et toi. And you. And yours. I'm not sure. And something like that. Maybe y'all. St. Cloud. St. Cloud what? Minneapolis St. Cloud. It's called St. Paul. All right. So I think I'm going to go to bed now. Time for me to lay my weary head upon a pillow and call it a night. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for coming from France, if you're really from France. And sorry, my French isn't that good. Learn some Spanish, why don't you? And love yourself. You dream of pumpkins and saliva as well. Show me you're not from Japan. And St. Cloud's a city in France. What do you know? Well, have a great evening in St. Cloud as well. And until mañana, bonsoir.